and held it at his side and ordered, "Stop right there!" Andy immediately halted 25 feet away and showed his palms. The man's wife stood speechless, still holding 2 sacks of groceries. She looked terrified. "We've been blagged before, and we won't be again," the man declared intensely. "Sir, I can assure you, I'm no robber. My name's Anders Lane. I'm an American Army officer looking to buy passage to Belize. I heard you were headed there." "That's right, but we're full up. Your money's no good here, Yank," Andy said imploringly. "But I can pay you in gold." The yacht skipper blinked, but then said, "Sorry, but what good is gold to me? The family that's going with us, they stocked up piles of food and fuel months ago, so they're supplying us with nearly all the provisions, enough for the whole journey. Right now, that's worth a lot more to me than gold. We can't eat gold." "Well then, what about lead?" "What?" the man replied, sounding confused. "I deal in lead, friend." The boat captain laughed nervously and cocked his head. Lane continued, "I'm willing to wager that you don't have much more than that knife to protect yourself and all on board. So I'd like to make you an offer, to provide you with some more substantial security for your voyage as a working crew member." "Have you ever crewed a yacht?" "No, but I'm willing to learn, and I'm very good with a gun." "That's all well and good, but you won't find a gun to be had in all of England, at any price. I'm willing to offer you mine, and a steady, well-trained hand behind it." He patted the jacket at the small of his back. The man still looked hesitant. Speaking slowly, Lane added, "Look, I really am an Army officer with 6 years of experience. I've done tours in both Iraq and Afghanistan. I'm a good Christian man, and importantly for you, I know how to make cutthroats of all descriptions either drop dead in their tracks or turn and run, crying like babies. I've been in some very tight spots, so I know exactly how to get out of them. Trust me." The old man looked toward his wife, and they nodded to each other. Turning back toward Andy, he said, "Come aboard, and we'll parley." Karsten Sims, the skipper of Durobrabis, filled Andy in about both the yacht and his background. Sims had served in the Royal Navy as an enlisted seaman for 6 years, back in the late 1970s. Soon after, he got a degree in psychology and worked as a school counselor and later as a private school administrator. He used the yacht on his long summer vacations. They had 2 sons who had both emigrated to Australia 20 years before. Lane got the impression that Sims had strained relations with his sons, since he bluntly described them as layabout alcoholics. Sims had lost his job in the recession that began in 2008, which caused private school enrollments to plummet. Sims spent a while expressing his concerns about the deteriorating conditions in England. He predicted a massive die-off because the island nation was so dependent on food and fuel from overseas. He put on a grim face and said, "They'll be eating each other in London and Colchester in just a few weeks. We've got to get someplace with a better climate and less population." They sat in the boat's salon area. The surroundings were heavy on teak and stainless steel, which was unfamiliar to Andy, but pleasant. Karsten Sims and his wife Angie seemed nervous and chatty. Before agreeing to take Lane on as crew, they spent a half-hour quizzing Andy about his background, education, and experience. Here, Andy's DD-214 discharge papers came in handy. Finally, Sims wanted to see the SIG pistol. Pointing it upward, Andy deftly unloaded it. He then field-stripped and reassembled it on the salon table. This particularly impressed Angie. Then Karsten began to open up about the situation on the boat and their plans to sail for Belize. Andy was nearly right about the Karsten's kitchen knife. Other than a few small knives and an Olin flare pistol, they were unarmed. The skipper habitually called the single-shot 12-gauge flare gun his very pistol, which Andy thought sounded quaintly First World War. Sims conceded that they'd be easy pickings for pirates without Andy and a real gun. Angie told Lane about the family that planned to travel with them. Alan and Simone Taft were in their late 30s. They had a 14-year-old son named Jules and twin 11-year-old daughters, Yvonne and Yvette. Alan Taft was an investment banker with no boating experience. The Tafts were just casual acquaintances of the Sims before the crunch, but their large stockpile of food and Taft's fluency in Spanish made him a logical choice to make the Belize trip. Sims told Andy that he had sailed to the Caribbean once before, and that he had a few yachty acquaintances there. He admitted that none of these were close friends, but Sims considered the voyage worth the gamble. Karsten summed up his rationale for the voyage tersely. "It obviously beats waiting here to see if we get eaten." They planned to sail on a pre-dawn high tide in 3 days. In the meantime, Andy would stay on the boat almost continuously to provide security. Accommodations would be tight. Although Durobravis had berths for 7, one of these was already stacked high with boxes of provisions and secured with heavy twine both to the wall behind and the overhead rail. To make up for this lost berth, the Tafts planned to have staggered sleeping shifts or have their daughters share a berth. Durobravis was a 48-foot Tayana built in Taiwan. It was a 1997 model, but still well-maintained. It was a fiberglass monohull measuring 14.5 feet across the beam. As a true blue-water yacht rather than a coastal sailboat, Durobravis had watertight hatches and a 230-gallon freshwater tank. The sails and sail covers had been replaced just 2 years before. The boat's 100-horsepower auxiliary diesel engine was mostly used for getting in and out of harbors. To fuel it, the boat had an internal 120-gallon diesel tank, and Sims had supplemented this with an additional 60 liters for the voyage, held in 6 plastic fuel cans. The only available space for Andy to sleep was the forward sail locker. Sims explained why he didn't empty the 7th berth for Andy. "I'll still need to get sheets in and out of the sail locker on short notice, and it will be much quicker to get you in and out of there than it will be a pile of grocery boxes. In a storm, I won't want much weight in the bow anyhow, and we'll run with just a little Spitfire jib and a storm trysail. So, at those times, we'll need most of that locker's capacity for the big sheets. You and Jules, perhaps, can take turns in a bunk in foul weather." Andy agreed to the arrangement without complaint. The yacht was well equipped for long voyages, with a reverse osmosis water maker, an inflatable dinghy, and an impressive array of radios and navigation gear. Andy was disappointed to hear that there would be no room for his bicycle and trailer. He was able to trade them to another yachtsman at the marina for 18 cans of corned beef, 5 12-gauge red Meteor flares that could be used in Karsten's flare gun, and a 3-year-old Garmin GPS receiver. Andy's only other transaction before their departure came after he spotted a teenager at the marina who was wearing a camouflage jacket that had some bright paint stains on it. Andy recognized these as paintball stains. Striking up a conversation with the young man, Lane learned that he was an aficionado of both paintball tactical training and shooting airsoft pellet guns. The latter shot low-velocity rubber BBs. Lane persuaded him to trade a few of his airsoft guns, since he had 11 of them. In exchange for 2 airsoft submachine gun replicas, an Uzi, and an H&K MP5, Lane traded a full set of OCP fatigues with matching boonie hat and shemagh scarf, an older but working iPod, and a Chinese multipurpose tool, a knockoff of an American Leatherman tool. Both of the toy SMGs looked and even felt surprisingly realistic, aside from their bright red plastic muzzle caps that identified them as replicas. A few quick blasts from a can of black spray paint soon remedied that. Chapter 23. Roll Out. A retreat is a place you go to live, not to die. Setting up a retreat is, for the most part, practicing the art of the possible. It's a matter of wisely and shrewdly identifying what you have and turning it into something usable. Fight if you must, but try your utmost to orchestrate events so that confrontation is absolutely the remedy of last resort. Ragnar Benson, The Survival Retreat. Buckeye, Arizona, December, the first year. Once the looting in Phoenix started spreading out into the suburbs, Ian and Blanca agreed that it would be very dangerous to stay in Buckeye much longer. The next morning they wheeled the Larons out of their trailers. Working in the driveway and on the front lawn, they bolted on the wings. Assembly and pre-flight testing only took 15 minutes per plane. But then, it took nearly an hour to efficiently stow their gear, with the heavier items as close as possible to the plane's center of gravity. As all this went on, a number of curious neighbors congregated to stare at the strange sight. Soon, a few of them pitched in to help with the fueling process. Ian handed his next-door neighbor the keys and the pink slip titles to his vehicles and the keys to the house. He told him, "We won't be back, so you can have anything you'd like inside the house. I don't know what you should do with the trailers for the planes. I guess you can give these pink slips to my landlord if you ever see him. He can apply that to our rent and keep the difference." Just before they started their engines, Ian asked for volunteers to halt any approaching cars on the adjoining avenue. After starting up and doing another radio check, Ian and Blanca taxied off the lawn and down the driveway. They then continued out the court and turned onto Hastings Avenue, with Ian in the lead. Their neighbors gathered to gawk. There was about 2,000 feet of the broad avenue available, which was plenty of runway for the Larons, even in their overloaded condition. Blanca keyed her radio and said, "Be careful. Light poles on the left." Several neighbors stood at the ends of the avenue to watch for approaching cars and, if need be, to block traffic. The planes staggered off the ground and climbed out eastward very slowly into the smoky haze that hung over the entire Phoenix region. Ian did a 90-degree turn and slid in to form up alongside Blanca's Laron. She gave him a thumbs up. They turned due north, still climbing. Gazing to the east, Blanca could see house fires burning out of control in Phoenix, Glendale, and even as close as Goodyear. She radioed Ian. "Ay, ay, ay. Look at all those fires. Over." "Yeah, it looks like we got out of Dodge just in time. After Goodyear, the looters are going to hit Buckeye sure as anything. Climbing to 7,500. Out." Ian again looked toward Phoenix. He remembered Charlie Gordon and wondered aloud without pressing the mic switch. "So, what'll last longer, Charlie, or the 1,000 rounds of 9 milling? Their 87-mile flight to Prescott consumed just over 7 gallons of avgas for each plane. At the midpoint of their flight, they practiced using jackrabbit hand pumps in anticipation of longer flights. Refueling their fuel tanks in flight from their fuel bladders took only 7 minutes. After passing over some dramatic, yellowish rocky hills on the east shore of Willow Lake, they landed their planes at Love Field, Prescott's airport. Once on the ground, they taxied to the general aviation area. The fueling area had a large sign spray-painted on a 4-by-8-foot sheet of oriented strand board with a frown face and "No fuel." The phones were out, so Ian thought it was best to go directly to Alex's house. Ian wangled a ride from the airport, in exchange for 25 rounds of 9mm hollow points, while Blanca stayed behind to guard the plains. Alex was impressed with the country. Granite Mountain loomed large in the distance. There was obviously more water here than down in the Phoenix area, but this was still Arizona. There were lots of trees here, a scarcity in southern Arizona. The elevation of the town was about 5,500 feet. This gave it a much cooler climate than Buckeye. There was no answer when Ian knocked on the door of Alex's rental house on Oak Terrace Drive. Ian discovered that the door was unlocked, and inside there were signs that Alex had left hurriedly. Most of the furniture in the house was still there, but nearly all of Alex's other personal possessions were missing. The kitchen smelled of sour milk. There was a knock on the door. It was Alex's next-door neighbor carrying a baseball bat. After explaining who he was, Ian learned that Alex had just been hired on as a full-time security consultant for 4 families with adjoining properties in Conley Ranches, a fairly new gated community 2 miles north of town. Contacting Alex was a snap once he knew how to do it. CB Channel 12. They monitor it round the clock. The neighbor, a former trucker, had a CB radio in his SUV. Alex responded immediately to Ian's transmission and said that he'd be at his old house in less than a half an hour to pick him up. Alex pulled into the driveway in his Ford Excursion. Ian was carrying no baggage, so he just hopped into the passenger seat, and Alex immediately backed out of the driveway. There was a long-barreled Dan Wesson .44 Magnum revolver resting in the center console. After a palm-slapping high five, Alex asked simply, "Airport?" "Yep." As he drove, Alex explained rapidly, "I got hired as a security guy for a group of 4 families on contiguous 1-acre lots in a square on the end of a block. 2 of them are retired bankers from Tucson. Strictly a room and board arrangement. There's 400 lots in the development, but less than half of them have houses built. It's kind of a patchwork with clusters of houses surrounded by empty lots. There's a bunch of $500,000 to million-plus houses there. A lot of retired executives with more money than brains. They watched it all go down on TV, and now they're scared spitless and playing catch-up." Without allowing Ian time to comment, Alex went on, "I think we've got food and water covered, but they're pretty darn light on fuel and pitiful on security. Some of the families in Conley Ranches don't even own a gun, and some of their committees that meet at the clubhouse are a bit of a joke. But at least the most important one, vegetable gardening, is getting its act together. The plan is to haul in truckloads of manure and good topsoil to some of the empty lots with the least rocky soil. The water, thank God, is all gravity flow from up in the mountains. The private gated community aspect doesn't mean jack now. Since the power is out, they have to leave the gates wired wide open. I'm trying to organize things to get that situation changed pronto." Ian nodded, and Alex went on. "The house where I bunk is 3,800 square feet, and it had just a couple living in it. They have room for at least 2 more full-timers, and believe you me, I need the help. We gotta get continuous 24/7 shifts going right away." Alex pulled into the general aviation gate at Love Field. After the formalities of getting through the inner gate, he was able to drive right next to where the pair of Lairons were tied down. They all exchanged hugs and shared some tears about the death of Linda, but then they were all busy with their first concern, getting the planes unloaded. All of Ian and Blanca's gear fit with ease in the back of the Excursion with its third-row seat folded down. Alex mentioned that he was impressed with how much Ian had been able to shoehorn into the planes. Ian explained almost apologetically, "I ran the weight and balance numbers, but they were marginal. Balance was decent, but gross weight was really pushing the envelope. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do and pray for the best." As Alex shut the back doors on the Ford, he said, Judging from the guns that you brought, they will not say no to hiring you." His prediction proved right. That evening, after some brief objections about extra mouths to feed, Ian and Blanca were hired by the 4 homeowners. Like Alex, Ian and Blanca would receive no pay, but would be provided meals and a comfortable bedroom. Their room was in the 2,750-square-foot home that sat behind the one Alex was in. It belonged to Dr. Robert Carvalich, a widower who was a retired pediatrician. Everyone called him Dr. K. Many years before, he had served a stint as a Navy medical officer, but only in an office setting, never at sea or in combat. He carried a World War II vintage Remington Rand Model 1911 in a full flap holster daily. The gun, he explained, had belonged to his father, who was also a Navy doctor during the Korean War. Unlike the other homeowners, who took several weeks to get accustomed to constantly carrying guns, Dr. K took to it immediately. The difference was that he had been robbed at gunpoint once before. As he told it, 6 years before the crunch, Dr. K answered his door to find a drug addict with a pistol in his hand. The man was after narcotics. Fearing for his life, Dr. K reluctantly complied, giving the robber his small supply of Tylenol with codeine, Vicodin, and an oral solution of morphine sulfate. The robber fled in a car with California license plates and was never caught by the local authorities. When Ian Doyle asked everyone in the compound to be armed at all times, Robert Carvalich was one of the first to do so. Transporting the planes to Dr. K's house the next day at first seemed like it would be difficult, requiring borrowed trucks, but then it proved easy. They just flew them there. The street in front of the 4-house compound, as Alex called it, was curving and on a slight slope, but there was a long, wide street a quarter-mile away that was straight and nearly level. This street was in the new Phase 2 portion of the Conley Ranches development, where the streets had been paved, but only a few lots had been sold, and no houses had yet been built. In Phase 2, the streetlight poles had not yet been installed. The street made a very practical runway for the Larons. They were able to land there and then just taxi the planes to the street where Alex lived. The sight of this made quite a stir in the community. Soon after they stopped the planes in the driveway, one of the neighbors from down the street came to threaten to file a complaint about the planes landing as a safety nightmare, and about the very presence of the planes. She shouted that the planes were flagrantly against the association rules. As she stood, wagging her finger in Alex's face, Blanca and Ian were already at work disassembling them. Once the wings were removed and the planes disappeared into one of the bays in Dr. K's capacious 4-car garage alongside his RV, the neighbor quieted down. Alex talked some sense into her by emphasizing that she'd be the indirect beneficiary of the additional armed security at no cost.
"Well, I suppose that's okay,"
she said quietly, and walked off. The Doyles, Ian, Blanca, and Alex, agreed to each stand a daily 8.5-hour guard watch, 13 days out of each 2 weeks. The intense guard duty schedule left them very little time for recreation, and hardly even enough time to hand-wash their laundry, but at least all of their meals were provided by the 4 families on a rotating schedule. Blanca began to carry one of the M16s that Ian had taken in for safekeeping from Luke Air Force Base. Alex provided her some 5.56mm ammo, both for target practice and to keep in loaded magazines. She disliked the M16, mostly because of the odd twang sound that the buffer made in the buttstock when it was fired. She also considered the gun ugly, but would not elaborate beyond saying,
"I know a good-looking gun when I see one, and this one ain't it. I like a gun with at least some wood. This thing is like a plastic toy.
The Doyles wanted to construct a sandbagged fighting position inside each ground floor exterior window, but they ran into a problem: a shortage of sandbags. There were no nearby Army or Marine Corps installations, so the local surplus store had no sandbags available. And because Prescott was not in a flood-prone area, the county had just a small supply of sandbags for use if a water main broke. The local feed store had had its supply of empty feed sacks wiped out by just a couple of customers long before the Doyles inquired. It was Blanca who came up with the answer: sewing their own, using rolls of black polyester mesh road construction underlayment material. This material came in 10-foot wide rolls. They were able to trade a local road contractor a box of .30-06 ammunition for 2 rolls of the material. Because the power was out, electric sewing machines were not available, but Dr. K put his late wife's Singer treadle sewing machine table back into operation. The table's sewing machine had been discarded years before, when the table became a decorator item. But Dr. K was able to install a much later model Singer machine into the treadle table. This one sewing machine eventually served the families in all 4 homes in the compound for everything from patching blue jeans to making ammunition bandoliers. It proved capable of sewing the sandbags as well. They cut the material to yield completed sandbags of the same 14 by 26-inch dimensions that had been standardized for U.S. military sandbags for nearly a century. Each sack weighed about 40 pounds when filled. Once filled and stacked, to the casual observer, the stacked black sacks looked like dark shadows inside the windows. The sandbag making and filling project went on for 3 weeks. Clean sand was available from a large pile at the development's uncompleted golf course. When asked permission to use some of the sand, Cliff Conley replied, "You take what you need. I expect it'll be a long time before that golf course ever gets finished. Just don't ask me to help you fill them. I did my share of sandbag filling in Vietnam. I've now reached the supervisory stage of life." By SOP, all wireless connections were turned off for fear that they might be detected by passing looters. Ian and Blanca settled into an upstairs bedroom that sat above the living room, which was heated by a wood stove. A floor vent gave their bedroom sufficient heat. More importantly, the bedroom had a sliding glass door to a story deck with a commanding view of much of the compound and the neighborhood. A hot tub sat on the corner of the deck, already drained for winter. It was soon lined with sandbags, turning it into a soft-top pillbox. The hot tub's plywood lid was covered with naugahyde and had flaps that hung down 6 inches. Ian and Blanca constructed a C-shaped framework with 5 2x4 legs to support the lid. This positioned the lid 7 inches higher than normal, providing a 360-degree horizontal vision slit. To anyone walking by on the street below, the hot tub cum pillbox didn't look like anything out of the ordinary, just a covered hot tub. Ian also cut 5 blocks from a length of 4x4. These blocks allowed them to raise the lid an additional 3.5 inches to provide better vision and hearing at night. Because his master bedroom in the north wing of the house was too cold after the grid power went down, Dr. K moved a single bed to what had formerly been his den. The den was just off the living room, and thus it was well heated. He and the Doyles then closed off the hallways to nearly half of the house by nailing up blankets with batten boards to confine the heat to just the kitchen, living room, and den. The 4 families staged a coup at the Conley Ranch's Homeowners Association, HOA, meeting just a few days after Ian and Blanca arrived. By prearrangement with their sympathizers, they ousted 2 Pollyanna members of the HOA board. Both of them had wanted to maintain the status quo in the development because they were hoping for an economic recovery in the near future. They were replaced with down-to-earth pragmatists. In a series of voice votes that began almost immediately after the change in HOA leadership, all of the Conley Ranch's restrictions on landscaping, gardening, pets, livestock, fences, antennas, solar panels, fuel storage, and vehicles were eliminated. Once it became apparent that they were badly outnumbered and that they were getting no traction at the meeting, the 2 Pollyannas and their handful of supporters stormed out in protest. Under the new HOA rules for Conley Ranches, large-scale gardening on any unsold lots was encouraged. A 5% share of the crops grown on unsold lots was assigned to Cliff Conley, the original landowner and developer of the community. Conley later said that he was more than satisfied with that arrangement. A new HOA security committee was formed. This committee was later jokingly called the Neighborhood Watch on Steroids. After the Doyles arrived, security improvements for the 4 families' compound accelerated. With some hired labor to help, they built stockade-style fences connecting the perimeter of the 4 houses. Ted Nielsen, one of the compound's bankers, had a degree in engineering and had worked for a telephone company on his summer vacations during college. He constructed a simple phone hot loop of 4 traditional rotary-dial telephones for the houses. It was powered by 7 car batteries wired in series. This battery bank was connected to a solar panel trickle charger. The dials on the phones were inoperative. They were connected in a traditional party line arrangement. Each phone had a momentary contact switch added. When any of these buttons were depressed, it put a ringing voltage through the circuit, and all 4 phones rang. Nielsen's simple phone system provided the means to coordinate a defense of the compound from intruders. The interior fences in the 4-house compound were removed, leaving a large inner courtyard. Most of this area was converted into 4 vegetable gardens. Clearing rocks took several days of hard work. Then soil, compost, and manure were hauled in to be ready for gardening when warm weather returned. At sea, coast of France, December the 1st year. The first week at sea was miserable. It was common to see Yvonne and Yvette vomiting over the stern rail in stereo. After the week of seasickness, everyone aboard Durobrabis got into a regular daily routine. There was plenty of hard work, including countless hours of pulling the handle on the Katahdin Survivor 35 desalinator, a reverse osmosis unit that turned salt water into drinking water. Karsten Sims ran a tight ship and insisted on keeping the freshwater tanks full. Until Andy and the Tafts got accustomed to navigating and handling the rigging, the sailing was mostly handled by Karsten and Angie, who each put in grueling 10-hour watches. Angie piloted from 0500 to 1500, and Karsten from 1500 to 0100. As the days passed, everyone else on the boat took on more and more responsibility in handling the rigging and, eventually, piloting. At the end of his watch, Karsten Sims would either set the Simrad autopilot in calm seas or drop sail and set the sea anchor in rougher seas. Andy's topside security duty was nightly from 2100 to 0800. Every morning after being relieved by Simone Taft, their day watch, eyeballs-only security, Andy would carefully oil the SIG and its magazines. He was very conscious of the depredations of damp, salty air on gunmetal. Then he'd do his best to sleep in the darkness of the sail locker. One of Lane's top priorities was familiarizing the adults on the yacht with safe gun handling. He did this in one-on-one classes held late in the afternoons. He taught them how to load, fire, and reload the pistol. Jules got an abbreviated version of the same instruction. The Taft's 11-year-old twins weren't taught gun handling, out of fear that one of them might accidentally drop the precious gun overboard. But they were taught how to refill magazines, which they practiced regularly. Most of the training consisted of dry practice with an unloaded gun, and with all of the gun's ammunition safely in another compartment. But after a week of that, Andy gave Jules and all the adults the chance to actually shoot the SIG. Their targets were sealed empty bottles that were thrown off the bow. In all, they shot just 28 cartridges. After every lesson, Andy said, "If I go down, then you pick this gun up and you continue the fight until the threat is vanquished. You do not quit. Do you understand?" After the first phase of firearms training, Andy moved on to hand-to-hand combatives and knife fighting, using his own amalgam of taekwondo, pistol handling, and Krav Maga, which Lane dubbed Sig-Kwando. Adding to the standard katas, Andy taught how to use a pistol that had been shot dry as a club and as a pressure point tool. For the latter, he used the barrel protruding from the pistol with its slide locked to the rear. The small surface area of the muzzle, he showed, could deliver tremendous force in strikes to the solar plexus, groin, kidneys, or neck of an opponent. Each morning from 10 to noon, Alan Taft taught everyone Spanish. Sailing instruction, also for everyone, took up most of each afternoon. Nearly every night after the dinner dishes were washed, there were endless games of cards, mostly cribbage. Andy was having trouble getting to sleep. They were 250 miles west of Portugal. It was a Tuesday, and his contact was scheduled for that night, so he felt anxious. He was hoping for good propagation. Andy set his radio's alarm for 03:15. As he set up the dipole antenna along the rail, he was surprised to see Karsten standing in the open hatchway. In a soft voice, Andy explained what he was doing. Sims nodded. Andy sat down and completed hooking up the transceiver. Then he said, "Well, 5 minutes, and then I'll know if we've got good propagation." Karsten offered, "That can be tricky on shortwave." Andy replied, "Yeah." The silence was overwhelming. Andy watched Karsten Sims still standing in the doorway. Still in a whisper, he asked, "Tell me, how did this book get the name Durobrabis?" Karsten sighed and explained, She's named after some old Celt ruin somewhere. You see, before I bought her, this boat belonged to an archaeology professor from the western end of Kent. He only rarely sailed her." After a pause, he added, "I didn't particularly like the name, but being an old salt, I consider it bad luck to change a boat's name." At 03:29, at Andy's request, Sims tacked to put Durobrabis on a southwesterly heading. This left the dipole antenna roughly facing the Great Circle line of bearing to the western United States. Precisely at 03:30 GMT, Andy heard a strong cadence in Morse, with Lars's distinctive stuttering fists on his preferred traditional Morse key. K5CLA DE K5CLB BT K5CLA DE K5CLB BT. Andy replied, K5CLBDE K5CLABT. Lars hammered back, "Hot dang! Got you at S3. Are you at C?" "Yes, making good time, FB, now in deep ocean. Had one minor scrape with some BGs when closer to shore off Guinea, BIS. but we sent them packing. No worries. How is KL? She's fine, learning M. Morse and wants to chat. Please put KL on the key. Then, in a ponderously slow Morse rate of 6 words per minute, Andy heard, I love you, darling. 88, 88, 88. Dying to see you. NEETA BR. How could he even begin to explain to her that it might be many months before he got home? Chapter 24. Down in Hondo. We are steadily asked about the age at which to teach young people to shoot. The answer to this obviously depends upon the particular individual, not only his physical maturity, but his desire. Apart from these considerations, however, I think it important to understand that it is the duty of the father to teach the son to shoot. Before the young man leaves home, there are certain things he should know and certain skills he should acquire apart from any state-sponsored activity. Certainly, the youngster should be taught to swim, strongly and safely, at distance, and young people of either sex should be taught to drive a motor vehicle and, if at all possible, how to fly a light airplane. I believe a youngster should be taught the rudiments of hand-to-hand combat, unarmed, together with basic survival skills. The list is long, but it is a parent's duty to make sure that the child does not go forth into the world helpless in the face of its perils. Shooting, of course, is our business, and shooting should not be left up to the state. Colonel Jeff Cooper. Tegucigalpa, Honduras, May, 2 decades before the crunch. More than 2 decades before the crunch, Ian Doyle had a temporary duty, TDY, assignment to Honduras that changed his life. The leader of the Hondo expedition was Major Alan Brennan, a quiet man who was the son of a retired Air Force colonel. Brennan's leadership was competent, but very laid back. He made it clear that he expected his squadron members to be punctual for all meetings and completely sober before each scheduled mission. He summed up his guidance by stating simply, "We've got excellent maintenance NCOs, and the civilian techs know the gear inside and out. Stand back and let them do their jobs. Just be at the briefings and be on flight line on time. Kick the tire, light the fire, and come home safe." Brennan, who had recently been married, was fascinated by pre-Columbian history and spent a lot of his time off in a rented jeep wandering around ancient ruins taking pictures. Other than on his mission days, Doyle rarely saw him. The Air Force terminated its tactical reconnaissance program for F-16s in 1993, with plans to shift most of those missions to UAVs. But as a follow-on, there was an interim program using the U.S. Navy-developed Tactical Aerial Reconnaissance Pod System, TARPs, mounted on F-16s. Doyle's squadron was one of the 2 fighter squadrons that got tapped for this strap-on recon test program, which only lasted 18 months. While technically a success, from an operational and logistics standpoint, the results were mixed. And since UAV technology was meanwhile maturing rapidly, the decision was made to mothball the TARPS pods and support gear. It was during the TARPS test program that Ian Doyle was part of the Hondo expedition. By the time that the USAF got involved, the TARPS pods were a well-matured technology. Most of the technical support was supplied by civilian contractors from Grumman, the company that had originally developed the system. The 17-foot, 1,850-pound pods were essentially a strap-on system, adaptable to many types of aircraft. They could be mounted on standard hardpoints. First developed for Navy F-14s and Marine Corps FA-18s, the TARPS pods were, as one of the Grumman camera technicians put it, foolproof and pilot-proof. But then, I repeat myself. The expedition included 4 F-16s, 2 for missions and 2 for spares and side trips, 4 mission pilots, and a C-130 to shuttle the support crew and umpteen spare parts, both for the planes and for the TARPS pods. The TDY rotation was 5 months, making it just short of the 6-month threshold for a PCS. This made the personnel paperwork easier and reduced the overall cost of the program. All of the pilots were housed at the White House, La Casa Blanca, the guest quarters in Tegucigalpa that were run by the American Embassy in Colonia Loma Linda Norte district on La Avenida FAO. The White House was a gathering place of myth and legend. It served as the catch-all for visiting company-grade military officers, CIA types on temporary assignment, and assorted contractors on government business. The atmosphere was jovial, and there were even some fraternity-style bashes on weekends. The CIA officers called it a safe house, but its presence was hardly clandestine. Even the local newspaper mentioned it from time to time, often by its nicknames, Rick's Café Americain or Rick's Place, in honor of the Humphrey Bogart movie Casablanca. Junior officers at La Casa Blanca were expected to share rooms. Ian Doyle's roommate was Bryson Pitcher, an Air Force Intelligence First Lieutenant who was permanent party with the intel cell at the American Embassy. Shortly after meeting Pitcher, Ian Doyle summed up the expedition to him. "It's an intense assignment, but a good one. I'll fly 3, maybe 4 missions a week, all in daylight hours, and they are just 6 hours each. Other than some intel briefing dog and pony shows once every 10 or 12 days, either here or down at Sotocano, I get all the rest of my days off to hike, swim, and see the sights. My only regret is that this is only a 5-month TDY. I wish it were a couple of years to really soak up the local culture." Bryson's curiosity was piqued. "Well, what are you doing exactly? This is the first time I've seen F-16s in Hondo. We haven't heard squat about it, even in the intel shop." "I could tell you, but then I'd have to shoot you." Bryson snorted. Ian grinned and said, "Just kidding. What's your clearance?" "TS SBI, with a bunch of funny little letters after that for SCI compartments that I can't tell you about." "Well, what do you do here, Bryson, in a nutshell?" "I task and receive reports from a bunch of overeducated NCOs, and we analyze them for liaison with the Honduran government and for an unspecified strategic mission." "Stuff from aircraft?" Doyle asked. "Nope. Stuff from, non-air breathing platforms." "Ah, gotcha." Hearing the euphemism for spy satellites made it clear to Doyle that he could ask no further questions. "Okay. Well then, I guess I can certainly talk about the basics, even though you're in the strategic world while my bailiwick is mostly tactical. A little crossover, I suppose. You'll probably get briefed in a week or 2 anyway." Bryson nodded. Ian looked up at the slowly rotating ceiling fan and asked, "Are you familiar with a system called TARPS?" "Sure. It's the Navy's pod-mounted photo recon system. It's pretty idiot-proof as long as they remember to hook up the external power and use a squirt of Windex before they take off." "That's the one. We're going to be using F-16s with TARPS pods flying recon over Colombia, keeping track of the opposition's troop movements. Meanwhile, there are some Army intelligence guys using a system called Guardrail out of Panama to monitor the FARC's radio transmissions. You piece all that intel together, along with what you guys up in echelons above reality provide, and that gives a pretty complete picture for the theater command, most of which, after it's properly sanitized, can get shared with the host country. Doyle sat up and turned to look at Pitcher, and continued. It's pretty straightforward stick and rudder stuff. I just follow the pre-programmed flight profiles. Fly to these coordinates, spiral down to this altitude, and assume this heading, and fly straight and level for X minutes until you are at these coordinates, then turn to this heading and fly X minutes, then climb out, suck some gas at a tanker, and return to base. Pitcher chided. Ha! One of the new UAVs could probably handle that, from a lot closer in than Hondo. No kidding. I've been told that it was more political than anything else, to show support for the Colombian and Honduran governments, show the flag. So they didn't want just a man in the loop, but an actual man on the stick. For reasons of physical security on the ground, they couldn't base our planes in-country in Colombia, so they decided to base us at Tegucigalpa. Wouldn't it be safer for the planes to be at Sotocano? Yes, but El Presidente likes F-16, so he insisted, since this is just a 5-month gig, that we be here in the capital rather than at Sotocano. I think he's hoping to get a $1 ride in a D model. You have any two-seaters down here? No, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that magically get added to the scope of the mission. So, basing at Colombia was out, and the political fix was in for Tegucigalpa. Better for you, anyway. At Sotocano, you'd be living in some corrugated steel hooch with no running water, Bryson summarized. Yeah, it would be muy jodido to have some FARC dude blow up a couple of F-16s on the ramp. As I recall, Vipers were $19 million per copy back when the last ones rolled off the assembly line. Now that production is shut down, the airframes are basically irreplaceable. It would be very bad PR if we lost one. So, you poor baby, you have 3 or 4 days a week on your hands for the next 5 months to chase skirts and to sip Port Royal beer. Don't worry, I'll tell you all the best places to go, and I have friends with cars that can take you there. I'm not much of a skirt chaser. You see, I believe in courting ladies, not dating them. But I have been known to enjoy a good beer. In moderation, no doubt. Doyle echoed. Yes, exactly. In moderation. Bryson punched his shoulder. I think you're going to have a blast here. Doyle's plans for the next 5 months changed radically the next day when he heard what he later called the voice of an angel as he came in for a landing approach after a 40-minute operational test flight with the newly fitted TARPS pod. The voice on the radio from the control tower sounded enchanting, obviously that of a young woman. Soon after hitting the tarmac, he asked the liaison crew chief about the voice. The master sergeant replied, "Oh, that's Blanca Araneta. But I've got to warn you, she's single, maybe 21 or 22, and she's an absolute doll. But she's made of pure unobtainium. Many before you have tried and failed, young Jedi." Doyle immediately took that as a challenge. He got his first glimpse of the young woman as he loitered outside the control tower during the evening shift change. He spotted her just as she stepped into her car, a battered old Mercedes station wagon. Ian was surprised to see that, having heard she was from a wealthy family. She drove away before he had the chance to approach her and introduce himself. She was indeed a beautiful woman, with large, expressive eyes, a perfectly symmetrical face, and full lips. Her shoulder-length black hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Ian Doyle was smitten. He immediately started gathering intelligence and planning a strategy. He first learned that Blanca was indeed from a wealthy family that lived about an hour's drive north of the airbase. After much prying with other members of the control tower staff, Doyle found out that Blanca Araneta was a recent graduate of Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Honduras and was a licensed private pilot. To Ian, this meant bonus points. Finding a woman with whom he could talk aviation and not have her eyes glaze over? She still lived in an apartment near the university. Further inquiries garnered the married name of her college roommate, Consuelo Dalgon, a linguistics major who now taught public school and lived near the airport. Blanca still had a close friendship with Dalgon. After buying a few more beers, he was given Dalgon's phone number. That same evening, Ian phoned her, explaining that he was TDY and was looking for a Spanish tutor. Dalgon immediately answered affirmatively, explaining that she had married another recent graduate who was just getting started as a management trainee, so she could use the extra money. Ian's lessons began the next Saturday at the Dalgons' apartment. Not only did he get a thorough immersion course in Spanish, but he also began to pick up tidbits about the mysterious Señorita Blanca Araneta. He learned that Blanca's father, Arturo Araneta y Vasquez, was a semi-retired mining engineer and investor. He was also a former member of the Honduran Olympic tennis team. Consuelo confided to Ian that Blanca had told her that she hated tennis. This was because she had been forced to take tennis lessons from an early age. Doyle learned that Blanca loved swimming and aerobatic flying. He was also told that Blanca read and wrote English much better than she spoke it. At his next Spanish tutoring session, he found out that Blanca loved almond roca candy. She also liked modern flamenco music, what she called that folky jazz sound. She especially liked the Gypsy Kings, Almic, Paco de Lucia, and Otmar Lieber. Curious, Doyle bought several CDs at the local record store and was instantly hooked. As he listened to this music, he often daydreamed about Blanca, picturing her dancing in a traditional flamenco dress. Ian met Blanca for the first time at the Plaza San Martin Hotel in Tegucigalpa. Consuelo and Blanca often went to the hotel to swim. They had started going while they were in college. Though the pool was ostensibly reserved for hotel guests, the hotel manager quietly let it be known that pretty college girls of good moral character were welcome to come swim at the pool as often as they liked, just to provide some eye candy for the visiting businessmen. To the girls, it was a perfect arrangement. The hotel provided a safe place to park and a safe place to swim. The only downside was that they often got to practice how to politely brush off the occasional lovelorn or just plain lusty business travelers. Only the Japanese ones took pictures. During his third evening lesson with Consuelo, she and her husband Pablo invited Ian to come with them for a swim following the next Saturday lesson. Not wishing to be obvious, Ian didn't ask if Blanca might be meeting them there, but he thought the chances were good. At the Tegucigalpa Multiplaza, Ian picked out a new swimsuit, opting for the long surfer suit look, a dark beach towel, a lightweight windbreaker, and a pair of the best quality leather huarache sandals that they sold. A half hour after their swim session began, Ian emerged from the pool after a set of laps. He was thrilled to see Blanca Araneta had arrived and was sitting on a lounge chair chatting with Consuelo. Toweling himself dry, he walked toward them, doing his best to look nonchalant. Consuelo introduced him to Blanca in Spanish. Señora Dalgon was, after all, a strict believer in true immersion Spanish. Ignoring Consuelo's cue, Blanca switched to English. "A pleasure to be meeting you, Ian." Hearing the cute way she pronounced his name, more like Eon than Ian, was delightful to Doyle. Avoiding the open chair next to Blanca, He sat down on the lounge that was beyond Consuelo's and Pablo's. He thought it best to talk to Blanca at first from a longer distance, rather than seem overly anxious or intrusive of her space. Speaking to Blanca over the top of Consuelo's back, Ian said, "Señorita Araneta, I have heard your voice before, from the control tower. I usually fly Viper 124, and you've probably heard my call sign, Sub-Gunner."
"Oh, yes, I know your call sign."
Doyle replied, "Yes, that's me. I always wanted to put a face to your name. I must say, you have a pretty voice, and a very pretty face to go with it." Blanca just smiled and laughed politely. Again, trying to seem nonchalant, Ian added, "Well, enjoy your swim." And he reclined on an unoccupied lounge chair and put on his sunglasses. Lying there, he wondered if he had botched the introduction. His mind was racing. He felt very self-conscious and, oh, so pale-skinned among so many people with olive complexions. He dared not speak. Silently, he recited to himself Proverbs 17:28. "Even a fool is counted wise when he holds his peace. When he shuts his lips, he is considered perceptive." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Blanca stand up and whip off the ankle-length swimming skirt wrap that she had been wearing. She tossed it on top of her flight bag. He noticed that she carried that bag everywhere. Beneath, she was wearing what by modern standards was a very conservative one-piece swimsuit with an integral skirt, but it couldn't hide her traffic-stopping figure. Ian Doyle gulped and whispered to himself, "Ay, ay, ay." Blanca spent almost 15 minutes in the pool, swimming lap after lap. After she got out and returned to her chair, Ian rose, smiled, and took his own turn in the pool, swimming in a medley of strokes for about 10 minutes. He thought that at this stage it was best to seem slightly standoffish and more interested in swimming than in chatting her up. After he climbed up the pool's ladder, he could see that Consuelo and Blanca had turned on their chairs and were applying sunscreen to each other's noses. Ian again toweled, but just slightly, returned to his chaise, and put on his sunglasses. Consuelo asked, "Bloqueador de sol, Ian?" He answered, "Sí, muchas gracias por su amabilidad, señora," and raised his hands as if ready to catch the bottle. But instead of tossing the bottle, Consuelo pivoted to hand him the bottle directly. Leaning forward, she whispered,
"She has been very curious about you."
As Ian slathered the waterproof sunblock on, he explained, "With my skin, I don't tan, I just burn. I'm feeling a little too white to fit in here. I'm just another ugly, ghost-pale gringo." As Ian handed the bottle back to her, Consuelo said matter-of-factly,
"You know, here in our country, many people would be jealous of your fair skin. The more fair, the more aristocratic."
Doyle realized that he had a lot to learn about Honduras. Blanca eyed Doyle for a minute, and, speaking over Consuelo's back, asked,
"Has Consuelo been talking about me to you?"
A little." Disarmingly, he added, "I also told her about my college roommate."
"So, what did she say?"
Something about your father, tu papa, that he was un experto jugando tenis?"
"Not actually a champion. He was a bronze medalist in doubles of tennis."
She cocked her head and asked with a hopeful lilt to her voice,
"Do you like tennis?"
"I've played the game, but, I never really liked it. No me gusta el tennis. It is just a whole lot of sweating just to hit a ball back and forth, and it's kind of an aggravating game. I found it a little too competitive. Even if you practice a lot and hit the ball just right,
There's always someone who can hit it just a little bit better, or who is just a little bit faster, and they can ace you out. So, no offense, but it's not for me. If I want to practice my hand-to-eye coordination, I'd rather be in a flight simulator, or, better yet, up in the air, formation flying, or doing aerobatics. Blanca smiled. Aerobatics? Oh, yeah. The F-16 is built for it. Well, with a big turning radius, that is. Lots of power, great handling. The controls are a dream, incredibly responsive. Aye, that sounds wonderful. Consuelo jumped in. Ian, you should show Blanca those videos you shot from the back seat that you showed me and Pablo. Si, senora, me encantaría. At a loss for the right words in Spanish, he finished, to do so. After a moment, he added, that video may make you dizzy to watch, and there's not much narration, just me and the pilot grunting, tightening our abdominal muscles, doing our best to pull the G's. No, it won't make me dizzy, Blanca said. She then just smiled, nodded dismissively, and lay back down, putting on sunglasses and pulling her sun hat over her head. But Doyle noticed that she was looking in his direction. With her large, dark sunglasses, he couldn't be sure if she was sleeping or staring at him. He was having trouble reading her. Was she genuinely interested, or just being polite and properly social? He decided that it was best to just give her more of the silence and sunbathing treatment. He reached down and pulled out his Sony Discman portable CD player and put the headphones on. He closed his eyes and got lost in the music for a few minutes. Then he noticed something had shaded his face. He opened his eyes to see Blanca standing over him. "Oh, hola, señorita Araneta," he said casually. Gesturing to his CD player, she asked, "What are you playing on that thing?" "Oh, this? Here, take a listen." Blanca perched on the edge of Consuelo's lounge chair, and Ian handed her the Discman. She leaned forward to put the headphones on her head. It was the first time that he had ever touched Blanca. It gave him a tingle. Blanca put on a huge grin the instant she heard the music. "You like Otmar Liebert? No way! This is his first album, Nouveau Flamenco. You really like it?" "Yeah, I sure do. I'm a recent convert to that music. I've really gotten hooked on flamenco guitar since I came down here." She nodded. "Well, Ian, what is currently your favorite band?" "I'd have to say the Gypsy Kings. It's almost hypnotic. From the first time I heard them sing Bamboleo, I just couldn't get it out of my head." Blanca shook her head in disbelief, then smiled, and said softly, "Wow, I really like them too." The next time that Ian met Blanca was at a weeknight dinner party just 3 days later, hosted by Consuelo and Pablo. The evening before, in halting Spanish, Doyle asked Consuelo, "How should I dress for this?" For the first time at one of his immersion class sessions, Consuelo lapsed into English. "Well, it is a dinner. You should wear a coat and a tie." "I'm just TDY down here, and I don't have a suit with me. The only thing I have with a tie is my service dress uniform." "That will be fine. Wear that." Ian arrived early, carrying a clear plastic grocery bag with a bottle of Chilean white wine and a can of almond roca. In the crook of his other arm were 2 large bouquets of white orchids. Inviting him in, Pablo Dalgon said, "You can relax, Ian. We're speaking all English tonight. This is not a class night. Purely social." Ian was taken aback to see that Blanca was already there. Doyle handed the flowers to Consuelo and said, "I brought a bunch for each of you." Pablo exclaimed jokingly, "Oh, how nice of you!
flowers for both of us." Consuelo gave Pablo a sharp look and elbowed him in the ribs, chiding, "He means flowers for both of the ladies." Pablo laughed and said, "I know, just kidding." As Blanca and Consuelo each took their bouquets, Blanca glanced down to see what was in the bag. She recognized the pink can. Her jaw dropped a bit, and she gave Doyle a quizzical look. In rapid damage control mode, Doyle explained, "I heard from Consuelo that you liked almond roca, so I bought a can. To serve with dessert." As Consuelo began serving dinner, Blanca's eyes locked onto the can of candy sitting on the sideboard. Then she stared at Ian. Blanca started laughing. She pointed with a scolding finger at Doyle and said, "Ian, I think you are trying to manipulate me." "Yes, I am, senorita. I freely admit that. But I'm doing so in a kind of nice, gentlemanly way." Through the rest of the dinner, the talk was mainly about aviation and differences between American and Honduran customs. It was a very pleasant evening. Pablo was quiet, as was his nature. Ian and Blanca made plenty of eye contact. Consuelo, clearly looking like a victorious matchmaker, steered the conversation. She often returned to topics in which she gave Ian and Blanca opportunities to ask each other questions and talk about their accomplishments. After dinner, Consuelo served flan with a piece of almond roca, topping each piece of the gelatinous dessert. She was quite the diplomatic hostess. Pablo and Consuelo stepped out to clear the dishes. In phrasing that he had practiced several times with Consuelo's coaching, Ian asked Blanca in Spanish, "Señorita Araneta, I wish to ask your permission to court you in the coming days with completely honorable intentions, if you would be so kind as to have me in your presence." Her answer was immediate. "You may call me Blanca, and yes, you may court me, with your promise to be a gentleman." Their next meeting was a lunch the following day at the airbase canteen, but just as their conversation was starting, it was cut short. One of Blanca's co-workers rushed to their table and exclaimed that the tower boss had fallen ill with the flu, and Blanca was needed back at the control tower. Then he turned and stepped away just as quickly as he had arrived. Blanca stood and said, "I'm now in a hurry here, so this, as you say, is the Reader's Digest version. I like you a lot, Ian. I think you are fascinating. So now it is the time I should take you up to the estancia so me papa can give you the, third degree. You are seeming just way, way too good to be true. And my father, he is an expert at digging out the flaws of character in suitors. We'll see if he can scare you off." She raised her index finger and added, "He has scared off all the others, you know. I'll schedule a dinner for next Saturday." Before he could answer, Blanca smiled, gave a little wave, and dashed away. Ian sat dumbfounded at what he had just heard. Then he said a long, silent prayer and ate his lunch. To meet Blanca's father, Ian decided to wear a suit instead of his service dress uniform. But borrowing a suit that would fit him well took some scrambling, as did finding cufflinks and dress shoes. This turned into an evening-long scavenger hunt for many of the junior officers and GS-9s who lived on his floor of Rick's place. Knocking on doors up and down the hall, Bryce and Pitcher led Doyle and a parade of suit beggars. This turned into a movable party, with plenty of alcohol served. Doyle heard repeatedly, "This deserves a toast." The lovely Blanca Araneta was a legendarily unreachable enigma for anyone who worked in flight operations, so the reactions were a mix of envy and awe. The envy
came mostly from the officers who were there on PCS assignments. They were miffed that a newly arrived TDY-02 could break the ice with Blanca, and so quickly. Blanca drove over from her apartment and picked Ian up at just after 3 p.m. for the hour-long drive to her family's 90-hectare estancia, which was about 3 miles outside of Talanga. Blanca wore a simple black dress with a very modest neckline and hemmed below the knee. She wore very little makeup. Her hair was combed out and worn loosely. This was the first time that Ian had seen it in anything but a simple ponytail. The only adornment she wore was a single, large, teardrop-shaped pearl on a gold chain. Ian thought she looked gorgeous. She definitely had the Grace Kelly vibe going, understated but stunning. The drive north from Tegucigalpa was fairly quiet and revealed the nervousness they both felt. There were just a few comments on the scenery and a bit of travelogue from Blanca on the local history and age of certain buildings. Ian felt a new level of anxiety as she turned the car into the estancia's long driveway. Even from a distance, Doyle could see that the house was huge and that it had stables off to one side. Just before they stepped out of the Mercedes, Ian straightened his borrowed silk tie. Blanca whispered, "Bring your video camera. My papa will want to see pictures." After the maid ushered them in, they met Blanca's father on the screened patio. As was customary, Blanca began the introductions. "Papa, este es mi amigo Ian." Ian carried on haltingly. "Mucho gusto, señor Araneta. Su hija habla de usted con mucha admiración. Es un honor y un placer conocerlo." "I am pleased to meet you, sir. Your daughter speaks with great admiration about you. It is an honor and a pleasure to meet you." Ian did this fairly well, since he had practiced it with Consuelo, but he was obviously nervous. After shaking hands, Arturo Araneta asked, "So, Lieutenant Doyle, my daughter tells me you are a pilot of F-16 fighting planes." "That's right, sir." Pointing to the rucksack on his shoulder, he said, "I brought my camcorder with some movies of myself and some of my squadron mates flying F-16s, if you are interested." Of course. Let's go to the library." Arturo Araneta asked as they walked, "You have this movie in your video camera?" "Yes, sir." "Then let's watch it on my big screen. It is the latest from Japan." The dimly lit library was quite a contrast to the brightness of the patio. It took a while for Doyle's eyes to adjust to the lighting. As they were getting the camera's cable hooked up to the television input jack, Arturo Araneta asked Ian, "So, where did you go to college?" Without looking up, Ian said, "The University of Chicago." Arturo pointed to the jacks on the front of the television and said, "You may attach the cables here." "And what did you study?" "Engineering." Arturo looked at him and said, "There are many types of engineers." "I did a double major in aeronautical engineering and industrial engineering. I also got minor degrees in English literature and military history." The elder gentleman looked impressed. Engineering, excellent. I am surprised that so many other young people waste their time in other trifling fields." He again looked at Ian intently and asked, "That much work must have been difficult. How were your grades?" Ian smiled. "It was a lot of work, but I enjoyed the material. I graduated cum laude." Arturo stood up, smiled slightly while nodding his head, and said, "Very good. Very, very good." With a wave of his hand, the maid brought iced tea, and they sipped it as they watched Ian's videotape. Doyle introduced it by just saying, These clips you'll see were all shot by me from the back seat of a D-model F-16. That's the version with 2 seats. The first clip showed some tight formation flying. The second showed takeoffs, landings, and touch-and-goes. Just before the third segment, Ian voiced the caveat, "Now, this part coming up, it wasn't me at the controls, and I had no warning that my friend was going to do this. I was just along for the ride and to preserve the events for posterity." The video then showed the plane doing slow rolls high over San Francisco, passing through patchy clouds, and then diving to line up west of the city. It then flew under the Golden Gate Bridge and then under the San Francisco Bay Bridge, with the pilot twice exclaiming, "Yee-haw!" Both of the Arenetas gasped and laughed. Ian then commented, "I found out later that Fred had the crew chief disable the plane's transponder so there'd be no comebacks." Arturo chuckled and said, "Very clever, and I'm glad this was not you, flying so illegally." The last segment of the video was several minutes of aerobatics shot over the pilot's shoulder. In one corner of the screen, the plane's altimeter could be seen winding down from 30,000 feet at an alarming rate. The significance of some of the maneuvers was lost on her father, but Blanca was clearly impressed. She kept saying, "Wow," and "double wow." As Ian disconnected his camcorder, Arturo exclaimed, "That was fantastic. Simply fantastic." Next, the subject of tennis came up, as Blanca had warned it always did with her father. He started by saying, "You know, seeing San Francisco in that videotape reminds me." He spent the next half hour in an animated description of how he had toured the United States playing tennis tournaments in the 1980s, and how he had learned to disco dance. He ended by mentioning, "You know, when I was there, I became so fascinated with your basketball. Other than tennis, that is now the sport I watched the most on the satellite television." "Really?" Ian asked. "What is your favorite American team?" The Honduran replied, "Oh, the Detroit Pistons, most definitely." Ian laughed. "Did Blanca mention that I was raised near Detroit?" Arturo Araneta put on a huge grin. Ian put in hesitantly, "Although, I've got to say I'm just as much a Lakers fan as I am a fan of the Pistons." "The Lakers, they are a fine team too, but sometimes, with all their physicality, they lack the, finesse and control of the Pistons." Just when Doyle thought that he could not have hit it off more perfectly, Arturo asked, "So, what does a fighter jockey like you do for hobbies?" "I like to run, swim, and I do a lot of target shooting." Araneta chortled. "You're a shooter. Come with me, my boy, and I will show you my modest gun collection." As the three of them walked together toward the other wing of the house, Blanca laughed and whispered, "The long-lost son returns." As they walked, Ian glanced over his shoulder and noticed the maid following 5 paces back, dutifully carrying a tray with their drinks. He realized that this sort of life would take some getting used to. They spent the next half hour chit-chatting and admiring guns pulled out of a climate-controlled walk-in vault. Araneta had a huge collection of perhaps 200 guns and 50 swords and sabers. Sitting on a large wooden stand in the center of the vault room was an exquisitely ornamented saddle with a saber and a pair of holstered horse pistols. The saddle was clearly the centerpiece of his collection. Arturo explained, "This saddle belonged to a lieutenant of Simon Bolivar. I bought it by private treaty from a collector before it could go to auction." Doyle noted that Arturo's collection was eclectic.
ranging from a 16th century Chinese hand cannon to one of the latest Colt Anaconda revolvers. But the collection mostly emphasized muzzleloaders and horse pistols, representing 400 years of development for the latter. In deference to the humid climate in Honduras, they all wore white cotton gloves as they handled the guns. As they were examining his modern guns, Araneta asked, "What do you think of Blanca's Glock 19? "You have a Glock?" Ian asked Blanca, surprised. Blanca answered with a slight tone of condescension. "Yes, of course. The one I carry every day in my flight bag. It's got night sights on it. I'm a very good shot." "I had no idea that you packed." Blanca laughed and said, "You Yankees have no idea how many Hondurans carry guns every day of the week. We just make no big deal about it. Daddy bought me the Glock and also the Mercedes. The car is intentionally old and ugly on the outside, but it has a brand-new engine and transmission. Actually, the rust spots on the door panels are not really rust. They are just painted on. It's the perfecto anti-kidnapping car. Not like anything anyone would expect me to drive. Even so, it is built like a tank and could knock most other cars off the road." Ian stroked his chin and said, "The more I learn about you, Senorita, the more there is to like about you. You're the complete package. She flies, she swims, she shoots, she dresses tastefully, she drives a stealth tank, she likes flamenco guitar." "You left out that I'm a great cook and an excellent dancer." All three of them laughed. Finally, they sat down to a 4-course dinner that was served by the cook and dutifully attended by the maid. The conversation over dinner ranged from flying to shooting to duck hunting to Arturo's recollections of what Blanca was like as a little girl and, of course, to tennis. Ian got to try out some of his new Spanish phrases. His fractured grammar and conjugational follow-ups earned him a lot of good-spirited laughter. Arturo was gracious, saying only, "You are learning quickly, my boy, and I'm glad to hear you use a good Castilian accent. So many Americans I meet, even scientists and engineers, are educated only in the gutter Spanish." After a long pause, Arturo glanced over the top of his glasses and asked gravely, "Are you Catholic?" "Yes, sir. Born and raised Irish Catholic. I still attend Mass faithfully." Realizing that he was taking a huge risk of offending his host, he added, "But additionally, I have come to more of a personal faith in Jesus Christ. Between him and me, I feel no need of a mediator. The Pope and the priests are fine for ceremony, but I truly feel that I'm saved personally, by Jesus, by faith in him alone, by his grace, and with my sins paid for by his sacrifice on the cross. I love Jesus with all mi corazón." Arturo brightened and clasped his hand on Ian's shoulder. "I feel the same way also. It is refreshing to hear that from a fellow member of the church." Everything continued to go well until it was time for cigars and brandy. Arturo was slightly miffed when Ian accepted a snifter, but refused a cigar, saying, "Lo siento mucho, señor, but I don't smoke. Yo no fumo." As he trimmed and lit his cigar, Arturo tut-tutted and then said resignedly, "Oh, well, you pilots are such health nuts. You don't know what you're missing. Honduran cigars are just as good as Los Cubanos. But I can say I now smoke only about one of these a month." Blanca joked, "You know, Daddy, I gave up cigars years ago, when I decided to follow in the steps of Amelia Earhart." As Blanca gave Ian a ride back to the base,
She went on and on about how well Ian had gotten along with her father, mentioning how unprecedented that was. After a couple of minutes of driving on in silence, she said simply, "I think he really likes you, Ian." "I like him, too." Then he asked, "Where'd you get that pearl necklace?" "Before they were married, my father and mother went on a trip to Islas de la Bahia. Those are our bay islands on the east coast. They were snorkeling, and Daddy dove to bring up an oyster. Inside of this oyster was this pearl. Later on that same day, my father asked my mother to marry him. The pearl, it was too big and fragile for a ring, so it was placed on this necklace. Ever since then, my father nicknamed my mother Conchita, which means little oyster, and now he sometimes calls me that." After a long pause, she added, "My mother gave me this when she was dying of the cancer." "Lo siento mucho, Blanca." "It's okay. That was a long time ago." "May I call you Conchita?" Blanca giggled. "Yes, Ian, you may, but not in public. You see, among the lower classes, especially in Argentina, Conchita has a different, very crude meaning. So please, don't you call me that around other people, or at least around anyone from Argentina." "Sí, mi Conchita." She drove on in silence, obviously deep in thought. After passing through the formalities with the airbase's gate guards, Blanca turned to face Ian and said, "You know, Mr. Lieutenant Doyle, you were very clever finding out all those things about me from Consuelo." "Yes, I must admit I do overplan things." "So, why did you do all that? The orchids and the almond roca? I think also the flamenco music?" Her voice grew sharp. "Why?" Doyle coughed nervously. "Because, I fell in love with your voice on the radio from the tower, even before I ever laid eyes on you. And when someone like me loves someone as much as I love you, well, I'm the kind of guy that will nearly warp space and time just to make everything fall into place. I am absolutely head over heels, crazy in love with you, Blanca." Just then, her car reached the driving circle in front of the White House. "Perhaps I will see you again, Ian," she said, ushering him out with a wave and a smile. He blew her a kiss. As her eyes lingered on him for a moment, he added, half shouting, "Encantado, señorita." As he approached the front steps of the White House, Ian Doyle stopped in his tracks. He realized why Blanca had worn the pearl necklace. That pearl had been a key part of her father's marriage proposal to her mother. Wearing it had been her way of telling her father, "This man is bona fide marriage material." The next few weeks were a blur. The squadron's operational tempo increased, and Ian was flying a lot. Most of his contact with Blanca was by correspondence. Their love letters began cordially, but became more familiar and gained a note of passion as time went on. Partly because 2 of the Hondo expedition pilots had fallen ill with traveler's tummy, Ian was flying as much as 6 days a week, a grueling pace. Most of Ian's missions were uneventful. The only real excitement came on a couple flights when his plane's radar warning receiver went off over hostile territory. These were mainly gun-dish radars, part of Russian-built ZSU-23-4s, 4-barrel, 23mm anti-aircraft cannons. The plane's radar warning receiver, RWR, going off caused a bit of angst, and prompted some lively discussion at the post-flight debriefings. On a Sunday, 40 days into his Honduras rotation, Blanca took Ian flying. Above his objection to split the cost, she treated him to a 2-hour rental in her favorite plane, an Italian-built Pioneer P-200. It was a very small, sleek, low-wing plane that had unusual dual sticks in a side-by-side cockpit. As they approached the plane for their pre-flight, Doyle said, "I was expecting you to rent some zippy biplane with seats fore and aft." She grinned. "I think a side-by-side configuration like this is much more, romantica, no?" Quickly changing subjects, she said, "The dry weight of this bird is only 260 kilos, light as a feather." "Oh, man, that is light. Did you know that an F-16 weighs about 12,000 kilos, fully fueled?" Blanca was wearing a very attractive white flight suit with zippers everywhere. As they walked around the plane, checking the fuel tanks, wiggling the wings, and checking the flaps and rudder, Doyle's eyes kept drifting back to Blanca. The flight suit certainly accentuated her trim figure. They pulled the chocks and climbed aboard. Sitting in the plane's left seat, he admired Blanca's finesse as she worked the radio and rolled out to the taxi strip, craning her head to do repeated 360 eyeballs of both the plane's control surfaces and her surroundings. She didn't miss a beat. After getting takeoff clearance, she punched in the throttle and took off after a surprisingly short roll. Climbing out at 700 feet per minute, she took the plane up to 10,000 feet and headed west as they chatted about the plane's characteristics. "What's this bird stress for?" Ian asked. 4 Gs pos and 2 Gs negative." Doyle nodded approvingly. Blanca continued. "It's been upgraded to a 110-horsepower plant. She'll do 145 miles per hour at altitude. Red line is 5,600 RPMs. Oh, and watch your sink rate if you pull more than a 60 degrees bank. I think you'll like flying it. It takes very light control forces. I love this plane because you don't have to muscle the stick." Glancing at the GPS, she declared, "Okay, hombre, now we are outside of the TCA, and we can play." Banking sharply left and right to get a view under the plane's wings, and swiveling her head, she said, "I see empty skies." Doyle echoed, "Ditto. I confirm I see no traffic. Let's play." Blanca snugged the straps on her X-harness, and, with no cue needed, Doyle did likewise. Blanca then immediately launched into a series of aerobatics that would have made most other passengers puke. Doyle was whooping and laughing. She burned through 7,000 feet in less than a minute, doing rolls, loops, and spins. At one point, Blanca's flight bag levitated to the ceiling as they pulled negative Gs. Doyle snatched it and tucked it under his arm. After climbing back up to 10,000 feet, Blanca put on a devilish grin. She launched into another series of maneuvers, even more violent. At one point, Ian's vision narrowed from the effect of pulling 3 Gs. Doyle never once felt tempted to take the controls, even when she intentionally put the plane into a flat spin. She deftly recovered, and they both laughed. She climbed once again and put the plane through a pair of Immelman turns and then a neat 4-point roll. "Now, you show me something," she said, making a show of throwing her hands up off the stick. Quickly drying his palms on his pant legs, Doyle grasped the other stick. He then took a couple of tentative turns, getting a feel for the aircraft. He throttled the engine up slightly and then adjusted the trim wheel to counteract the propeller's torque. This took a couple of tries to get just right,
since he was unfamiliar with the gradation of the wheel. "Valet, you just showed me a very nice 4-point roll. Now, this is an 8-pointer. After completing the roll, he continued, "And this is a 16-pointer. After completing the second roll, he said, "Sorry, that was a little sloppy. I'm not used to a plane where I'm fighting prop torque like this. Flying jets spoils a man." After a beat, he shouted, "Hands on stick!" She obliged. He then declared, "It's your aircraft," and dropped his hands. She was quizzical.
"What? That's all you show me?"
As she resumed control, he explained, "Look, Blanca, I didn't come up here to show off my fighter jack stuff. I came to see you do your thing."
And what do you think?"
"I think you're beautiful, and I think that your flying is just as beautiful. Muy bella." Blanca beamed and deftly banked to dive toward Lake Yoho, visible in the distance. In the dive, their ground speed got above 160. He truly was impressed by her flying ability. He recognized that she was a natural for stick and rudder, as well as situational awareness. The thing that impressed him the most was her gracefulness in both right and left-hand turns. Most pilots were good at only one or the other, depending on their handedness. He commented to her on this, and she explained,
"Me papa, he's the tennis guy. Since I was a little girl, he insists that I learn everything ambidextrous. No, ambidextrously, even with the holding of a fork."
"La tenedor," Doyle reminded himself aloud from a recent lesson.
"El tenedor,"
she corrected. "Sorry, I always get my masculines and feminines mixed up." She turned to give him another smile.
"I think you are very masculine, Ian."
With the aerobatic maneuvering over, they both loosened their harnesses. Back in level flight and approaching the lago, Blanca again pushed the stick forward to swoop down low over the water. The plane scared up a huge flock of ducks. Marveling at the size of the flock of multicolored brown and black birds, Ian asked, "What are those?"
"Here we call them suririri piquerojo. In English they are called, I think, the black-bellied whistling duck."
They flew well above the flock, safe from any bird strikes. Blanca repeatedly banked the plane to get a better view. Then, after circling back, she pulled the throttle out, transitioning to slow flight to orbit the enormous flock. It looked like a veritable cloud of ducks. Ian snapped pictures with his camera. She then advanced the throttle to its mid-range and flew away from the lake back toward Tegucigalpa. Ian felt ecstatic. "Wow! That was an incredible sight, Blanca." Ian reached over to place his hand on Blanca's shoulder. He realized that it was the second time he had ever touched her. He asked, "Will you marry me?" She punched the throttle to the firewall, and the acceleration threw Ian back against his seat. She looked straight ahead and then glanced down at the instruments. At first Ian thought that he had angered her. Then she turned and smiled.
"Of course I will marry you, Ian. But I gotta land this plane first."
Chapter 25. A Tight Spot. Anyone who clings to the historically untrue and thoroughly immoral doctrine that violence never solves anything, I would advise to conjure up the ghosts of Napoleon Bonaparte and of the Duke of Wellington and let them debate it. The ghost of Hitler could referee, and the jury might well be the dodo, the great auk, and the passenger pigeon. Violence, naked force, has settled more issues in history than has any other factor, and the contrary opinion is wishful thinking at its worst. Breeds that forget this basic truth have always paid for it with their lives and freedoms. Robert A. Heinlein, Starship Troopers. In the first week of July, several of the men from the compound, including Alex, Ian, and Dr. K, were part of a firewood-cutting expedition to the nearby Prescott National Forest. Traveling in a 4-pickup convoy, they went beyond the ponderosa pines at the lower elevations to cut Douglas fir trees, mostly along the road that led to the Mingus Mountain Campground. 3 exhausting day-long trips each took 12 hours at 3-day intervals. On the 3rd day of the woodcutting enterprise, Blanca was on guard duty. She was startled to hear the sound of breaking glass downstairs. She left the ringer engaged for 30 seconds continuously, followed by 3 short rings. This signal told everyone that the compound was being attacked by infiltrators. Blanca thought that it would be safest to get back in the hot tub pillbox. She poked the muzzle of her M16 out of the hot tub, rotated the gun's safety to semi, and held still. She sighted the gun on the bedroom door, looking through the screen door that divided the bedroom from the deck. The man who walked into the bedroom was armed with a carbine that looked a lot like Alex's Mini-14, except that it was shiny, perhaps stainless steel or chrome-plated, and it had a folding stock. The bullet hit him square in the chest. He went down, screaming and spurting blood. He didn't stop screaming and gasping for nearly a minute, and twitched for nearly another full minute after that. Blanca was horrified by what she had done. She had never imagined so much blood could come out of someone, and since she had never hunted, she was unprepared to see the man thrashing. Despite the fact that she had pushed her rifle's muzzle out beyond the lip of the hot tub, her ears were ringing. Just as she was wondering what to do next, she heard several shots coming from the far side of the compound and some indistinct shouts. Then there were 2 more shots. They sounded different. She surmised that these were pistol shots. An hour later, Blanca heard the full story. A group of 5 men and 1 woman, all armed, had attempted to sneak into the compound in broad daylight, assuming that they'd find the 4 families with their guard down. The end result was that the compound had more compost for their garden and more guns for their arsenal. Blanca inherited the Mini-14 from the man who she'd shot from the deck. Alex was impressed with the gun, explaining that it was a scarce GB model, like those sold to police departments and prison systems. Unlike a standard Mini-14, this gun had a factory flash hider and a factory side-folding stock. It was also made of stainless steel, rendering it less vulnerable to the elements. Alex declared it a keeper. He gave Blanca 6 original factory magazines for the gun and a pair of M16 triple-magazine pouches to carry them in. Chapter 26. A Fair Share. A pistol defends your property and your person from unanticipated and barely anticipated threats from thieves and robbers. With it, you can control your immediate environment. A rifle defends your freedom from oppressors and tyrants. With it, you can enforce your will. Gabe Suarez. Hancomer, Texas, December, the 1st year. After La Fuerza had cleaned out everything of use from the stores in Anahuac, they moved north. Their next target was the small town of Hancomer. It was so small that they were able to clean it out house to house. Once that process started, many of the town's 500 residents fled, most of them on foot. It was in Hancomer that Garcia found Rodrigo Cruz. Garcia was about ready to order him killed, along with the others, when Cruz shouted, "Wait! You need me, man!" "Why do I need you, pendejo?" Garcia questioned. Pointing to the big M2 machine gun on a pintle mount atop a V-100, he said, "I seen your guys fiddling with that Browning 50. They could only get it to fire single shot.
The timing is screwed up. I can fix that. I was an armorer in the Marines. I know how to set headspace and timing, all that stuff. I got a whole set of machine gun manuals and some tools in my house."
Ignacio snorted. "Show me, and maybe I'll let you live." After Hancomer, La Fuerza continued brazenly hitting small towns in East Texas. They first swung in a large arc north and then westward. They skipped Dayton, but then hit Hardin and Moss Hill. In Moss Hill, Garcia found a full-length mink coat for his wife, who had chronically complained of being cold. That immediately became a status symbol for all the wives and girlfriends of the gang members. They all wanted a full-length fur coat, and eventually they got them. Mostly mink, but some raccoon and fox skin. They wore them so often that the coats became a trademark of La Fuerza. After losing one of their pickups in a spectacular fire, Garcia ordered that they replace their fleet of unarmored vehicles with diesel engine equivalents as quickly as they could find them. They eventually standardized with pickups and vans with Ford Powerstroke 6-liter diesel engines. They systematically stole everyone that they came across, gradually re-equipping their small army. Their raiding methodology was simple. Send one pickup ahead with a husband, wife, and 2 or 3 kids to scout, acting like innocent refugees. They would use a CB to relay the situation. Then the entire convoy would be timed to arrive at dawn. Any resistance was crushed. They took what they wanted: fuel, vehicles, tires, food, batteries, cutting torches, guns, ammunition, liquor, drugs, gold, and jewelry. Then they left. In some of the smallest towns where they met any shooting opposition, they killed everyone that they could find. They stayed in those towns longer and stripped them to the bone. But typically they would just barge into a town, loot and scoot. They very soon learned that it wasn't safe to stay in a large town overnight after looting, so they spent most of their nights camped at parks, airports, and wildlife refuges, wherever they could find plentiful water. Their modus operandi was to hit a town, spend the day looting, and then travel at least 25 miles before dark to camp. It was after losing 2 more vehicles in a gun battle in Livingston that Garcia acquired his first 2 civilian armored trucks. One of his scouts found these parked in a lot on the east side of College Station, Texas. They had been owned by an armored car company that specialized in servicing ATM machines. Getting the keys only took a few minutes of torture. Eventually, they gathered more and more armored trucks and vans as they went, mainly from the Rochester and Garda armored car agencies. Garcia and his family soon traveled exclusively in one of the armored car company trucks. It was a 2.5-ton, built on a 1998 Ford F800 chassis with a 5.9 Cummins diesel engine. Because of its box-like shape, Ignacio jokingly called it his bread truck. La Fuerza accumulated a large collection of young armed men in its wake. Wherever he went, Garcia recruited those he met who were smart, skilled, and ruthless. As it turned out, most of them were paroled convicts, recently escaped convicts, and members of the MS-13 gang, which have been a natural gathering place for hardened criminals. Ignacio wanted to build up La Fuerza rapidly, so that he could have at least 100 vehicles rolling into a town all at once. Very few would defy that show of force, at least not for long. Their casualties when raiding small towns were fairly light. They made a point of never hitting any town with a population more than 2,000. To Garcia's surprise, most of their losses came when they were camped at night. Typically, in the dead of the night, a shot or 2 would ring out, and one of their sentries would go down, often shot in the back from outside their perimeter. Then the camp would be in an uproar, and patrols would be sent out with night vision goggles, but they'd usually find nothing. Sometimes they'd find just an accidentally dropped magazine or a piece of fired brass. Tony would say matter-of-factly, "Militia bastards." They had so many tires shot out, usually when they'd first arrive in a town, that they eventually settled on carrying 6 spares mounted on rims on the roof of every vehicle. Eventually, it was the loss of tires that forced them to abandon the Saracen APCs one after the other as they went along. The Saracens used special run-flat tires with a hard rubber inner rim. This size tire was not one stocked by American truck tire dealers. According to files that his wife had saved on her laptop, there was a dealer on the East Coast that catered to MVPA members who had a pile of tires and wheels for Saracens. But to Garcia, those might just as well be on the moon. Once the outer tire was punctured by gunfire, it shredded and came off within 200 miles. Then the APC's top speed dropped to under 25 miles per hour, and they became more difficult to steer. La Fuerza's convoys needed to travel at least 40 miles an hour. In contrast, they were able to keep the Caddy Gauge V100s on the road because they used fairly standard tires that were found on some front-end loaders. One of the V100s did have its rear transaxle fail, but they were able to replace it with one salvaged from a ubiquitous M35 deuce-and-a-half Army transport truck. Some of La Fuerza's favorite targets were firehouses, for 2 reasons. First, their kitchens often had well-stocked pantries with large containers of staple foods like pasta, rice, and beans. Secondly, and more importantly, they almost always had their selection of tools intact. These included Halligan pry bars, large traditional crowbars, fire axes, and gas engine-powered automated prying jaws of life, or, as Ignacio called them, jaws of loot. All of these tools proved invaluable to the gang when they needed to break into a building or a home gun vault. The Halligans were particularly useful in prying doors away from their door frames. They found that once door frames were separated, the doors could be easily just kicked open. In West Texas, La Fuerza crossed paths with a gang that was affiliated with MS-13. Calling themselves Los Lobos, the Wolves, the gang was headed by Adolfo Cantares. This gang numbered 120, and, like La Fuerza, they had been skipping from town to town. They were less sophisticated than La Fuerza, but they were just as ruthless. Rather than fighting them or competing with them, Ignacio decided to assimilate Los Lobos. He called for a meeting with their leader and proposed that they work together to loot Floydada, Texas. This was agreeable, since the town was too large for either gang to take independently. After they had taken Floydada, Ignacio called for a celebratory feast and rape party. The gangs met at the Floydada Inn for the party. Ignacio made arrangements in advance to have one of his men poison the drinks of Cantares, his girlfriend, and his second-in-command. He did this late in the evening, after everyone was well liquored and high on various drugs. The next morning, Garcia blamed the 3 deaths on drug overdoses. He then declared, "We are heading to New Mexico. Anyone from Los Lobos is welcome to join us, but you will be under my command." Everyone joined. Garcia's now greatly enlarged gang cut a swath through southern New Mexico and southern Arizona. As the gang continued to grow, they could hit towns as large as 20,000 people, with relative impunity. 20 miles off the coast of Guinea-Bissau, December, the first year. The Duro Braves was making steady progress down the coast of Guinea-Bissau. The plan was to work their way far enough south, following the Canary Current on the old Clipper route, with the goal of catching the northeast trade winds to sail west across the Atlantic. Karsten Sims warned, "We must stay out of the South Atlantic High. We mustn't get out in the doldrums. On paper, a plant course looks like a longer route, but in actuality, it is the fastest and safest route to Central America. The alternative is sailing the North Atlantic, but we daren't do that in winter. During Taft's afternoon watch, Andy was awoken by a shout. "Could be trouble! Speedboat! Coming up from behind!" Andy rolled out of the sail locker and trotted down the length of the cabin, blinking in the sudden transition to daylight. He could see that Taft's family and Donna Sims were seated at the salon table, wide-eyed. The twins were both still holding hands of playing cards. Andy popped out the hatch to the aft deck and was handed a pair of binoculars by Taft. He focused on the boat, which was 400 yards astern, and gaining quickly. The Duro Bravis was under full sail 1/4 into the wind. Lane reckoned that even if they turned for full wind, they'd still be outrun by the speedboat. "Break out the air softs," Andy ordered. Sims complied, pulling the 2 fake submachine guns from a locker beneath one of the forward cabin V-berths. The seat cushions were hastily tossed aside, and the locker lid was swung open. No one was on the low forward deck of the speedboat, but there were a couple of heads that could be seen through the windshield. Lane set down the binoculars and unholstered his pistol. Donna took the wheel, while Karsten, Andy, and Alan positioned themselves, kneeling on the deck with their elbows on the aft bench and their guns held below the stern rail, making a show of force, just as they had practiced. Karsten shouted to his wife, "Hold that course!" When the boat was within 60 yards, 2 men with AKMs popped up from prone positions on the foredeck seats and pointed their guns toward the Duro Bravis. But before they could shoot, Andy took 3 well-aimed shots. A bullet struck one of the gunmen in the chest, and he collapsed, dropping out of sight. Simultaneously, the other gunman let loose a wild burst of full-auto fire, aimed much too high to be effective. Andy fired 4 more times, with 1 bullet hitting the man in the neck. He, too, dropped out of sight. Now just 15 yards astern, the speedboat veered off sharply, and Andy rapidly emptied his pistol into the exposed side of the boat, concentrating his fire on the cockpit and just forward of it. Lane did a quick reload, tossed his empty 20-round magazine through the hatch, and shouted, "Refill that, Jules!" The speedboat made a run for the coast, with no sign of turning back toward them. Alan Taft looked pale. He stuttered, Did you see the blood spraying up from those men? The men on the front deck?" Lane nodded gravely, but then he turned and said calmly to Angie, "You can go back to your card game now." After that incident, Sims changed their course to take them farther offshore. They found 7 bullet holes in the canvas near the top of the mainsail. Patching the holes took less than an hour. The trip across the Atlantic was surprisingly uneventful. With favorable winds and currents, they averaged 140 miles per day for most of the journey. The cramped quarters on the Duro Bravis led to a few arguments, but overall everyone got along fairly well. Simone Taft never had much harmony with Andy. She had been born in Paris, but raised in London. She had a universally condescending attitude, even toward her husband. One day, in the midst of a disagreement about where and when hand-washed clothes should be hung up to dry, Simone got belligerent with Lane. She chided, "I don't like you, Anders, and I don't like guns. If it weren't for your pistol, you'd still be in England." Correction. If it weren't for my pistol, we'd all be shark food right now. Ma'am, you need to get used to how the real world operates. She shut up after that. Chapter 27. Hunkered Down. Every action is seen to fall into one of 3 main categories: guarding, hitting, or moving. Here, then, are the elements of combat,
whether in war or pugilism. B. H. Liddell Hart. Strategy, 1929. Bloomfield, New Mexico, January, the second year. The economy of the Four Corners was in shambles, with the power miraculously still on, but the value of the dollar destroyed. The few merchants left in business soon reverted to simple barter or taking pre-1965 mint date silver coinage for payment. The most commonly accepted currencies were silver dimes, silver quarters, 22 long rifle rimfire cartridges, cigarettes, and boxes of new mason jar lids. All of the local banks and credit unions soon closed, but one community bank eventually reopened as a warehouse bank, primarily for the use of its vault space by local merchants who needed a safe place to store their silver coinage. Eventually, they bought another disused bank building as a second branch, just for the use of their vault space. Word quickly spread that there was still gasoline available for sale, and the power was still on in Bloomfield and Farmington. Customers drove from as far away as Moab, Utah, Durango, Colorado, Tuba City, Arizona, and Window Rock, New Mexico. Many of them drove pea-cups that were crammed full with enough gas cans to give a fire marshal a heart attack. The byword was, "Come with silver coin or don't come at all." The Bloomfield refinery started to do a land office retail business, but Elroy wanted to work out wholesale deals with gas stations as soon as possible. The steady flow of retail customers coming through the gate represented a security risk. Soon after working the deal with Alan Archer, Martin set up a similar gas-on-credit arrangement with Antonio Jaquez, the owner of a gas station in Bloomfield. Jaquez, who came from one of the early pioneer families in the region, reopened his gas station. He did a brisk business and gradually built quite a pile of silver coins. Muddy Pond, Tennessee, November the first year. It was a great place to ride out the crunch. Ben Fielding believed that he had landed in Muddy Pond, Tennessee, providentially. 10 years before the economy fell apart, Ben was an associate attorney in a Nashville law firm. He had been hired to defend a Mennonite man who had been charged in a wrongful death lawsuit filed by the family of a tourist killed in a fall from a hay wagon. When he traveled to Overton County to see the scene of the accident and interview the defendant, Ben fell in love with the area. There, he met two other Messianic Jewish families like his own, and he developed an affinity for the dozens of Mennonites who would become his neighbors. Although he had differences with them on some points of Christian doctrine and their hyper-pacifism, he admired their hard work and clean living. When he returned home, he described the village to his wife, Rebecca, and they committed the issue to prayer. As Jewish believers in Jesus, they had an active prayer life and believed in heeding God's guidance in how, when, and where they should live. Shortly after first seeing Overton County, and after much prayer, Ben felt led to shift to a body of law that would enable him to work from home. He transitioned to wills, trusts, and estates law. A year later, he was able to quit the firm and go into practice for himself, working from home. His law practice was ideal for this. His clientele grew by word of mouth, and eventually he had clients from all over the nation. 8 years before the crunch, he bought a 40-acre farm near Muddy Pond and soon moved Rebecca and their 5 children there. Muddy Pond was a 90-mile drive east of Nashville and an 80-mile drive west of Knoxville. The town, located on the upper Cumberland Plateau, was several turns off of any major road, so only local traffic passed through. Aside from a few bed-and-breakfast yuppie tourists who sought out plain people quaintness, few Tennesseans had ever heard of Muddy Pond. The village had a general store
and just one summer tourist attraction, a horse-powered sorghum press. Without planning it, or, as Ben said, by Hashem's providence, the Fieldings were in the right place at the right time when the crunch occurred. His 1960s Mennonite-built farmhouse had a good well that produced 22 gallons per minute. A water tower above it was kept filled by a very reliable Dempster windmill. The house lights were propane, and he heated the house with wood and coal. Their only modern conveniences, necessitated by Ben's law practice, were 2 phone lines and a wind-powered alternative energy system with a 2.4-kilowatt SkyStream windmill and 6 sharp solar photovoltaic panels. The Fielding family did most of their cooking with a propane range. There was also a propane engine backup generator for the battery bank, but they only rarely had to run it. Right after they had purchased the farm, Ben was shocked with an estimate of $18,500 to have the Cookeville Electric Department extend the power lines to his farm. After doing some pricing, he concluded that it would be less expensive to simply make his own power. He hired Lightwave Solar Electric in Nashville to install the PV panels and Ready-Made Resources in Tellico Plains, Tennessee, to install the SkyStream wind generator. As the crunch set in, Ben assessed his situation. He concluded that his family's greatest need would be more propane storage, so he replaced their existing 250-gallon leased tank with an 1,800-gallon tank that he purchased. He also ordered an extra 2 tons of coal. This exceeded the capacity of their basement coal bin, so they stored the rest in the pallet boxes in the barn. There was still a bit of gasoline available, for $18.99 per gallon, but no cans for sale. Ben filled the tanks on all of his vehicles, including his ATV, and his 4 5-gallon gas cans, but that still left him feeling woefully short of gasoline for an extended emergency. By the time that Rebecca suggested filling some steel milk cans with gasoline, all of the gas stations had closed. Ben did his best to stock up on ammunition for his rifle and pistol, but he found very little available. Altogether, he had less than 700 rounds. But by scouring the Internet, he did manage to find some exorbitantly priced spare magazines for his pistol, an HK USP Compact 45, and his rifle, a Galil Arm 308. After hearing the news about the riots spreading all over America's cities, Ben gathered his family for an evening of devotional study. His wife and children gathered on the 2 living room couches. That night, he had selected Proverbs 1:24 through 33 for their reading. He thought it was particularly fitting, given the news headlines. He read aloud, "Because I have called, and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand, and no man regarded. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you. Then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For that they hated knowledge, and did not choose the fear of the Lord. They would none of my counsel, they despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way, and be filled with their own devices. For the turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil." Chapter 28. Terminal Ballistics. There exists a law, not written down anywhere, but inborn in our hearts, a law which comes to us not by training or custom or reading, a law which has come to us not from theory but from practice, not by instruction but by natural intuition. I refer to the law which lays down that if our lives are endangered by plots or violence or armed robbers or enemies, any and every method of protecting ourselves is morally right. Marcus Tullius Cicero, 106 to 43 B.C. South of Farmington, New Mexico, April, the 2nd year. In the April of the year after the crunch began, Lars was summoned to the Nappy headquarters, 7 miles south of Farmington, for some consulting work. He was told that an isolated Nappy grain elevator had been taken over by an armed gang. One of the employees had been shot during the takeover and had died a day later. Lars drove to meet the Nappy president at the company headquarters. He was a Navajo in his 60s. With him in the conference room were a group of 9 younger men, all tribal members. Lars queried, "How many men were there?" One of the employees raised his hand. "Hey, there was a bunch, maybe 10 of them. They're Mexicans. They drove up in 3 pickups and a minivan. There was just 3 of us there, and only 2 of us had guns. They shot Alvin first thing, so we ran. We had to carry Alvin part of the way to our pickups." One of the men asked Lane anxiously, "So, what do we do? Are we going to rush them?" Lars shook his head. No. Why risk taking any more casualties? Tell me, is there any really pressing need for any of that grain in the next few weeks? The Nappy president answered, "No, not really. We also got a tribal storehouse in town. It's got enough, I suppose, even for the rest of the winter." "So we wait them out and engage them on our own terms. What is the water situation at the elevator?" "A cistern above ground. I think it's 500 gallons. We have to haul in the water for that. There's a flush toilet in the building that we don't use much because it wastes water. Instead, we use a drop toilet about 75 yards out back behind some gamble oaks. But we don't dare tell the health department about it. No permit. And it sure don't meet no code." "Is the cistern a metal tank or masonry brick?" "Neither. It's one of the new blue poly ones." "No other source of water there?" "Nope, not for miles." Lane laughed and asked, "Who here is a good shot with a deer rifle?" Several men raised their hands. Lars said, "I've got a silver dollar for whoever can punch a hole in the side of that tank within 3 inches of the bottom." The men laughed uproariously, realizing that they could simply force the bandits out by depriving them of water. Lars laid out the plan. "We'll set up 2-man teams with scoped rifles in shallow foxhole positions, 350 yards out. We'll use 3 teams with full coverage of the elevator buildings. We'll make sure that they each have night vision scopes or monoculars." One of the men protested. 350 yards? That's an awful long way to shoot. Lars asked the entire assembled group, "Have any of you heard of Simo Heha?" They gave him blank looks. Lane continued. "He was a sniper from Finland in the Second World War. He was the world's most successful sniper. I read that he had more than 500 confirmed kills. My dad said that Simo Heha was quoted as saying, 'When you are shooting at wild game, never shoot from 200 meters when you can shoot from 20 meters. But when you are in combat, never shoot from 100 meters when you can shoot from 300 meters. You'll live longer.'" Bradfordsville, Kentucky, February the 2nd year.
Each day that the Seed Lady's store was open, Tyree stood guard in the back room with the shotgun leaning against the wall. He spent most of his days there, absorbed in reading by lantern light. The partition between the two rooms was just a single thickness of horizontal 1x8 tongue-and-groove knotty pine boards, supported by 24 studs. The many small knotholes in the pine boards provided ample opportunity for Tyree to peer through the wall. Under Grand-Mère Amelie's instruction, Tyree gently tapped out 3 large knots at shoulder level to give him the chance to shoot through the wall if need be. Each of these knots was replaced loosely and labeled with a piece of phosphorescent tape. These knot plugs could be easily popped out from behind the wall with just a forward thrust of the shotgun's muzzle. Whenever Tyree heard the bell at the store's front door ring, he would spy through a knothole to observe the new-coming customer. By prearranged signal, if his mother rested her hands on the counter, that indicated all was well and he could go back to his studies. But if she stood with arms akimbo or folded across her chest, then that meant that Tyree was to be vigilant and keep the shotgun in hand. And if Tyree ever heard his mother shout, "My husband is watching over me," then that was the cue for Tyree to rack a shell into the chamber of the Remington. The first year that they were open for business, he had to do that only twice. Both times, that distinctive sound cleared everyone out of the store very rapidly. 4 months after they opened the store, Sheila bartered for 2 pieces of 3/8-inch thick plate steel. They both measured 28 inches wide by 4 feet tall. To create some armored protection for Tyree, these 2 plates were stacked together and positioned below one of the pop-out knotholes. The heavy plates were held in place with 2 lengths of perforated plumber's steel strapping tape nailed to the studs. Most of Sheila Randall's business was in bartering items of like value or for pre-1965 silver coins. She eagerly sought heirloom seeds for all vegetables. But when she traded her precious, commercially packaged seeds for saved seed from family gardens, she did so at a 1-to-5 ratio, explaining, "I know my seeds are all fresh, and they are guaranteed to sprout, but I can't say that about yours, so my trading ratio is firm and non-negotiable." She later resold the homegrown seeds at a substantial discount compared to what she charged for her commercially packed heirloom seeds. A large whiteboard on the wall behind the south display cases listed current wants, specials, and freebies. A corkboard was put up next to the whiteboard for customers to post their for sale and wanted items on 3x5-inch cards. It took hundreds of trades, but Sheila gradually built up a substantial inventory. Some overstock went in the back room. Eventually, a larger sign on a slab board above the front overhang dwarfed her original window signs. It read, "Bradfordsville General Store, S. Randall, Proprietor." As her inventory grew, Sheila started trading for items of greater value. One of her first major purchases was a .41 Colt Army double-action revolver. It was an ancient gun, with hardly any bluing left on it, and one of its grips was badly chipped at the bottom. But at least it was mechanically sound. It came with a holster and just 34 rounds of ammunition. The merchandise that she traded for it was worth the equivalent of 3 months' wages for most folks. Sheila had been warned that the revolver was chambered in an obsolete caliber, but it was the only handgun that she could afford. She carried the revolver on her hip every day and oiled it frequently. The first year that she owned the gun, she fired just 12 cartridges practicing shooting it. By necessity, most of her practice with the gun was dry practice with the unloaded revolver in the upstairs apartment. She practiced drawing and dry firing the gun 3 nights a week.
It was not until their second year in Bradfordsville that her frequent inquiries paid off, and she successfully bartered for 2 full boxes of 41 long Colt ammunition. Those cost her $5.50 in silver coin each. South of Farmington, New Mexico, April, the second year. 2 nights after the water cistern had been pierced by a bullet, the bandits tried to pack up their vehicles. Then the nappy men started shooting. Lars coordinated their fire by GMRS radio. He had positioned himself with the team that had the best vantage point to observe the main road to the grain elevator. The first night, they dropped 4 of the bandits. The next morning, they shot out most of the tires on the bandits' vehicles. In all, it took 2 days, but it was like shooting fish in a barrel. The final score was Nappy 9, Bandits 0. Lars was paid for his services in the form of a credit voucher for 500 pounds of oats. Other than the grain elevator episode, for many months Lars and Lisbeth led a quiet, mundane life. With the help of Kaylee and the Phelps boys, they raised chickens and took up large-scale gardening, with mixed results. Some crops did well, while others failed completely. They were able to trade their excess produce, eggs, and pullets to fill in some of the shortfalls. Still, what they got from the poultry pen and the garden was not enough to feed the 6 of them. Thanks to the silver coins that Lars had inherited from his father, they ate fairly well. It was that silver that made up for the garden's shortcomings. Prescott, Arizona, February, the second year. Life in the 4 families compound continued in a fairly uniform routine. There were a couple of burglaries at some of the outlying houses in the neighborhood, but otherwise things were quiet. They could occasionally hear gunfire in downtown Prescott. This was later explained as having come from small roving gangs who crossed the line when they attempted armed robbery. Later, they heard that the problem was disagreements on what to do with the cars, trucks, and guns that had belonged to the deceased robbers. Their corpses ended up in the Potter's Field at Citizens Cemetery on East Sheldon Street, interspersed with the numbered graves of indigents and criminals dating back to the 1890s. Chapter 29. La Casa de la Mañana Grande. Belize was founded by British pirates. Legend relates that the city was built in a swamp on a foundation of gin pots and mahogany chips. If this is so, it would have been better if the city's fathers had thrown in a few more pots and chips, for Belize is only a few inches above sea level. Time magazine, September 21st, 1931. The GPS receiver showed the Duro Brabis was 40 miles east of the Belize Keys chain just before sunset on March 26th. 4 months after first setting sail, they were anxious to come ashore. The depth finder showed they were in 300 feet of water, but fearing that they would approach reefs and shallows, Karsten dropped all the canvas and set both sea anchors in order to wait overnight. He had nautical charts for Belize, but they were several years old. Knowing that profiles of sandbars could change in just 1 year, Sims decided to proceed with great caution. He said wisely, "I wouldn't want to make it this far only to end up aground on some sandbar." They spent the evening excitedly listening to Wamalali Radio, an AM station in Punta Gorda. The city was most often mentioned by its nickname, PG. There were also a number of FM stations broadcasting, but they were mostly playing music. Proceeding cautiously, Sims piloted his boat through the Keys late the next afternoon. Not knowing what sort of passport controls might have been enacted under the current state of emergency, they thought it best to wait at anchor on the far side of Lark Key until after dark. They could see lights dotted up and down the coastline. Then, as the next high tide approached,
they motored quietly to the nearby point, past the Creole fishing towns of Placentia on the point and Big Creek opposite on the mainland side. As they entered the 12-mile-long Placentia Lagoon, Sims was pleased to note that the local electricity was still on. "A good sign, that," he told Angie. The skipper ran the diesel engine at low revolutions for a quiet 3 knots as they progressed up the lagoon. Karsten kept Angie constantly watching the depth finder. They passed by an odd mix of well-lit luxury homes, mostly at Seine Bight, and completely dark, tin-roofed Creole and Garifuna shanties. They set anchor again just before dawn at the north end of the lagoon, near the village of Blair Athol. This end of the lagoon was very quiet. Just 2 other yachts were anchored nearby, with their sails covered and bright blue canvases snugged down over their stern piloting areas. From their stern markings, they could see that one was from Dunedin, Florida, and the other from Freeport, Texas. They soon learned that both of these yachts were under the protection of a paid watchyman from Blair Athol. The black man, armed with a single-barrel shotgun, motored up in an ancient skiff with a round-topped outboard engine that looked like something from the 1950s. It used a hand-wound spin starting rope rather than a recoil starter. The man's shotgun had a well-worn stock and had all of its metal parts covered with thick white grease that looked almost like wax. Andy surmised that it was for protection from salt water. The watchyman, who spoke in a curious Belizean sing-song voice, told them that the recently arrived owners of the boats had moved into houses nearby, one on South Stand Creek and one in the village of Georgetown. Neither of the owners, he said, had any plans to sail back to the United States. He also had been told to relay that neither boat was available for sale or rent. Sims continued talking with the man, making barter arrangements to refill his yacht's freshwater tanks, which were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Andy went below and started gathering his gear. He explained to Angie, "I want to beat feet before anyone comes here with plans to do a customs inspection." Angie answered, "I think that's wise, Andy. Of course, we won't mention that you arrived with us. It's best that you slip into the country the soft way." After clearing her throat, she added, "Anders, I'll certainly miss the peace of mind that we've had with you on board. I think that buying a gun will be one of Karsten's first priorities here." Inflating the dinghy took less than 15 minutes, and in the dead calm water of the lagoon, loading Andy's gear was easy. The most time-consuming part was first mounting the dinghy's engine and getting the fuel primed properly to feed the engine. As they packed the dinghy, Andy made his goodbyes. Yvonne and Yvette were crying. Andy shook hands or hugged everyone but Simone, who just gave Andy a small wave from the doorway to the salon. Prescott, Arizona, March, the 2nd year. Life at the Four Families compound in Prescott continued in a routine to the point of monotony. Without electricity, just hand-washing the laundry was a huge chore, and there was plenty of other hard work, mainly involving gardening and firewood. Their evenings were short and fairly quiet. Tuesday and Thursday nights were old radio show nights at Dr. K's house. Dr. Carvalich had more than 1,000 old radio shows on a set of 26 CD-ROMs in MP3 format. He had bought the collection through eBay several years before the crunch for less than $30. These were played on his laptop. The most popular shows were comedies like Fibber McGee and Molly, and old science fiction and drama shows like Dimension X and Suspense. Saturday nights were movie nights, with movies on DVDs played on Alex's 17-inch screen MacBook laptop. Blair Athol, Belize, April the 2nd year. Motoring over to the quay took only a few minutes. The village of Blair Athol looked small. There was one fancy estate development to the south at Bellamaya, and a collection of modest tin-roofed houses to the north in the town of Blair Athol itself. In between was a sign that said, Blair Holiday Cottages. Since that sounded vaguely English, Karsten steered toward it. They pulled up to the dock and were greeted by a rotund, aging English expat named Peter Ivans. 10 minutes of quizzing Ivans made it clear that customs officials rarely checked this end of the lagoon, that the only reported troubles in Belize were near the Guatemalan border, and that he would be willing to store Lane's baggage for a nominal fee. After depositing Andy's panniers and duffels on the dock, Sims shook Andy's hand firmly and said, "Well, safe home, Anders? The Lord be with you, Skipper." He spent the next half hour talking with Peter Ivans, getting up to speed about the situation in Belize and Guatemala. He concluded that Belize was fairly stable, but that Guatemala was in a state of crisis. Several key government officials in Guatemala, Ivans said, had fled the country. Rumor had it for Honduras, and had hence left a power vacuum. Criminal gangs and communist rebels had commenced wholesale violence. Thousands of Guatemalan refugees and bandits were crossing into Belize, Mexico, and Honduras. Andy summarized his situation for Ivans. He mentioned that he had seen the bright lights of Placentia and said that he had made entry into the country, so the man assumed that Lane had cleared customs. Andy asked if there were any ships likely bound for the Gulf Coast of the U.S. "Not a chance," the man said bluntly. "From all reports, Belize is strictly a to destination, since everything in all directions is substantially more risky. You're sitting in the safe haven. You should think about staying here until things sort themselves out." Then Lane asked about buses heading to the Yucatan. Those, he was told, had all been suspended because of the Honduran and Guatemalan refugee situation. "Is there somewhere I could rent a car?" Andy asked. The man chuckled in reply and said, "My boy, getting a hired car was difficult in most parts of Belize even before this crisis. Even if you got to Orange Walk or Belize City, I have terrible doubts that you'd even be able to hire a moped, much less a car. The news on the radio is that they've been having problems with midnight flits. Same with boat rentals. People are petrified of renting out boats or anything on wheels because, sure enough, they'll end up in Mexico or Honduras, never to be seen again. Cars and lorries are getting stolen left and right these days, so you can't blame the firms for refusing to hire them out." "Could I hire you to drive me up to the Mexican border?" Sorry. No. Fuel is nigh on irreplaceable at present. I can't spare any. I've drained all the petrol from my utility and hidden the cans back in the jungle. If they steal my vehicle, they won't get more than a quarter of a mile down the road." Lane pondered that for a moment and then asked, "Do you know anyone who might have a bicycle or a horse that's for sale?" No, but you might go and make inquiries with some of the landholders at Stan Creek. They've lots of horses there." "Okay." Lane gestured to his baggage and said, "Give me a few minutes to organize this gear." Ivans nodded and sauntered off to his office. Andy sat near the end of the dock and sorted his baggage. The dock sat below a set of stairs from the walkway and office above, so he felt safely out of sight. He decided to travel light. He pulled out a 1-ounce American Eagle gold coin and most of his remaining silver coins. He left the rest of his gold hidden in the stove. He briefly debated taking the SIG pistol, but decided that on this trip the risks would outweigh the rewards. He tucked the SIG and all of its accessories in the bottom of the duffel bag with the stove. Then he restuffed the bag full and padlocked it shut. The key went on the chain around his neck that held his dog tags and his P-38 can opener. It took 2 trips to lug the rest of his baggage up the stairs and into the office. The luggage room was just an 8-foot by 6-foot closet with deep, widely spaced shelves. but Lane was happy to see that it was equipped with a solid core door and a deadbolt lock. In his rucksack he packed 2 cans of stew, a can of corned beef, a bag of raisins, a change of socks, his foul-weather jacket, a water bottle, and a small squeeze bottle of insect repellent. Later, sitting at his kitchen table, Peter Ivan showed Andy a well-worn map of the district and pointed out the road route to Stan Creek. Andy copied his route onto a strip map on a clean sheet of typing paper. On the same page, he jotted down the names of several ranchers whom Ivans had mentioned. It took Andy a while to get his land legs back. When he first arrived on the dock, he had felt normal, but after he began the walk toward South Stan Creek, his legs felt rubbery beneath him, and he had the false sensation of the land rocking. There was no traffic on the Riversdale Road. Andy concluded that Ivans was right about the locals hoarding their fuel. As he walked, he passed by several citrus and cacao plantations and one banana plantation. The bird calls were unfamiliar, and the humid air had an odd smell that Andy could not place. The day was warming up rapidly, and Lane felt sweat gathering on his forehead and beneath his backpack. He started moving into more hilly terrain. Suddenly, a group of 5 young men, 4 armed with machetes and 1 with a rusty FAL rifle, emerged from the dense jungle on his left. All of the men had shaved heads, and 3 of them had bizarre facial tattoos. The leader, holding the rifle at waist level, shouted, "Alto!" Andy made a split-second decision. He ran. Knowing that he'd probably be shot in the back if he ran down the open road, he instead headed for the wall of jungle that began just a few yards to his right and plunged in. He raced through the jungle as quickly as he could. He expected to hear gunshots, but there were none. He could hear the men pursuing him, crashing through the brush of the jungle understory. They stayed just 10 to 15 yards behind him, never gaining or losing much ground. The underbrush was clumpy. He hardly noticed the thorns and branches that slashed his arms and cheeks as he ran. Lane knew that if he tripped and fell, the bandits would be on top of him in just moments. His path started out level at first, but after 300 yards, the terrain began to drop off, descending toward a creek. Andy started picking up speed. He heard a shouted curse as one of his pursuers fell, but the others pressed on, losing only just a bit of ground. Andy found it hard to believe that they would follow him so far. He hoped to get ahead of them and hide in thick undergrowth. He could dimly make out some rocks along the creek just 60 yards below. Still running headlong, the ground dropped off unexpectedly, and Andy took a leap. He fell 15 feet, landing unevenly on one foot. He heard a loud snap and felt a sharp pain. He fell into a heap. Lane tried to get up to run again, but the pain in his right leg was incredible. It was a bad break low in his femur. The pain was agonizing. He gasped for breath and looked up to see himself surrounded. He exclaimed between his gulping breaths, "Hoover, damn!" His pursuers, also out of breath, were speaking rapidly in heavily accented Spanish. He didn't catch much of the bandits' conversation. He did hear "Empeten" twice and "Por Guatemala" once, so he assumed that they were Guatemalan bandits. He looked up to see the buttstock of the battered FAL rifle just 2 feet away from his face. "Chavo" was carved in the side of the rifle's blue-painted stock, and farther up the stock were carved the letters FSLN. In an oddly detached way, Andy wondered about the history of the rifle. Perhaps it came from the Nicaraguan Sandinistas 3 decades earlier. It seemed surreal, looking at the stock of the rifle with the rusty top cover, and then at the tattooed faces of the bandits. They quickly stripped him of his wallet, pocket knife, wristwatch, belt, and rucksack. One of them started to take off Andy's boots, but his screams of agony stopped the man. The Guatemalans started to argue among themselves. Lane was petrified when he heard one of them use the word "matale," which he knew meant kill him. The leader of the group, who wore jeans and a white tank top, ended the argument by grunting, "Santo Dios! Vámonos!" He jabbed his forefinger toward Lane's face and ordered his silence with a stern, "Cállate," before turning to follow the others. The 5 men quietly disappeared into the jungle, walking back up the hill toward the road. Andy thought through his situation. He had no water, food, or shelter. His only tool was a tiny, folding can opener. Getting back toward the road, he realized, was his only chance to get help. He also realized that he had to wait at least a half hour to give the banditos the opportunity to get away. If he called for help any sooner, they might come back and silence him permanently. After a couple of minutes, he caught his breath and became more conscious of his broken leg. He had never felt pain so intense in his life. Sweat poured off his forehead and dripped off the end of his nose as he did his best to straighten the leg out. "Bastards," Andy muttered to himself. Then, looking skyward, he said, "Give me the will to forgive them, Lord." He waited for what he estimated was 30 minutes, praying aloud. His throat felt dry. Lane started to crawl up the hill, pushing himself with his one good leg. There wasn't much blood from around the protruding compound fracture. Each time that he dragged his right leg forward, the pain made him scream. The screaming set off a nearby troop of black howler monkeys. There seemed to be about 8 monkeys in the troop. One of the monkeys, a large male, came to investigate. Peering down from a tree limb 20 feet above him, the monkey let out a grunt, then it scampered off. Lane shouted, "Yeah, some help you are, pal." Chapter 30. The Samaritan's Purse. One of the common failings among honorable people is a failure to appreciate how thoroughly dishonorable some other people can be, and how dangerous it is to trust them. Thomas Sowell. It took 4 agonizing hours for Lane to crawl up the hill. His elbows and forearms were soon raw. Once he got near level ground, he realized that he still had several hundred yards to go. He doubted that his voice would carry through the dense jungle, so he didn't bother to shout for help. He remembered that he had been traveling due east when he was ambushed, and since he had headed south from the road, he needed to go back north to get back to it. The sun was heading toward the horizon. Andy found a loose branch and laid it down as a pointer to indicate where he estimated that the sun would set. Now on level ground, he tried to stand again, but the pain was too much. He passed out. Lane awoke sometime during the night to find mosquitoes had been feasting on him. The pain in his leg had subsided slightly to an intense throbbing. The buzzing of insects and the many strange noises of the jungle assaulted his ears. Gradually, he fell asleep. He awoke to full daylight. His broken leg had started to swell. He spotted his sunset pointer stick and compared that to the current position of the sun, which filtered through the double canopy of the jungle. He adjusted his direction of travel accordingly and pressed on, crawling. After an hour, Lane could hear a truck pass by on the road. He shouted for help, but realized that he was probably still too far away to be heard. But at least the sound of the truck confirmed that he was heading in the right direction. He picked out a distinctive-looking tree with a splayed top that was along his desired path and began crawling toward it. He had worked out the most comfortable crawling motion so that he screamed in pain only occasionally. As the day wore on, the sky clouded up, and Anders was treated to an afternoon thunderstorm. The rain fell heavily for a few minutes. He reached up and dribbled water from the wet leaves into his mouth. He did this over and over throughout the rain shower until he estimated that he had drunk a liter. He thanked God and pressed on with his crawl over ground that was now muddy.
Late in the afternoon, he finally reached the road. He was sweaty and filthy. His upper leg had swollen to 10 inches in diameter. He propped himself up with his back against a stump just 10 feet from the road. He prayed that someone would pass by. Just before sunset, a good Samaritan did. Andy regained consciousness only briefly, as a doctor was setting his broken bone, but then he was unconscious for another 3 days. He awoke in a bed in Dangriga Hospital, bathed in sweat. An IV bag was hanging over his head. The swelling of his leg had decreased noticeably, and it hurt only when he moved. After a few minutes, a nurse came in. She was middle-aged and matronly.
"Ah, the sleeper awakens," she said pleasantly. "What day is it?" "It's Friday. You have been out for 3 days.
Andy asked weakly,
"Could I have some water, please?"
2 police officers from the Dangriga formation arrived that afternoon. Lane described the ambush, robbery, and his crawl back to the road. He thought that it was best if he didn't mention his baggage at the cottages. The elder policeman described Belize as overrun with Guatemalan refugees and robber gangs, as well as some illegal border crossings from Mexico. The words, "I'm an American," and "they took my passport," were enough to assuage the police. They said that they'd have someone from the American consulate contact him. They didn't seem too concerned with getting detailed descriptions of the bandits. That afternoon, a young Belizean doctor gave Lane a morphine injection. He returned 15 minutes later and set the broken bone. This was an odd experience for Andy. Because of the pain medication, he could observe the procedure with an almost detached clinical attitude. His main concern was that the bones were set correctly. Later, an older doctor with a Spanish surname, but who spoke excellent British-accented English, examined Lane. He declared, "Now that the swelling is down, we'll need to double-check the position of the bone with an X-ray and then place a cast on your leg. We'll then follow up with another X-ray just to make sure we didn't misalign the bones whilst casting." Andy slept very peacefully that night. As he was eating his breakfast, a hospital administrator came to visit. Andy mistakenly thought that he was a doctor at first, but then realized that he was the hospital accountant.
"There is one convalescent hospital nearby, but they are having trouble staying in operation with the recent currency fluctuations. I'll see what can be done," the administrator told them.
The next day, he returned to Andy's room and announced,
"Your medical bill is being settled by the U.S. State Department under a reciprocal agreement. One of our vocational nurses just retired a few months ago. She and her husband have agreed to take you as a boarder. If you can either find a way to pay for that yourself or make some sort of additional payment arrangement through the American consulate."
Andy improved rapidly and was released from the hospital after 5 days. He was taken by ambulance to the home of Darcy Mora, a retired vocational nurse. Darcy's husband, Gabriel, was a semi-retired logger and commercial hunter who had also worked as a hunting guide. Their flat-roofed, cinder-block house was just outside Sarawiwa, 6 miles west of Dangriga. There, Andy occupied the 2nd bedroom of the house. This bedroom had until recently been used by the Mora's daughter, who had just married and moved to Nimlipuni, a town in the southern end of Belize. Darcy was in her mid-50s and overweight. Gabe was in his early 60s and was lean and leathery, with a balding head. His skin was dark, but not just from his outdoor vocation. He had some Garafunan ancestry. The Moras were pleasant hosts. Darcy was a great cook, and Gabe constantly cracked jokes and puns. Andy missed his next Tuesday night ham radio contact night with Lars and Kaylee, but he had the strength for the next one. On that Tuesday afternoon, Gabe Mora helped Andy set up the radio. Following Andy's directions, Gabe strung the antenna up to a tree outside the bedroom window. A cold water pipe provided a good ground. The propagation was good, so Lars and Kaylee had no difficulty hearing Andy's Morse tones. Lars, with a much more powerful transmitter, came in, "Lima Charlie," loud and clear. As Andy tapped out his messages, Gabe sat on the bedside chair, wiping the sweat from his balding head with a handkerchief and sipping lime water. He was amazed that such a small radio could be used for two-way communication over such a long distance. Andy was reassured to hear that Kaylee was safe and well, but he felt distressed, realizing that his broken leg would delay him by several months. He spent 10 minutes summarizing what had happened since his last contact in stream of consciousness Morse code. Kaylee's reply sounded as if she was overwhelmed. She keyed, "BK, are you as sad as me? Woe is me. Woe is me. I miss you tons, Andy. I want to be there to sign your cast. XOXOXOXOXOX. BT." After 3 months of hobbling around on crutches, Andy finally had his cast cut off. He was horrified to see how the muscles in his right leg had wasted away. Clearly, it would take several more months to fully replenish the muscle mass of the atrophied leg. He began walking more and more on the pair of crutches, then just one crutch and eventually just a cane. He walked farther and farther each day, pushing himself to the point of exhaustion. His days started with dozens of sit-ups and push-ups. Eventually, the length of the sets and the daily aggregate number of repetitions increased. He also started doing pull-ups, using the horizontal bar that held one end of the Mora's clothesline in their side yard. Andy's exercise time started to stretch into the evenings. Watching him do his pull-ups, Darcy commented, "You're a driven man, Anders." Bradfordsville, Kentucky, July, the 2nd year. As the first summer that Sheila ran the store began, there were increasing requests for soda pop, mainly from the men who manned the town's 3 roadblocks. Sheila began offering more and more in trade for the dwindling supply of bartered soda in cans and bottles, simply because the men were progressively willing to pay more, even as much as 10 cents in silver per can of Coca-Cola or root beer. As this strange price inflation developed, Grandmère Emily wisely began collecting used beer bottles. She also traded a considerable quantity of ammunition for a bottle capping tool with a magnetic head and a 10-gross box of fresh bottle crown caps. These came from a maker of home-brewed beer who lived near Ellsberg. By June, she created her first batch of homemade root beer. She used spring water and locally grown birch bark, sarsaparilla root, ginger, burdock root, dandelion root, hops, wintergreen, and molasses in her secret recipe. Emily Voisin's first batch of root beer was uncarbonated and attracted a good number of customers, but her second and subsequent batches were carbonated using a large cylinder of CO2 and a special seltzering apparatus. Holland Combs had built this for Emily by scaling up the design from an old SodaStream machine and using some hardware from his moribund soil analysis laboratory. These later batches of root beer were a huge success, so much so that Emily eventually had to hire seasonal help to wash bottles and help her brew root beer in the erstwhile butcher room of the Superior Market building. Grandma Emily's old-timey root beer attracted customers from as far away as Springfield and Munfordsville. She offered a discount to anyone who would return their bottles or sell her other brown glass bottles or who could provide fresh crown caps. Sheila Randall could not believe the first descriptions of the provisional government when she heard them. At first, She thought that they were wild exaggerations. Holland Combs warned her, "Whenever you hear of a government agency that declares itself legitimate in its own name, you gotta wonder about its legitimacy. Know what I mean? That gang of fools is about as legitimate as some Hollywood bimbo's baby." More and more customers patronizing her store reported seeing and hearing the same things about the Fort Knox government. In April of the second year, the first of a series of peacekeeping convoys passed through Bradfordsville. Most of these convoys stopped in town for less than a half hour. The soldiers were all Americans, as were their weapons and most of their vehicles. But something struck Sheila as odd when she overheard a radio conversation between the convoy's commander and his battalion commander. The latter had a distinctly German accent. Later, there were reports of entire battalion-size foreign units deployed inside the Provgov's area of operations. Other than their control of key industries, the provisional government's authority seemed relatively benign in the first year. Then, a new currency was issued. The small, lime-green watermarked bills soon reached general circulation and, by law, had to be accepted for all transactions. But the full weight of the provisional government and the guest UN peacekeepers wasn't felt until the third year after the crash, when firearms restrictions were enacted. Sheila Randall's first word of the new gun laws came when Brian Tompkins, an Armor Corps lieutenant, visited her store. One of the first things he said to her was, "You gotta make that gun disappear, or it'll get confiscated as contraband." "Contraband?" Tompkins answered. "Yeah, haven't you heard? It sucks, but handguns have been banned for civilians, though you can still own some rifles and shotguns. It'll all be explained in the poster that we'll put up at your sheriff's office, and in some flyers the civil affairs guys will be handing out in town today." The next day, Sheila saw two posters nailed up side by side on the wall in the main hall of the Marion County Sheriff's Department. A table beneath held a pile of flyers that duplicated the posters in a smaller format, printed on their front and back sides. As she stood reading the posters, Deputy Hodges walked up behind her and said softly, "Hi, Sheila." The poster on the left was a brief summary of the formation of the provisional government, a declaration of martial law, activation of the UN peacekeeping force, and nationalization of mass transportation and critical industries. The poster on the right read, "BANNED, effective upon posting in a prominent place in each county or parish, and in effect until further notice, the following items are hereby banned from private possession by the recently enacted Amplified United Nations Small Arms and Light Weapons, SALW, Normalization Accord." 1. All fully automatic or short-barreled rifles and shotguns, regardless of prior registration under the National Firearms Act of 1934. 2. Any rifle over .30 caliber, any shotgun or weapon of any description over 12 gauge in diameter. 3. All semi-automatic rifles and shotguns, all rifles and shotguns capable of accepting a detachable magazine. 4. Any detachable magazines, regardless of capacity. 5. Any weapon with a fixed magazine that has a capacity of more than 4 cartridges or shells. 6. All grenades and grenade launchers, all explosives, detonating cord, and blasting caps, regardless of prior registration under the Gun Control Act of 1968 or state or local blasting permits. 7. All explosives precursor chemicals. 8. All firearms, regardless of type, that are chambered for military cartridges, including but not limited to 7.62 mm NATO, 5.56 mm NATO, .45 caliber ACP, and 9mm parabellum. 9. All silencers, regardless of prior registration under the National Firearms Act of 1934. 10. All night vision equipment, including but not limited to infrared, light amplification, or thermal, all telescopic sights, and all laser aiming devices. 11. All handguns, regardless of type or caliber. 12. Other distinctly military equipment, including, but not limited to, armored vehicles, bayonets, gas masks, helmets, and bulletproof vests. 13. Encryption software or devices. 14. All radio transmitters, other than baby monitors, cordless phones, or cell phones. 15. Full metal jacket, tracer, incendiary, and armor-piercing ammunition. 16. All ammunition in military calibers. 17. Irritant or lethal toxin, chemical agents, including but not limited to CS and CN tear gas and OC pepper spray. 18. All military-type pyrotechnics and flare launchers. Exceptions only for properly trained and sworn police and the military forces of the UN and the sole and legitimate provisional government of the United States of America and possessions. Any firearm or other item not meeting the new criteria and all other contraband listed herein must be turned in within the 10-day amnesty period after the UN regional administrator or sub-administrator or their delegates arrive on site. Alternatively, if federal or UN troops arrive within any state to pacify it, a 30-day amnesty period will begin the day the first forces cross the state boundary. All other post-1898 production firearms of any description, air rifles, archery equipment, and edged weapons over 6 inches long must be registered during the same period. Anyone found with an unregistered weapon or any weapon, accessory, or ammunition that has been declared contraband after the amnesty period ends will be summarily executed. As ordered under my hand, Maynard Hutchings, President pro tem of the sole and legitimate provisional government of the United States of America and possessions. Sheila asked, "So, what does that leave us?" Deputy Hodges answered, "Not very much. I suppose 22s, and antiques, and maybe 30-30 lever actions. But even those have got to get registered. You know, that list won't do diddly in stopping crime, since, of course, criminals never obey any laws. But it's worded just right for squelching resistance. Notice how radio transmitters, military calibers, and night vision scopes are banned? Maynard's list would make Hitler or Stalin proud. This whole thing stinks." Gesturing to the SIG 556 rifle on his shoulder, he pressed on. "Now, why is it legal for me to have this as a deputy, but not you? That's just plain unconstitutional. If and when they come into Marion County and try to enforce that load of hog wallop, they'd better be ready for one mighty big gunfight." That evening, Sheila hid her revolver, ammo, and holster inside the bin of a hand-cranked seed broadcaster. She hung it up on the wall near the ceiling, amidst the profusion of overstock items in the store's back room. She explained to Tyree, "Sometimes it's best to just hide things in plain sight. I want to be able to get to that in a hurry, too." Chapter 31. A Bulwark Never Failing. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Mao Zedong. Fort Knox, Kentucky, August the 2nd year. Maynard Hutchings and his cronies laid out their goals like a military campaign. Military bases, food distribution warehouses, power plants, oil fields, and refineries topped their list of sites to be controlled. Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi were the first states to be pacified. Chambers Clark was the Undersecretary of Information for the Hutchings government. He accompanied many of the first convoys that contacted military installations and served as liaison for the ProvGov. Before the crunch, Clark had been a fertilizer and pesticide salesman for Monsanto Company. In many ways, Clark was just a bagman for the administration. He literally handed out millions of dollars in the new currency to the owners of mines that were being nationalized. It was Hutchings' wife who had first suggested the carrot-and-stick approach to nationalizing the industries. Mr. Clark was the carrot, while General Ulloch provided the stick. Later, it was the UN peacekeepers that provided the whippings, with fewer compunctions than American troops. One of the Council's first goals was controlling oil refineries. Hutchings initially dispatched an APC convoy to a small refinery in Pulaski County, Kentucky, near the town of Somerset. It was a very small refinery by 21st century standards, producing just 5,500 barrels per day. But it was online, so Hutchings had a source of fuel to expand his area of influence. They next visited and served papers on the much larger refineries in Kalispberg and Perry, Kentucky, but both were offline because the power grid was down and they lacked sufficient cogeneration capacity. The pacification, reunification, and nationalization campaign's first large prize was the ConocoPhillips refinery in Ponca City, Oklahoma. It was the largest refinery in the state of Oklahoma, and it was still partially online. After Ponca City, the Army advanced on the Oklahoma refineries in Ardmore, Tulsa, Wynwood, and Thomas. Of these, only the Ventura refinery at Thomas was in operation. In Ohio, all of the refineries that the Fort Knox government visited were found to be offline. The regular pinging of bullets bouncing off their APCs as they advanced served as a reminder that Ohio was still unpacified country. A combination of harsh winter weather and the ravenous gangs had reduced the population by 87%. The only people left in Ohio were the gang members and a handful of farmers who had become accustomed to paying the gang's so-called fair share crop taxes. Meanwhile, other convoys were dispatched to electric power plants. These, coal, natural gas, and hydroelectric, were another high priority for the ProvGov. The hydroelectric plants were the easiest to get back online, and in fact, a few of them were already operating on isolated mini-grids that had been reestablished soon after the crunch took down the big power grids. Because it takes a source of power to start up a gas turbine engine, and because most power plants in the U.S. built after the 1960s didn't have auxiliary power units for self-starting, the black start restarting process took several months to gradually work up the capacity to get the biggest power plants in Kentucky back online. These included the Big Sandy, Ghent, Mill Creek, and Paradise power plants. Reconstituting the eastern power grid step by step, starting with the smallest power plants, was time-consuming and required a lot of manpower. Some of the manpower had to be procured with a combination of Fort Knox greenbacks and coercion. At first, coal miners refused to accept pay in the new currency. It finally took the promise of relatively high pay and the threat of involuntary servitude to get them back to work. The ProvGov's first experience with nuclear power plants came when they nationalized the Watts Bar nuclear plant in Ray County, Tennessee. The plant had been operating uninterrupted since before the crunch. As with some of the hydro plants, a mini power grid was already in service there, and it merely needed to be expanded and tied back to the new grid. The reconstituted grid was often jokingly called Maynard's Bubblegum and Baling Wire Power Grid. The cobbled-together Fort Knox grid was plagued by frequent blackouts and brownouts. Severe conservation measures were the norm. Storm damage, often took months to repair. The level of expectation for reliability of service soon was on a par with third-world countries. Meanwhile, the residential rate charged was an average of 25 cents per kilowatt-hour in the new dollars, which kept consumption low. Local power distribution co-ops were allowed to be independent and privately owned, but it was mandated that they pay their employees in the new currency. Dissent from the new administration was rapidly quashed, often with brute force tactics. Newspapers that printed editorials opposing the nationalization schemes often had their offices burned to the ground. Radio stations that voiced anti-government views had their transmitters destroyed or their transmitter towers dynamited. Anti-government banners were torn down. In some cases, activists disappeared, never to be seen again. The Akani nuclear station in South Carolina was a difficult challenge. There, they found that the employees were standing guard with an odd assortment of weapons that included homemade flamethrowers. Talking them into opening the gate was difficult, because they had heard rumors that the provisional government was engaging in terrorism and had sabotaged another nuclear power plant. It was only through a mixture of threats and bribes that they were able to enter the plant. Like the other nuclear power plants that they had liberated, the provisional government found that the plant was still capable of going back online, but the local power infrastructure was in disarray. There were downed power poles, trees down on power lines, and miles of copper wire that had been stolen. The military bases fell either very easily or with great difficulty. In some cases, all that the provisional government had to do was wait until their convoys arrived and announce that the base commander was either being given new orders or was being relieved. This worked well at their first destination, Fort Campbell, Kentucky. They found Little Rock Air Force Base and Tinker Air Force Base were both semi-abandoned. The commander at Arnold Air Force Base in Oklahoma simply rolled over and played dead. Offutt Air Base, near Omaha, Nebraska, proved to be one of the toughest nuts to crack. The base commander would not recognize Hutchings' provisional government. Rather than fighting the small Air Force security contingent toe-to-toe, General Ullick decided to simply back off and starve them out. They did the same with Camp Gruber, Oklahoma. The Army National Guard general there told Chambers Clark that in the absence of orders from FORSCOM or the Pentagon, he would take orders only from the governor of Oklahoma. Surrounding and starving out Offutt and Camp Gruber took just 6 months and resulted in only a few casualties. There was brief resistance at Fort Riley, Kansas, but the fort's commander eventually acceded to a combination of threats and a substantial bribe in gold. By the time that Fort Rucker, Alabama, came under the Hutchings government, the latter controlled the majority of the remaining airworthy helicopters in the U.S. Army inventory. Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, yielded a huge number of trained troops that were integrated into the provisional government's army. The Army soon earned the moniker the Federals. Fort Sill, Oklahoma, the home of the U.S. Army's artillery school, was semi-chaotic when the Federals arrived, but its huge store of ammunition was still secure and intact. Fort Gordon, Georgia, was controlled by a corrupt and unstable general who was mistrusted by his own troops. The arrival of the Federals came as a relief to the troops there, mostly Signal Corps, but they were soon disillusioned to find that the provisional government leadership was even more corrupt than that of their former commander. When the Army reached the coast and pacified Charleston, South Carolina, the Hutchings government immediately made SATCOM contact with U.S. Navy logistics ships worldwide, ordering them to return to the U.S. Their remaining cargoes, they were told, were needed to resupply the Army. The ports of Wilmington and Savannah were opened soon after, and once the Army had reached the Gulf Coast, another SATCOM call went out to the UN, letting them know that several ports were available for ships carrying peacekeeping troops and vehicles. This accelerated the arrival of UN troops, which previously had been just a trickle on aircraft landing at McConnell, Tinker, Charleston, and Pope Air Force bases. The reopening of the seaports allowed huge numbers of UN troops to enter the United States. Sarawiwa, Belize, September, the 2nd year. 5 months after he came to convalesce at the Mora's house, and just as he was starting to feel that he was fully regaining his strength, Andy became ill after dinner. He had a high fever, sweats, and a stomachache. He had all the signs of a bad flu, but then a rash formed on his chest and his legs. Skin eruptions broke out in his armpits. His wrists started to ache. Andy had never felt so sick in his life. Darcy Mora recognized it immediately. "It's the breakbone." Andy turned his head to look at Darcy and asked, "What? How could a broken bone cause this?" No. Not your broken leg. Nothing to do with that. This is a fever. Breakbone fever. The dengue fever. The people call it breakbone fever because it gives you such pain in the joints. Andy was very ill. His feverish periods would last for 10 hours or more, and he became delirious. The pain in his muscles and joints became intense. Tylenol kept the pain just barely manageable. A few times he was given Tylenol with codeine. He had 3 days of diarrhea and vomiting. During one of his lucid periods, Mora explained that dengue fever was caused by a virus transmitted from person to person by the Aedes mosquito, and that there was no specific treatment. Andy asked Darcy, "Should I go back to the hospital?" "No, unless you get much worse and need an IV, the treatment would be the same there, fluids and rest. I'll just keep checking your vitals. There is something called dengue shock syndrome. That's the real killer, but it is not very common. You just have to let your immune system fight this." After 10 days, the worst of the illness had passed, but Andy still felt miserable. Following Darcy's advice, he drank lots of water. He complained of an odd taste in his mouth, almost as if he were sucking on a zinc lozenge. His recovery from dengue fever was slow. He spent many hours in bed, feeling weak. He read his Bible a lot. Whenever he felt depressed, he read the book of Job, just to put his own minor troubles in perspective. To improve his limited command of Spanish, Andy would often do parallel readings, verse by verse, from his King James Bible and Mora's Santa Biblia, Spanish edition. Andy would often read his favorite verses aloud, such as a portion of Psalm 119. "Thou art my hiding place and my shield. I hope in thy word. Depart from me, ye evildoers, for I will keep the commandments of my God. Uphold me according unto thy word, that I may live, and let me not be ashamed of my hope. Hold thou me up, and I shall be safe, and I will have respect unto thy statutes continually. Thou hast trodden down all them that err from thy statutes, for their deceit is falsehood. Thou puttest away all the wicked of the earth like dross. Therefore I love thy testimonies." The Mora's pet green parrot, named Payasito, kept Andy entertained as he recovered. Andy asked for the bird to be brought to his room so frequently that Gabe eventually moved his cage to Andy's bedside, saying simply, "You two can keep each other company from now on." Lane joked that Payasito was teaching him his Spanish vocabulary. "When I go to restaurants, people will wonder why I always order peanuts," he added in an imitation of a parrot voice. "Cacahuetes, por favor?" Eventually, Andy was able to return to his exercise regimen and began helping Gabe with his work. Gabe still hunted frequently, both to supply his own household with meat and for extra meat to barter. Andy became his skinning and butchering assistant. Mora mostly hunted the native gibnut, a large guinea pig-like rodent, more commonly called a paca or tepezquintle, or more properly the lowland paca. He also hunted peccaries, deer, armadillos, iguanas, and tapirs. Gabriel liked gibnut hunting best. They were good eating and always plentiful. He jokingly called them the Queen's rats, referring to when Queen Elizabeth famously ate gibnut when she visited Belize. That dinner prompted a British newspaper to run the headline, "Queen Eats Rat." Mora told Andy that these fast-breeding rodents could be found in large numbers throughout the country. Gabe prided himself on always shooting them in the head so that he didn't waste any meat. He rarely missed his mark. Mora owned 2 .22 rimfire rifles, a Taurus .22 revolver, a .303 Lee Enfield rifle that had been sporterized, and 2 shotguns. His better .22 rifle was a scoped Marlin. All of this gun's metal parts and its scope had been spray-painted green to help protect it from rust in the unrelenting humidity. The paint often flaked, and it showed signs of being touched up. This was Mora's gibnut gun. When Andy asked if his guns were registered, Gabe chortled and said, No way. I think only about half the guns in the country are in the registry. That registry is a big joke, especially out in the bush. Some of those guys have full-on AKs and old submachine guns from the Second World War that aren't registered. Andy began going on hunts with Mora. On these hikes, Gabe tried to teach him the names of the local tree species, but they soon became a confusing blur. The old logger mentioned that there were more than 700 species in Belize, and that he knew the names of only half of them. Andy finally said, "Well, it is more important that I know how to buy food and ask directions in Spanish than it is to know the name of every tree." Andy often quoted the Bible to Gabe, who had been raised as a Catholic, but who was relatively ignorant of the Scriptures. He once told Andy, "I haven't gone to Mass or confessed in years. I worked so much in those backcountry camps that I got out of the habit. God wouldn't want me." But Andy reassured him, saying, "All you need is faith in Christ Jesus. That's the way, the only way to heaven. Believe in Him and repent. It's just that simple." Lane regularly encouraged Mora to read his Bible. He also prayed daily that Gabe and Darcy would come back into fellowship. On one of their longer hunting excursions, Gabe showed Andy his secret stash of gasoline, buried in the side of a small ridge at his uncle's wooded property, 3 miles west of Sarawiwa. Mora described his fuel storage technique to Lane. When he was working as a backcountry logger, he had discovered that gasoline stored in 33-gallon plastic drums with the bungs sealed tight was still usable for up to 4 years, even without the addition of a stabilizer. Stored the same way, diesel would last much longer if it was treated with an antimicrobial. The food-grade blue drums that Gabe used for his gasoline had white gaskets in the bungs that swelled slightly but did not deteriorate. These blue plastic drums were stored inside 55-gallon steel drums and shaded from direct sunlight. A dark green tarp was draped over the pair of drums. Mora found that the plastic drums expanded and contracted with the fuel as the temperature changed. With no air venting, the problems of water condensation, evaporation, and other contaminants were solved. And, he surmised, in the event that the 33-gallon drum ever burst unexpectedly, the fuel would be contained within the larger steel drum. It was on that same trip that Mora bagged the first iguana that Andy had ever seen in the wild. Mora stopped the big lizard with just one shot to the back of its head from his Marlin .22 rifle. This iguana was more than 3 feet long. It had a fat tail, which Mora said was a sign of good health. Iguana, called bamboo chicken by the Mora family was a favored delicacy. Gabe said that to get his daughter and son-in-law to come visit, all he had to do was tell them that he planned to serve iguana. During his recovery, Andy continued with his weekly HF radio contacts. More than half of them were successful. It was those Morse code conversations with his brother and fiancée that kept his spirits up. Gabe Mora had cut back drastically on his driving after the crunch began, but he would often ride his bicycle to Sarawiwa or even as far away as Dangriga to buy groceries. He would carry his Taurus .22 revolver on those shopping trips. Gabe would frequently spot wild game near the road and bring home some bonus protein. Bloomfield, New Mexico, April, the 2nd year. Lars and Lisbeth Lane spent a lot of time in their ham shack, a corner of their bedroom, on more than just Tuesday nights. They became avid short-wave listeners, doing their best to keep track of current events by scanning through the international broadcast bands, mainly in the high 9 megahertz and high 11 megahertz ranges. Listening to radio stations such as the BBC, Radio Netherlands, Radio Havana, Cuba, Channel Africa, HCJB in Ecuador, and NHK in Japan. They also tuned up to 17.795 megahertz to hear Radio Australia. It was disconcerting to hear the litany of very bad economic news, refugee movements, terrorist attacks, and massive riots. It was even more disturbing to notice when some of these radio stations dropped off the air. The Lanes also picked up valuable news listening to amateur radio operators from all over the United States. They had the most success listening to hams in the Rocky Mountain region and just east of the Rockies, but they found that it was more difficult for them to hear hams in the Northeast. At first, Lars assumed this was because of poor propagation or weak signal strength. But then he came to realize that the real reason so few hams were heard in the Northeast was because of the tremendous societal disruption and the lack of power. Most of the time, Lars merely listened to the conversations of other ham radio operators and never used his own microphone. It was only when Kaylee asked him to contact her family near New Braunfels, Texas, that they actually keyed the mic and made contact with a couple of hams. From them, they learned that Kaylee's family was safe and well. He also checked up on Lisbeth's family in eastern Colorado. They learned that her mother had died in a diabetic coma, but that her father and brother were still alive and working at a grain mill. Lars was never successful at checking up on his relatives on his mother's side. The Bardgard family lived in Minnesota, one of the places where the population die-off was severe. There, a combination of harsh winters and relatively high population density combined to produce a huge depopulation. Chapter 32. Social Work. This present window of opportunity, during which a truly peaceful and interdependent world order might be built, will not be open for too long. We are on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the new world order. David Rockefeller, addressing the United Nations Ambassador Dinner, September 14, 1994. Sarawiwa, Belize, February, the 3rd year. To get ready for his upcoming departure, Andy started buying compact backpacking foods and extra batteries for his ham radio and Surefire flashlight in Sarawiwa and Dangriga. He also solicited letters of introduction from both Gabe Mora and the consul from the American Embassy. After Andy had declared himself fit to travel, Gabe said, "I can give you a ride as far as Orange Walk, but first I will make inquiries about horse breeders there. I know that there are several. I'll give you a letter of introduction that you can carry."
At dinner 2 days later, Gabe announced, "I found you a horse breeder. His name is Pedro Hierro, and his ranch is just north of Orange Walk, not far off the Northern Highway. I hear he has some of the best horses in the district." Knowing that he was soon likely to depart, in the privacy of his bedroom, Andy pulled out his Primus stove. Working with a screwdriver, he extracted 2 of the duct-tape-wrapped 1-ounce gold coins, and then he carefully reassembled the stove heat shield. Andy felt bad that the checks that had been sent to Darcy by the U.S. State Department were worthless, so he gave Gabe his set of bicycle tools and his big Maglite flashlight, explaining that he needed to cut down on weight for his upcoming journey. After some prayer, he also gave Darcy a 1-ounce American Eagle, one of his last few remaining gold coins. As he handed it to her, he said, "You have been such a blessing. You have always made me feel welcome here, and I have shared your food with your delicious cooking for many months. This is the least that I can do to thank you. I won't take no for an answer." Their drive to Orange Walk was enjoyable. Gabe pointed out a number of sites and filled Andy in on some details about the history of the country. As they neared Orange Walk, Gabe started pointing out dozens of Mennonite-owned farms. He explained, "They started moving here in the 1950s. Good folks. When the power grid went down, the old order ones didn't even notice. They don't believe in electricity. But I'm worried about how they done when the Guatemalan gangs have come through, because they don't believe in guns either." He dropped Lane off at the front gate of the horse ranch. A simple, hand-painted sign read, "Pedro Hierro, Excelentes Caballos." The ranch's pastures were enclosed in sturdy, white-painted, welded tubular steel fences that looked like they had taken many hours to construct. A small, stout, cinder-block house overlooked the pastures and a hayfield. Gabe said, "I should just leave you here. This guy doesn't know me, so I think it's best that you just introduce yourself. He might be more nervous if 2 of us go up there." Andy nodded. Seeing that the gate was locked, he climbed over it. Gabe lifted Andy's pack over the gate to him, and Andy shouldered it. They shook hands through the gate, and Morris said earnestly, "God will see you safely home." Andy nodded and smiled. "And you as well. Con Dios, Gabe." He turned to walk up the hill. He saw that there were more than a dozen mares and nearly as many foals in the pasture to his right. Just below the house was a smaller, 1-horse stallion corral. The horse in it was a fine-looking, dark chestnut stallion with a long mane and a gleaming coat. Andy heard Mora's car driving away. An elderly man stepped out on the porch and eyed Lane as he approached. A woman, about the same age, looked on from the open doorway. The man casually cradled a double-barreled shotgun in his arms. Andy waved and shouted, "Saludos! I want to buy a horse." The man thoroughly read both of Andy's letters of introduction. Then, even before talking about his available horses, Pedro Hierro asked Andy how he planned to pay. Andy answered, "En monedas de oro. Yo tengo un Kruger Rand. It is a 1-ounce coin. Uno onza de oro." Hierro's eyes brightened, and he urged, Come and see my horses." The horses that Pedro Hierro had available for sale were in his back pasture. He whistled them in and shook a partially full bucket of grain. The remuda of nearly 20 horses came at them at a gallop. After they were all in the corral, Hierro deftly closed the gate behind them. Lane was impressed by how quickly he moved for an old man. Andy rested his forearms on the corral's top rail and began to look them over. One of them looked a bit lame, perhaps a hoof problem, but all of the others looked like good, sound horses. There were a few mares, but most of them were geldings. "Do you have any saddle-broken horses that are extra quiet? Bien callados? Tranquilos?"
The old man pointed to a large chestnut gelding that was standing slightly separated from the herd. "See? Este caballo que está castrado." To Andy, the big gelding looked like it had some strong bloodlines, perhaps Andalusian. There wasn't a spot of white on him, which he liked. The gelding appeared to be 16 hands or better. Andy asked its name. "¿Cómo se llama?" "Prieto." After a pause, the horse breeder added, "Prieto es muy tranquilo. He's the most quiet of all my horses. No resopla, no big snorts from this one. Also, no relinchos." Andy cocked his head and asked, "¿Qué? ¿Qué es relinchos?" The old man explained, "A relincho you calls a whinny." "Ah, muy bueno. He is well broken for riding?" "Sí, señor. He is 4 years old." Andy climbed into the corral and approached the horse. He looked the horse in the eye. He brushed the side of the gelding's neck and made a soft cooing noise. Then he chanted the horse's name. "Prieto! Prieto!" The horse swung his head around and put his nose below Andy's chin. Lane took a few minutes to scratch the horse on his poll, between his ears and beneath his forelock. The gelding's mouth made a chewing motion in response. Andy examined the horse closely. Andy pointed out some scars and some proud flesh on the horse's right rear flank and gaskin. Hierro explained, "Those scars are where he was bitten by another horse when he was young. If not for those scars, I think he would have sold before now. Can I give him a test drive?" The old man laughed and nodded. "Por supuesto." Andy's test drive lasted more than an hour, with Pedro Hierro riding alongside on his favorite saddle mare. They rode toward the new river. Negotiating the upper banks gave Andy the chance to see that Prieto was confident on steep terrain. Crossing the river twice made it clear that he wasn't afraid of water. The saddle that Andy borrowed was a good fit, although Andy would have preferred a thicker saddle pad. After working out some tack-fitting issues, with one stop early on to adjust stirrup height, and learning the horse's preferred gait, the ride went well. Andy and Prieto quickly developed a bond. The horse was obviously well-trained and had good ground manners. Prieto didn't balk at being ridden over steep ground and rocky spots. He was also just as quiet as the old man had advertised. They returned to Hierro's house at a trot. After they had unsaddled the horses, Andy looked the old man in the eye and said, "I like this caballo. He will do. Here's my offer. I trade you my 1-ounce Krugerrand for your horse Prieto, along with this saddle, this bit and bridle, a pair of hobbles, a lead rope, and also a pair of large saddlebags." Pedro Hierro nodded slowly and gave a thin smile. "Show me this gold." When he left Pedro Hierro's rancho the next morning, Andy had all that he had asked for, plus a collapsing canvas bucket, a grooming brush, and a hoof pick. The saddle was soon modified with a leather punch and nylon straps, allowing Andy's backpack to be strapped on behind the saddle deck. An extra-large saddle pad protected the horse from the weight of the backpack on his loins. The pack's position made it awkward for Andy to mount and dismount the horse, but it obviated the need to use a separate pack horse. Andy's goal was to make a small signature when traveling. It was 35 miles from the rancho to the Mexican border. He planned to cross at Santa Elena, just west of the large city of Chetumal, on the Rio Hondo. By evening, he was camped in the jungle near the village of Chanchen, just 4 miles short of the border. He gave the horse more than an hour to graze in a meadow while he ate his own dinner. Chili, straight from the can. Then he led Prieto off into the jungle. Andy hobbled the horse and camped on a small knoll. It was an anxious night for him. He was saddle-sore, and he felt cranked up. He desperately wanted to talk with Kaylee, but it was 2 days until his next scheduled contact. After a fitful night in his bivy bag, worrying about both the horse and the upcoming border crossing, he awoke at dawn. He had a breakfast of day-old Johnny cakes and some iguana-tail jerky. He was already missing Senora Mora's cooking. Before departing, he repacked his backpack, secreting the pistol and its accessories inside a large bundle of clothes that was secured by string. That went in the bottom of his backpack in the hope that it would be the last thing that would be searched by the customs officers. Crossing the border was easier than he had anticipated. The Santa Elena border station was a simple structure. The sight of his horse passing through was only a little unusual. Leaving Belize, tourists were supposed to incur a $20 exit fee, but this was waived for Andy after a glance at the consul's letter. When he stepped across the line to the Mexican side of the station, his passport check was perfunctory. The Mexican customs agent looked bored as he stamped Andy's new American passport. He just waved Andy through. He had prepared himself by placing a bill of sale and a veterinary health certificate form letter from Hierro, as well as his letters of introduction in the top of his saddlebag. He even had a half-ounce American Eagle gold coin in his pants pocket, ready to palm as a bribe if necessary. He was greatly relieved when it wasn't needed. Just a few miles past the border, Andy led Prieto into some scrub brush out of sight from the road and retrieved his pistol. He positioned the holster in its usual spot on his belt, above his right buttock. He felt more at ease knowing that this SIG was safely cradled there, ready for quick action. It was concealed by his leather vest, which he habitually wore unbuttoned. He kept his horse off the road, following what looked like a motorcycle trail that closely paralleled the highway. The road west toward Romanal was almost deserted. No buses were running, and just a few local ranchers' trucks went by. West of Lago Milagros, Andy could see that he was entering big rancho country. The soil was noticeably more sandy. In places, the sand was snow-white. Barbed wire fences now bordered both sides of the road. Still, the country seemed more like Belize than Mexico. The brush and trees were still the same, only the truck license plates were different. Some of the fences sagged and looked comical, and Lane wondered how well they held cattle. Andy wanted to turn north, but he knew that he first had to travel west for more than a week to skirt around the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. Every day he rode toward the sunset, hoping and waiting for the turn northward. That wouldn't come until he reached Villahermosa, 300 miles to the southwest. Andy hoped to make 35 miles per day, assuming he could find plentiful food and water for his horse. Theoretically, he could be home in New Mexico, 1,750 miles away, in just 2 months, but that was as the crow flies. More realistically, he knew that it would probably take at least twice that long. There were deserts and mountain ranges ahead, and many unknown perils. Traveling entirely at night would in some ways be safer, but he was afraid that he'd stumble into an ambush, and the mosquitoes swarmed by the thousands. It took a heavy application of bug juice to discourage them. Taking pity on Prieto, Lane daubed a bit of insect repellent around the horse's eyes before sleeping each night. He dreaded leaving the mosquito-netted bivy bag each morning. Lane close-hobbled Prieto every night, and was pleased to see that the horse rarely wandered more than 10 yards away from the bivouac bag. Some nights, he hardly moved at all. The sound of the horse's breathing and the regular swishing of his tail were comforting. Andy hoped that he might give him some warning if a man or jaguar approached the camp. Andy even became accustomed to the horse's daily pattern of urination, defecation, and flatulence. Prieto often showed signs of anxiety for the first hour after Andy settled into the bivy bag each night. Then the horse would let loose a ripping fart, let out a loud breath through its nostrils, and finally stand still, often for the full night. This routine made Andy laugh the first few times that he heard it. He got into the routine of grooming the horse twice a day, including picking his hooves. The most time-consuming part was searching for and removing ticks. He'd often find a tick on Prieto's belly or in one of his ears. If the horse shook its head in the middle of the day, Andy would stop, dismount, and check his ears for ticks. This was usually the cause. Andy's first attempt at a radio contact from Mexico was 2 days later, on a Tuesday night. The propagation was so poor that he couldn't even receive Lars's previously strong signal. He gave up in disgust. Prieto tried to linger with his hooves in the water after watering breaks. Andy would have liked to indulge the horse's preference, but he considered it a security risk. After all, creek and river crossings were high-risk ambush areas. He also worried about his horse eating noxious weeds, and made a point of only stopping and letting Prieto graze in grasses that he recognized. Sometimes the horse would get into a particularly tasty bunch of grass and be reluctant to move on. When that happened, Andy would have to tug quite hard on Prieto's reins, or if he was dismounted at the time, he'd ball up his fist with his thumb extended and dig his thumb into Prieto's chest while ordering him backward with the words, "Hacia atrás!" Despite a few quirky habits, Andy was impressed with Prieto's intelligence and instincts. The horse had particularly good sense about snakes. Several times, Andy would be riding alongside the road at a trot, and suddenly Prieto would come to a dead stop and lay back his ears. Each time there was a snake just a few paces ahead. If the snake was a fer de lance, called a Tommy Goff in Belize, or an unidentified snake species, Andy would simply guide the horse in a large circle around to avoid it. But if it was a large rattlesnake, Andy would dismount and tie up Prieto at a safe distance. Then he'd pin the snake's head down with a branch and decapitate it with his pocket knife. Rattlesnakes were good eating. But Prieto was so frightened of snakes that he'd start to prance in place. Andy learned that the only way that he could get close to Prieto when holding a dead snake was if he first hid it in a sack. Because of the space constraints of his backpack, Andy could only carry 4 or 5 days' worth of food. By the time he reached the town of Escarcega, he was down to his last few bits of food. He saw a sign on a small masonry building with heavily barred windows. Monedas numismático. A sign hanging inside the front window read, Abierto, showing that the store was open. As Lane dismounted, a boy wearing a large sombrero approached and asked, "Le cuido su caballo?" Andy nodded affirmatively. Andy handed the boy Prieto's reins. Expecting the wait to be 20 minutes, he told the boy, "Aproximadamente 20 minutos." Just like at the coin shop in Germany, Andy had to be buzzed in. The door closed behind him with a loud click. Just inside the door was another door. To his left was a small window where an armed guard sat. The guard glanced through the window at the boy and the horse. Andy asked, "Can that boy be trusted?" The guard grunted. "Sí. Mi chico es de confiar." Andy saw a sign above that warned that weapons had to be checked. "Registrar todas las armas aquí, sin excepciones." He let out a sigh and muttered, "Okay, your house, your rules." Under the watchful eye of the man who was armed with an odd, 3-barreled antique shotgun, Andy made a show of slowly unholstering his SIG, ejecting its magazine and clearing its chamber, locking the slide to the rear. He passed the pistol butt first through the window and stuffed the magazine and loose cartridge into his front pocket. Then he handed the man both his CRK Tanto folding pocket knife and his Leatherman tool from his other pocket. A second buzzer sounded, and Lane entered the main portion of the coin shop. He was surprised to see the shop was owned by a bald, wrinkled man in a wheelchair. The guard with the shotgun pivoted his stool and closely watched all that transpired. The store was mainly lit by daylight from the windows, supplemented by some strings of white LED lights, the kind that he had previously seen used on Christmas trees. Andy surmised that the lights and door lock were solar-powered. Clever. He asked the man in the wheelchair, "Do you speak English?"
"Yes, I do. Can I be of help to you?"
"I'd like to trade this Krugerrand for silver coins. I want to trade for whatever you think would be best for me to barter for food in my travel. Do you have some silver pesos or maybe once de plata coins? The condition is unimportant to me. My only concern is their silver content." He handed the storekeeper the Krugerrand. It made Andy smile when he saw the coin dealer repeat the same steps to verify the authenticity of the coin that he had seen demonstrated in Germany. Some tools of the trade, he realized, were universal. The man looked up with a smile and declared, "I can give you 48 silver 5-peso coins of before 1958 minting in trade for this coin. I'm sure that you know the 5-peso coins from this time is 72% silver and has 0.6431 of the troy ounce of silver." Andy worked the math in his head. How about 55 of those? That would be a more fair ratio.
The best I can do in the trade is 52.
Andy nodded and said, "That is acceptable to me, but only if you substitute 10 1-peso silver coins instead of 2 of those 5-peso coins."
"Yes, I can include some of the smaller coins, but they will all be the 1957 silver 1-peso Juarez.
These are a very common minting, but not much wear on them."
"That is fine. We have a deal."
They shook hands. The coin dealer counted out the coins in piles of 5 on a blue, felt-covered tray. Andy confirmed the count. The coin dealer placed them in a small canvas sack that was printed, "First Community National Bank, Brownsville, Texas." Seeing that sack made Andy grin. He was now feeling closer to the United States, and feeling anxious. Andy wished the dealer well as he set aside a handful of 1 and 5-peso coins from the sack. This handful went loose into his pants pocket, while the rest, in the canvas sack, went into his cargo pocket. After retrieving his knives and pistol, Andy reloaded and holstered the SIG. The guard gave Andy a friendly nod. He was buzzed out the front door and found the boy standing there dutifully, still holding Prieto's reins. Lane dug in his pocket and pulled out a silver 1-peso coin. He handed it to the boy and said, "Una moneda de plata para ti. Gracias por su trabajito." The boy grinned, shouted, "Muchas gracias, señor," and ran off, singing. There was a bodeguero just 2 blocks farther west. The grocery store was half open air, with 7 rough-hewn tables beneath latticework for shade. 2 bored-looking teenage guards with ancient Mexican Mauser carbines stood watch. The grocery had a surprisingly good selection. Andy bought 2 large bags of beef jerky, carne seca, a dozen apples, 5 large carrots, 8 cans of chili con carne, a dozen sun-dried Spanish mackerel, 6 cans of chicken noodle soup, 8 big hunk candy bars, and a sack of hardtack that was the size of 2 loaves of bread. After a bit of dickering, a price of 1.5 silver pesos was agreed. His change was a peso coin that had been cold-chiseled in half. After seeing the prices asked at the bodeguero, it was now no wonder that the boy had been so excited to get the silver peso. It took a while to pack all the groceries into the backpack and saddlebags. As he did, Andy fed Prieto a carrot that he chomped with gusto. He nosed at Andy, hoping for another,
but Andy was saving those for the coming days. His progress through the states of Quintana Roo and Campeche was slow. He did his best to avoid large towns, but he actually did veer towards some small villages. In each, he would always ask, "¿Saben si más adelante hay bandidos en el camino?" Do you know if bandits await on the road ahead? At the village of La Pita, he got an affirmative response. There, a pot-bellied man warned Andy that a bandit gang controlled the village of Mamantel, just a few miles beyond. He drew Lane a map, showing him a road that skirted around the west side of the village. Andy thanked the man for the warnings and handed him 2 silver pesos with the words, "Unos monedas de plata para ti. Gracias por su advertencia." Andy waited until after dark to make his circuitous route around Mamantel. The ride was nerve-wracking, but uneventful except for a couple of barking dogs. His journey northward through Mexico soon got into a rhythm. After 20 to 25 miles of riding, Andy would look for some woods or dense brush that would offer a secluded campground. He would scan in all directions, first with his eyes, and then with his binoculars to see if he was observed. If anyone was present, he'd let Prieto graze, or he'd pick the horse's hooves until the strangers had passed well out of his line of sight. He would then quietly lead Prieto into the woods, usually at least 200 yards or even farther when the woods weren't dense. Camping alone caused Andy lots of anxiety. He was often afraid that he might be observed and followed. Andy's next shopping excursion was in the small city of Macuspana, in the state of Tabasco. The town was in a broad basin that was mostly agricultural, and he found a profusion of fresh produce at great prices. The thatched roof Centro Mercado had plenty of flies, but the fruit and vegetables all looked fresh. The best bargain was a large sack of dried fish, enough to last Andy for more than a week. The sack was so large that Andy simply tied it to his saddle horn. Prieto snorted at it at first, but with some gentle correction from Andy, the horse left it alone. Andy decided that it was best to work his way up the Gulf Coast, sticking to small roads. He had considered traveling a more westerly and direct route to New Mexico, but that would mean that water and the opportunities to buy food would be iffy, the terrain more rugged, and the grazing for his horse more uncertain. Traveling cautiously, he averaged only 20 miles per day. He skirted around the larger population centers like Minatitlan and Veracruz. He wanted to stay as far away from Mexico City as possible, since the city of 8.4 million residents was reportedly chaotic. Andy surmised that many of those problems must have been overflowing into its suburbs and beyond. One Tuesday evening, Andy had a successful HF contact with Lars. He was thrilled to be able to use the call sign 4A/K5CLA, with the 4A prefix designating that he was transmitting from Mexico. The significance of the prefix was immediately apparent to Lars, but it had to be explained to Beth and Kaylee. As usual for his contacts, Andy gave Kaylee a weekly travelogue, letting her know the sights he had seen, how he was feeling, and in this instance, a bit about Prieto's eccentricities. That same night, Andy was awakened by a strange commotion. He soon realized that it was Prieto stomping a pygmy rattlesnake to death just a few feet from Andy's head. Andy didn't even bother crawling out of his bivy bag. He just ordered Prieto to back off with, "Hacia atrás." Then he unzipped the bivy bag, picked up the well-trodden snake carcass behind its head, and heaved it as far as he could out of the campground. He zipped the bag back up and said, "Good night, Super Horse." As Andy passed north of Orizaba, the population density increased noticeably. There was more traffic on the roads, with a surprising number of motorcycles and mopeds. Some of the men looked unsavory. Andy had to be much more selective about where he camped. He was increasingly afraid that someone might see where he had ducked into the forest and attack him. He often heard bursts of gunfire in the distance. These shots were too rapid to be just hunters. Obviously, there was a big crime problem in the area, and it was being stamped out ballistically. Near Zempoala, Andy had an amazing conversation with a local teenage boy who spoke good English. The boy was armed with a pump-action .22 rifle, slung on his back with a length of white clothesline cord. Andy commented to him about how peaceful things seemed on the coast. The teenager explained, "That's because it's open season on Los Canibales de la Ciudad. When anyone sees them, they just shoot them. Then we burn or bury the bodies so their friends don't come and eat them. It's all like something from a zombie movie." "You're kidding, right?" "No joke, senor. There have been hundreds from Mexico City and even some from Jalapa that we've had to kill. If you are ever seeing strangers with knives or machetes and they have their blood-stained clothes and that look in their eyes, you don't ask questions. Do not hesitate. You just shoot them." "What look in their eyes?" Lane asked. "That look. The animal look. You know it when you see it. After the first time, you recognize it immediatamente." The boy's comments made Andy shudder. Lane was dubious about what he'd been told until he heard it corroborated by a policeman in the next town. This made him anxious to get as far away from Mexico City as he could, as quickly as possible. Chapter 33. Automat Kalashnikov.
Anything that is complex is not useful, and anything that is useful is simple. This has been my whole life's motto. Mikhail Timofeyevich Kalashnikov. Prieto seemed healthy, and his hooves stayed in good condition. Other than mosquito bites, sand flea bites, and sunburn, Andy was also healthy. After he had gained his saddle muscles, the long days on horseback became more bearable. After skirting Veracruz, Lane hugged the coast. In a few stretches with hard sand, he rode Prieto right on the beach, finding it less stressful than constantly looking over his shoulder, as he did when riding on the shoulder of the road. Occasionally, when the surf was light, he'd let Prieto walk in the shallow waves as they lapped up the beach. The horse liked having his hooves in the water. The beautiful scenery was distracting, and Andy had to try to keep focused at all times. He had to fight to keep himself in at least a condition yellow frame of mind. As he rode down the beach, he would sing to himself and to Prieto. He often sang Jimmy Driftwood's bluegrass song Tennessee Stud and snippets of Mexican folk songs that he had picked up. And whenever Prieto broke into a gallop in the shallow surf, he shouted repeatedly, "I'm coming home, Kaylee! I'm coming home!" The stretch of coast between the towns of Zempoala and Vega de Alatorre had an old Mexico feel to it, and the locals were friendly. Many of them seemed curious about Andy and his horse. There were fewer horses, mules, and donkeys in this region than he had seen inland, so young children would often run toward Prieto gleefully, wanting to see and touch El Caballo Grande. Prieto seemed to put up with it well, but once he snatched a straw sombrero off a boy's head and started chewing it before Lane could stop him. Andy apologized for mi caballo travieso and gave the boy a silver peso coin. The boys ran off, carrying the mangled hat and the coin, shouting and laughing. Andy was surprised to have the boy's mother return a few minutes later with 3/4 of the coin. 1/4 of it had been neatly chiseled out, explaining, "You have paid off my son too much for his sombrero." As he moved up the coast, Lane's diet shifted toward bananas, coconuts, and dried fish. There were so many coconuts available, free for the taking, that he cracked open several extra ones each day. After drinking their milk, he scraped out the insides with his pocket knife and gave the pulpy coconut meat to Prieto, who licked it up eagerly. Not wanting to make a wide detour around some lakes, Andy opted to ride directly through the city of Tampico. Knowing that it would be a full day's ride to get through Tampico and the many small towns clustered to the north of it, Andy decided to camp earlier than usual. He let Prieto graze an extra long time in a meadow that was a comfortable 400 yards from the highway. Later, as he set up his camp in the middle of a large grove of coconut trees, Andy remembered an old Stan Kenton big band tune that he had heard as a child, played on one of his grandmother Bardgard's 78 RPM records. It was called Tampico. He sang quietly to himself. "Ay, Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, down in Mexico. You buy a beautiful shawl, a souvenir for Aunt Flo, authentic Mexican yarn, made in Idaho. Oh!" Hearing Lane singing, Prieto gave him a snort. Andy chided the horse to be quiet. "Cállate, Prieto! Tú no resoples." Andy carried on, but just humming, since he couldn't recall the rest of the song's lyrics. The ride through Tampico the next day was unnerving. By 10 a.m., the temperature was already in the 90s. As near as Andy could tell, several gangs controlled the city and the surrounding towns. Individually and in pairs, he saw a few men armed with a diverse assortment of AKs, bolt-action rifles, HKG-3s, M16s, M4, and pump-action shotguns. A few of them had neck tattoos that reminded him of the Guatemalans who had robbed him. This made Andy very nervous. Thankfully, none of the men ever tried to intercept his horse. Several times while riding through Tampico, boys on bicycles would ride up next to Andy and ask one-word color questions like, "Rojo? Azul? Negro?" At first, Andy didn't understand them and shrugged in response. Then he came to realize that they were asking Andy about his gang affiliation. He decided to bluff them by shouting, "El fortissimo! Váyanse, chiquillos! The strongest. Go away, kids." Andy didn't start to relax that day until he had ridden north of the town of Ricardo Flores Magón, late in the afternoon. He was happy to be away from the Tampico gangland. After passing through several coffee plantations, Lane camped that night in a dense grove of trees 100 yards up from a river. The hillside was steeper than he liked, but all of the level ground in the area had long since been cleared of trees. The moon was starting to wane, but was still nearly full. Andy drifted off to sleep, stuffed full of wild bananas. He was awakened by a snort from Prieto. Lane sat halfway up in his bivy bag and listened. He could hear something moving through the undergrowth, 20 yards downhill from his camp. In the moonlight, Andy could see Prieto standing just 10 feet away, with his nose pointing downhill. The horse's ears were alternating between being perked up and laid back. He was obviously wary about something. Andy's first thought was that it might be a jaguar. Then Andy heard a cough. A human cough. Lane slowly unzipped his bivy bag's no-see-um netting and pointed his sig pistol in the direction where he had heard the noises. Only his head and forearms protruded from the bag. Realizing that making any sound could prove fatal, he decided not to move. He couldn't further extricate himself from the bag without making noise. Listening intently, he could identify the sounds of 2 people walking up the hill. Soon Andy could see that 2 figures were climbing the hill, coming directly toward Prieto. As they climbed up closer, Andy began to see some details. Both were muscular young men. Both were shaved, bald-headed. One of them was wearing a white tank top. The other was wearing a white T-shirt. Both of them carried AK-47s and small rucksacks. Andy was uncertain if they might be local ranchers or coffee growers. When they were just 5 yards away, he could see that they were both looking at his horse. They hadn't yet detected Andy, who was sitting in a spot that was shaded from the moonlight. As they stepped closer, one of them shouldered his rifle and thumbed down its safety lever with a loud clack. It was then that Andy could see that they both had tattoos covering most of their arms and ringed around their necks. Andy lined up the glowing green sights of the SIG on the head of the man who had raised the AK and pulled the trigger through twice, rapidly. The bandit went down instantly. Then he quickly shifted his sights to the other man, who was turning to point his rifle toward Andy's muzzle flashes. Andy fired rapidly 5 more times at the chest of the second man. He, too, went down, shouting. Andy took careful aim and shot each of the men twice more in the head. The shooting startled Prieto, and he shifted backward, dragging his hobbled front hooves in an odd jump. The horse snorted anxiously. The 2 bandits continued to thrash on the ground, bleeding out. A dog barked, far in the distance, perhaps a half-mile away. Andy fumbled in his sleeping bag, searching for a spare magazine. Finding it, he ejected the one in his gun and slapped in the spare. He tapped the butt of the pistol twice with his free hand, ensuring that the magazine was correctly latched in place. He was gasping, and he fought to control his breathing. After a minute, the 2 bandits finally stopped moving. He quietly wormed his way out of the bivy bag. His ears were ringing and his hands were shaking. Were there others? If so, how far away? Should he sit tight or flee? He decided to wait and listen. He waited for a very anxious half-hour, hearing only the quiet sounds of Prieto breathing and the occasional high whine of mosquitoes. He prayed silently, and then decided that it was time to go. He holstered his pistol, and then, after rolling and stowing his bivy bag, groped around until he retrieved the partially expended pistol magazine. He made a mental note to refill it when he had daylight available. Moving quietly but quickly, he saddled and tacked up Prieto, but he left the horse's hobbles on for fear of him running off. He rubbed the horse's neck consolingly and whispered in his ear, "Bueno, Prieto. Muy bueno. Muchas gracias. You are super horse." He stepped down the hill to examine the bodies of the bandits. Both of them looked like they were in their 20s. The moonlight was just bright enough to make out their tattoos by. He could see that one of them had some large numbers tattooed on his neck. Most of the rest of the markings were swirling and geometric patterns. These were obviously crude prison tats. He stripped the men of their rucksacks. The small packs were surprisingly heavy. He looped them over his saddle horn. Then he picked up their guns. He flipped up the one safety lever that had been released. One was a folding stock AK, but the other had a wooden stock. The wooden stock, he saw, had been split and cracked, pierced by 2 bullets from Andy's SIG. Neither of the guns had slings, so Andy pulled a hank of OD parachute cord from his left saddlebag and quickly cut off 2 4-foot lengths. He tied them on as makeshift slings. Andy slung both AKs across his back. Then he inserted Prieto's bit, saddled him, and removed the hobbles. He walked north for 200 yards, leading the horse through the dense trees and up onto level ground. Based on the setting moon's position, he judged the time to be about 3 or 4 a.m. He swung up in the saddle unsteadily, unaccustomed to the extra weight of the 2 AKs. He nudged his heels into Prieto's flanks, prodding him forward. The horse went immediately into a trot. "Let's go, Prieto. We got a lot of ground to cover before daylight," Andy urged. He didn't stop for either breakfast or lunch. He rode hard, halting briefly only to water his horse at creeks. By 6 p.m. his stomach was growling and he was feeling saddle-sore. Even with regular shifting of the guns from side to side, the thin parachute cord that he had used for ersatz slings was digging into his lower neck, rubbing it raw. He had covered nearly 80 miles, paralleling Highway 180 and intentionally bypassing the town of Aldama. Now, just 10 miles short of La Coma, he dismounted and walked Prieto for the last half-mile to cool him down. He halted in a small grassy opening in a forest, far from the nearest ranch house. After reloading the partially expended SIG magazine and unsaddling and hobbling Prieto, Andy dug into his pack and wolfed down some carne seca and an apple. Then he groomed the horse thoroughly. He heaped praise on the horse as he did so. He said over and over, "You are super horse. Muy bueno, Prieto." And some of God's blessings come with 4 legs. As he did the grooming, he thought about the 2 rifles that he had taken from the dead men. He concluded that it would be wise to keep one of them. Both of them were selective fire models with a full auto selector position. Ideally, he would have kept the fixed stock AK, since they are more accurate and more comfortable to shoot. He had never liked the feel of the folding stock AKs with underfolding stocks. Their skeletonized butt plates were uncomfortable on his shoulder, and his cheek wobbled on the thin rails. Working in turn, he unloaded both guns, popped off their top covers, and pulled out their bolt assemblies. Looking closely at each, he could see that he should keep only the folding stock gun. The wooden stock on the other AK looked beyond repair, and the gun was old and rusty. Looking down its bore with a bit of white paper tucked into the receiver ahead of the open bolt to act as a reflector, he could see that the wood-stocked AK had a dark, badly pitted bore, but the folder AK was nearly new and it had a very good bore. He also realized that for some of his upcoming travel, he'd have to keep the gun concealed. For that, the folding stock AK would be the obvious choice. Andy oiled and reassembled the folding stock AK, then he reloaded it. He decided to keep the magazine and the entire bolt assembly from the fixed stock AK to use as spares, but discard the rest of the gun. He just left it on the ground. He mused about who would eventually find it there and when. Perhaps an archaeologist. He whispered to himself, "Duro Brabis." Next, Lane searched through the bandits' rucksacks. One of them had 3 spare loaded AK magazines, and the other one had 2 more. One of these magazines was a black polymer Bulgarian waffle magazine. The rest of them were typical Russian steel magazines, mostly in good condition, although one of them had heavy pitting. There was just one magazine pouch that held 3 magazines. He decided that it would be the largest size that he could comfortably carry on his belt, positioned on his left hip so that it wouldn't bump up against the back of his saddle. The packs also contained a Chinese-made LED flashlight, a cheap pocket knife, a bag containing marijuana and cigarette rolling papers, 2 bottles of insect repellent, and 3 pairs of socks. There was also a large plastic bag containing 2 dozen tortillas in an old bread bag, a half-pound of some foul-smelling chicken meat, some refried bean paste in a Ziploc bag, and some rice. This food was suspect, so he buried it along with the marijuana 80 yards outside his camp, so that it wouldn't attract scavengers, and so that Prieto wouldn't get into it. That evening Andy had difficulty getting to sleep, so he put on some insect repellent and spent an hour braiding a sling out of 75 feet of parachute cord, praying as he worked. The resulting sling looked presentable and functional. He made it extra long so that it would be usable when the rifle was slung across his chest. Then he crawled back into his bivy bag and zipped the mosquito net closed. As he tried to get to sleep, the events of the night before kept replaying in his mind. He concluded that there was little that he could have done differently. If he had tried to warn them off, he probably would have been shot and killed. If he had tried to flee, he probably would have been shot and killed. And even if he had surrendered and handed over everything that he owned, he probably would have been shot and killed. And he whispered out loud, resignedly, "Same. Then he prayed, "Forgive me, Lord, for taking those lives. You know your elect. I doubt they were saved, but I pray that they were. And please grant me rest, O Lord." And he searched his memory. After a pause, he quoted, "Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear brother here departed, we therefore commit his body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life through our Lord Jesus Christ, who shall change our vile body, that it may be like unto his glorious body, according to the mighty working, whereby he is able to subdue all things to himself." Then he asked himself, were they saved? I have no way of knowing. You can sort them out, Lord. The next morning he awoke feeling more sore than usual. He tied the new sling to the folding stock AK and oiled the gun thoroughly. He folded the stock closed, leaving the gun in its more compact configuration. Once it was rolled inside his extra sweater and raincoat, the AK was unrecognizable to the casual observer. And he felt better, knowing that the gun was there and could be loaded fairly rapidly if he ever needed it. He decided to get into the routine of loading, oiling, and inspecting the gun each evening when he made camp in the woods. But he decided the risk of arrest was too great if he carried it openly when riding. It would be wrapped up, strapped atop his pack each day. The additional gear made getting on and off Prieto even more difficult than before. Raising his right leg over the pack was an almost gymnastic feat. From a standstill, it was in fact often easier to dismount in reverse, by twisting his left foot in the stirrup while lifting his right foot over the saddle horn instead of over the back of the saddle and pack. While riding in the open country between Las Marias and San Fernando, Andy started looking at the trash by the side of the road. He was searching for a scrap of cardboard or a large, flat cardboard box. After half a mile, he found an 18-inch square cardboard box that was just 4 inches deep. He dismounted and picked it up, saying, "This'll do nicely." Walking and leading Prieto, he took a 1-mile detour from the road. Lane hobbled his horse and pulled a pen from his saddlebag. He drew a 1-inch dot in the middle of the bottom of the box. He switched to the magazine with the pitting, henceforth designated his Target and Hunting Only magazine. Lane left Prieto grazing and walked 100 yards ahead. He set up the target box and stepped back 25 paces to zero the AK. After digging out the earplug case that he had brought from Afghanistan, he got down prone and deliberately fired a 3-shot group. He found that the AK's sights were correct in the left-right axis, but the rifle shot high. He cranked up the front sight with his Leatherman tool until the rifle shot dead on at 25 paces. Then he stepped back to 75 paces and fired again. In the entire process, he fired just 7 rounds. Satisfied, he rewrapped and stowed the AK. Still saddle-sore, he rode only another 10 miles before leaving the road to make camp northwest of San Fernando. He had to camp farther off the road than before to be out of sight, because the clumps of trees were becoming thinner and more infrequent. Andy spent considerable time cleaning the bore and chamber of the AK. He wasn't sure if the ammo he had taken from the dead bandits, all with Cyrillic markings, was corrosively or non-corrosively primed, so he wasn't taking any chances. In his Ordnance Corps officer basic course at Fort Lee, Virginia, Lane had been taught that the rule was to clean a gun's bore, chamber, and bolt face for 3 successive days after shooting any suspected corrosive ammo. This was the only way to be sure that the corrosive priming salts were completely removed. Lane also took the time to unload all of the magazines and inspect each of them and every cartridge. He sorted the cartridges on his spread-out raincoat. Any cartridges that were dented or had loose bullets or corrosion were segregated and loaded into the target and hunting only magazine. The grazing was becoming sparse, so Andy hobbled Prieto more loosely, but the next morning he found the horse standing just 15 feet away. Andy's breakfast was dried fish and 2 oranges. Prieto ate the orange peels. Just an hour later, Andy reached a long-awaited goal, the fork in the road near the tiny town of Ampi La Loma. If he continued ahead to the northeast, Highway 101 would take him to Brownsville, Texas. But if he turned northwest, Highway 97 would take him to Reynosa, which was less populous. He veered his horse to the left at the fork, skipping the paved cloverleaf loop, and let out a whoop. He brought Prieto's pace up to a canter. Texas was so close that he could taste it. A hard day of riding brought Andy nearly to the city of Reynosa. Before looking for a place to camp, he made inquiries with some local women who were carrying bundles of firewood on their backs. They told him that the far bridge across the Rio Grande at Reynosa had been roadblocked, and the border station had been shut down. A narco-traficante gang ruled the town, they warned. A sporadic crackle of gunfire in the distance confirmed their warning. But they also told Andy that 25 miles west, at Nuevo Progreso, just north of Camargo, and opposite Rio Grande City, the bridge was open and that the border stations were unmanned. After a quiet ride to Camargo, Andy spent the next 24 hours quizzing the locals and reconnoitering the border crossing. From the woods on the south bank of the river, he used his binoculars to size up the situation on the Star Camargo Bridge. All through the day, he saw people walking back and forth over the pair of concrete bridges. Many people pushed wheelbarrows and carts filled with trade goods. There were no signs of anyone being impeded. He couldn't get a clear view of the border crossing complex on the far side of the river, but there were obviously people passing through. He only heard 2 gunshots during the day. Both of those were in the late morning, about 20 minutes apart, and the sound came from the American side of the river. Andy spent that night in the woods, a mile upriver. Seeing Texas on the other side of the river made it seem tantalizingly close. There were just a few small individual lights that he could see in the distance. Presumably they were candles and lanterns. The town of Rio Grande City, with 14,000 inhabitants before the crunch, and now slightly less, was quiet and dark. He didn't hear any vehicles or generators operating after sunset. The only noise came from a few barking dogs. He fretted and prayed through much of the night. The next morning, he awoke to the sound of a dove cooing in a nearby tree. He bathed with buckets of water carried up from the river, and he shaved using one of his precious remaining scraps of soap. He combed his hair and tried to beat the grime out of his trousers. Then he brushed his teeth. Lane wanted to look presentable, just in case he was stopped. He said another prayer and saddled up. As he inserted Prieto's bit, he said to the horse, "Well, fella, this is our big day. You only speak Spanish, so let me do the talking." Andy was anxious as he crossed the upper bridge. With Prieto at a trot, he passed two pedestrians on the bridge, both pushing wheelbarrows full of corn on the cob. The brown-painted border crossing station building was deserted. It was eerie, seeing the inspection booths unmanned, aside for one abandoned pickup on blocks and minus its tires, and some new graffiti spray-painted on two of the booths. The station looked intact and unmolested. Andy kept Prieto at a trot. As he rode, Andy whistled the tune, "God Bless America." He soon rode into an open-air market that was set up in the border crossing parking lot. Most of the tables displayed seasonal produce. Some of it was simply spread out on tarps on the ground. The vendors were mostly Mexican, and the customers were mostly American. A few came in pickups, but there were plenty of horses and mountain bikes. Both were kept close at hand by their nervous owners. Nearly everyone seemed to be armed, either with holstered pistols or slung long guns, or both. Horses caused a few comical moments as the naughty animals snatched produce from the stalls unless their reins were held tightly. With a grin that never quit, Andy bought a large sack of oranges, a bag of carrots, 2 candy bars, a can of peanuts, and some horse meat jerky. He paid in silver pesos. His change was in the form of U.S. silver dimes and 2 pie-slice-shaped silver bits that had been chiseled from a Morgan silver dollar. The prices at the market seemed greatly inflated compared to what he had experienced in Mexico, but at least his silver peso coins were readily accepted. Before leaving, Andy patted Prieto and praised him for being un señor caballo, a gentlemanly horse, and fed him a carrot. Andy walked Prieto to the gate. Before climbing back up on the saddle, he unstrapped the inherited AK-47 from atop his pack, unwrapped it, and slung it over his shoulder. After swinging up into the saddle, Lane reached into his saddle bag and pulled out a full 30-round magazine. He swung the AK around to his chest and inserted the curved magazine. He gave a sigh of relief and said, "Back in the land of the free." In the coming days, Lane would habitually carry the AK slung across his chest, with the sling looped around his neck, ready for quick action. If a situation looked particularly dicey, Lane would halt his horse and rotate the AK's stock to its extended position so that he'd be able to shoot accurately. Chapter 34. Reconnaissance. Vaults of the central banks and return to the pockets and purses of private individuals, for gold is the only really sound money with intrinsic value. The desire to return to gold is understandable, and we hope to see it realized someday, although the argument in favor of the gold standard is not always stated in a valid way. The distinctive function of gold money does not consist in its intrinsic value or in the constancy of that value, which fluctuates even in the absence of government intervention. The excellence of metallic money in free circulation consists in the fact that it renders impossible the abuse of power of the government to dispose of the possessions of its citizens by means of its monetary policy, and thus serves as the solid foundation of economic liberty within each country and of free trade between one country and another. Faustino Balv, Essentials of Economics, 1963. Local commerce gradually began to expand in the Four Corners. For the first few years after the crunch began, most of the local businesses were closed due to lack of inventory. Others suffered from what Beth dubbed buggy whip syndrome. In essence, their products or services didn't translate well into the new economic reality. There was no more internet, there was no more coffee being imported, and there was little need for weight loss centers
when so many people were going hungry. The few businesses that prospered were ones that specialized in repair and refurbishment. Just weeks after the crunch began, an informal open-air flea market started to blossom at the San Juan County Fairgrounds on Highway 64 between Farmington and Bloomfield. This was where people brought fresh produce, used clothing, toys, and assorted household goods to barter. A large hand-painted banner read, F-L-E-E, Flea Market. At first, Beth thought that this was a misspelling, but then she realized that it was intentional. The fairgrounds worked well as a barter venue. There was plenty of room for vendors to camp, and the stable buildings were available for horses. As one of the few regions of the country with an intact power utility and an operating refinery, the local economy was surprisingly resilient, and crime was relatively low. There was merely a shortage of new goods to sell. Meanwhile, most other parts of the country barely had functioning economies, and wherever population densities were high, chaos reigned. The county fairgrounds were also considered a particularly safe place to conduct business, since there was an adjoining sheriff's department substation. The vendors were largely self-policing, and they only rarely had to summon the sheriff's deputies, mostly because of public drunkenness. When Lars Lane made his first trip to the barter fair with Reuben Phelps, he was surprised to see one vendor that had 2 tables full of radio equipment. This included some CB, FRS, GMRS, and MURS band radios. A large sign read, Will Trade for Fresh Coax Wire. The man behind the tables was a grizzled old retired engineer who lived in a single-wide trailer house out past Cortez. He was displaying some J-pole antennas that he had constructed with PVC pipe and scrap wire. He had them already tuned for various bands. Lars asked him about how to mount the antennas. The man answered, If you want to talk to everybody, then you mount them vertically. But if you want to have your own private little network, then you mount them horizontally. Most people don't think about that, but when you use a CB antenna with horizontal polarization, it can attenuate signals transmitted by a vertical antenna by 20 decibels. Every 3 decibels of attenuation cuts the signal by 1/2, so that would be 1/64th, or slightly less signal power. That means very low probability of intercept by anyone outside of your private group that uses a horizontal antenna network. Lars was impressed with the old man's knowledge. He nodded and said, That's brilliant. Where do you get all this gear? Oh, I go around to the little towns and ranches that are outside of the utility power grid. Out there, most folks got no juice, so they think of all these old radios as junk. I trade them gasoline or corn or charged car batteries for a lot of this. With ballistic wampum, 200 rounds of .22 long rifle ammo, Lars bought a pair of the J-pole antennas trimmed for the Citizens Band. Later that same day, he and Reuben mounted them on the house, one vertically and one horizontally, so that with an antenna coax switch, he could select them at will. Prescott, Arizona, September, the 3rd year. News came to Prescott via the Arizona CB radio relay network that the La Fuerza Luther Army was about to attack Wickenburg. Ian Doyle volunteered to recon the situation, flying his Star Streak. Just as with several other recon flights in the past few years, assembling, fueling, and pre-flight checking the plane took less than an hour. They rolled Aileron out to the street, and Blanca gave Ian a hug. Despite the gasoline's age, the engine started easily. Ian taxied over to the street where he had first landed nearly 4 years before. It felt good to be back in the air. After several months of being ground-bound, it gave Doyle a rush to feel the sensation of speed and flight. Flying to Wickenburg, took only about 25 minutes, which made the looters seem uncomfortably close to Prescott. Doyle first made a low pass over the Wickenburg Airport, just west of town. It appeared abandoned. There were 4 semi-truck trailers parked perpendicular across the main runway at wide intervals. That looked very odd to Ian. Still at low altitude, he approached the town from the west. Ian could see La Fuerza swarming through the town of Wickenburg en masse. He had heard on the CB that he would be seeing many houses that were already abandoned by their owners, who fled after hearing that the looters were coming. Ian circled the town, watching the calamitous events unfold beneath him. Several houses were on fire. The looters moved from house to house, taking anything of value. Ian held the stick with one hand and a pair of binoculars with the other. He did his best to tally and categorize the looters' vehicles. He was sickened to see women and girls dragged out of houses, kicking and thrashing, only to be beaten, stripped naked, and raped. He felt powerless to stop what he saw. As he turned northwest on his third low orbit of the town, he was startled to see several tracer bullets flash up past his left wing. Suddenly, he no longer felt like just a detached observer. Recognizing his peril, he stomped on the plane's right rudder pedal, throttled up, and climbed to higher altitude. He departed westward, intentionally choosing a long, circuitous route back to Prescott to conceal his point of origin. When he landed at Conley Ranches, his neighbors came running. He gave them a quick summary of what he'd seen, and then a dire warning. "We need to get ready, folks. There's a world of hurt coming our way." Ian was thankful that they found no bullet holes in the Laron when they disassembled it. Chapter 35. Cut to size, file to fit, and paint to match. I fully understand the primary function of guns in the human condition, to protect oneself against the aggression of others. If other people are going to use them for the purpose of aggression, why, that's all the more reason for me to own one, or in my case, considerably more than one. Kim Dutoit. Many years before the crunch, Ian Doyle was a college senior majoring in business at the University of Chicago. He was enrolled in the Air Force ROTC program. One day at the cafeteria, as he ate lunch with his friend Todd Gray, Doyle was introduced to Dan Fong, a freshman who was majoring in industrial engineering. Gray mentioned that Ian and Dan shared a common interest in guns, so it wasn't long before Ian and Dan became shooting buddies. They took frequent trips to local gun ranges, both indoors and outdoors. Although he did a surprising amount of surreptitious gunsmithing in the Industrial Arts Building's metal shop, Fong lacked a workshop where he could work on guns with any expectation of privacy. It was 215 miles from Doyle's home in Plymouth, Michigan, to Chicago, so other than on some occasional weekends spent at home, Doyle was also without a private workshop. Their need for workshop space was solved by Todd Gray. Todd's father had owned 3 hardware stores. Just a year after Phil Gray retired, he died of a heart attack. This was when Todd was a college sophomore. Phil Gray left behind a wonderfully equipped home carpentry and machine shop in a detached garage that sat behind the Gray's house. Most of the equipment was later willed to Phil's brother, Todd's uncle, Pete. But while Todd was in college, the shop sat idle and still available for Todd to use. His father had amassed a large assortment of shop equipment, including a Unimat lathe, a small Bridgeport milling machine, a bandsaw, a radial arm saw, a power jigsaw, and a huge assortment of hand tools. One evening, Ian was invited to a pizza feed at Dan Fong's dorm room. Also there were Todd Gray and his roommate Tom T.K. Kennedy. After hearing about the shop, Doyle asked, "Have you got a welding rig?"
Actually, I've got 3. A basic oxyacetylene with small tanks, a 220-volt arc welder, and a wire feed. He took a bite of pizza and added, "But I'm not very good with them." "Well, I'm a welder," Dan declared. "When I was in high school, I spent half my time in the metal shop fabricating. Mostly, it was various Rube Goldberg contraptions and even some metal sculptures. I'm pretty good with a torch, so if you don't mind, we'd like to come over for a Saturday or 2. Doyle interrupted. "Or maybe 3 or 4? Fong continued. "And do a couple of welding projects that the bat fags wouldn't approve of, like—" Todd grinned, but TK clamped his palms over his own ears and half-shouted in his Sergeant Schultz voice, "I know nothing! I hear nothing!" After a pause in which he gave the others a stern look, TK said, "Look, what you choose to do is up to you guys, but I don't want to know what you are doing, understand? It's better that way. You guys can go and play mad scientist takes up welding, but count me out." Ian soon rented a private mailbox at a Ship-it store on the west side of Chicago, using the name of Ian's cousin, who had died of a congenital heart defect at just 2 months of age. When he was 17 years old, Ian had stumbled upon the dead boy's birth certificate after having been asked to shred some of his mother's old papers. Since the deceased cousin was born 3 years earlier than Ian, Doyle's plan had been to have a fake ID so that he could buy beer before he turned 21. But eventually, it was just used for buying machine gun parts sub rosa. The owner of the Ship-it shop was a shady character. In exchange for an extra $30 processing fee, he didn't ask for anything more than the birth certificate and a dance club photo ID as proof of the identity of Randall Stallings. Their first project was a World War II vintage Sten Mk2 submachine gun. These 9mm SMGs had a very simple design using a tubular steel receiver. Parts sets for the guns, sans receiver, were cheap and plentiful. Finding several ads in the Shotgun News, Ian bought a hand-select part set for $220. From another vendor, he bought a 4130 steel receiver tube blank that already had a cutting template glued on. The magazines came from a third vendor who sold used but serviceable and very greasy 32-round magazines for just $9 each. Doyle also bought just one scarce 40-round magazine, which cost $40 just by itself. All of these mail orders were paid for with U.S. Postal Service money orders that Doyle paid for with cash. When the greasy parts set arrived, Fong was a bit disappointed by its condition. Several of the parts had rust pitting, and Fong pointed out that the stock extension was slightly dented, so it wouldn't fit on the receiver tube blank. Ian laughed and said, "Don't sweat it, Dan. We'll just cut to size, file to fit, and paint to match. It'll be easy." Assembly did indeed turn out to be fairly simple. Aside from a touch-up weld and final finish, the Sten was built in just 1 weekend. Their next project was more ambitious, an Ingram M10 submachine gun. Like the Sten, its parts set came from an ad found in the Shotgun News. The frame came to them in 3 pieces to get around a recent BATF ruling. The 2 side pieces of the frame came from one vendor, while the middle piece came from another dealer who advertised this as the missing link. After spending an hour building a jig block to ensure that the pieces would be held at precise 90-degree angles, welding the 3 pieces together took just a few minutes. Welding together the frame and assembling the M10 took the trio just 1 day. The time-consuming part was making the parts for the sound suppressor that attached to the M10's factory-cut muzzle threads. The suppressor was a clone of the famed Psionics brand, which was co-developed with the Ingram SMG in the 1960s. The suppressor project took several weekends. Dan and Ian started with a set of psionics machining diagrams that they found advertised in Gun List. Ian was able to buy seamless aluminum tubing stock from a local vendor. The same company provided some aluminum bar stock that would be drilled and lathe-turned for the internal spirals. Fong botched cutting the threads on the first 2 tubes, but the later ones turned out nicely. Luckily, they had plenty of extra tubing stock, so they didn't need to make a second purchase. The final touches in the welding and painting of the 2 guns was done in Michigan. This was because Todd's mother objected to the smell when her kitchen oven was used to cure the Alvin high-temperature engine paint that was used on many of the gun parts. Over a 3-day weekend, Todd, Ian, and the Fong man took a road trip to Plymouth, Michigan, and worked in the garage at the home of Doyle's parents, who were at the time away on vacation. When he had been invited to join them, Tom Kennedy declined, declaring, "I don't know what your fascination with full auto is. I can squeeze my trigger finger pretty fast, and that's not a felony." The last-minute welding work in Michigan included attaching the front strap hanger for the Ingram and touching up the trigger guard welds on the Sten, which Fong had declared imperfect. For this, they used Gray's portable oxyacetylene torch, which they brought along on the Michigan trip. This was the first time that Todd ever helped Ian and Dan do any of the welding. The paint curing was done in the oven of the Doyle's summer kitchen fruit canning range, which sat in the screened back porch. The welding and painting weekend in Michigan turned into an extended pizza and root beer party for the trio. Later that school year, Dan and Ian drove to the Upper Peninsula of Michigan to test drive their 2 new toys. They did so at Porcupine Mountain's Wilderness State Park on a rainy weekend. Hiking deep into the forest for 2 hours on deserted trails across patchy snow assured them privacy for test-firing the guns. First, they fired the M10 using special subsonic velocity ammo. With suppressor attached, each shot sounded like little more than a hand clap. They fired just 60 rounds through it, mostly with the SMG's selector switch turned to the semi-automatic position. After stowing the Ingram and its magazines in Ian's backpack, they got out the Sten gun. Because the Sten was not suppressed, they fired just 20 rounds through it. The first 18 rounds were loaded into magazines with just 1 cartridge per magazine to test to see if they were stripped out of the magazine properly when the bolt slammed forward. Like the Ingram, the Sten fed flawlessly. Finally, they reloaded 2 magazines with 3 rounds each. These Dan shot in 2 quick bursts. The gun functioned as expected. They then pulled the stock off the Sten and restowed it in Dan's backpack. They didn't stop grinning for hours. Originally, the completed Sten was going to belong to Fong, while the M10 would be owned by Doyle. But after their test drive, Fong got cold feet and claimed that he didn't have a secure place to store an unregistered Class 3 gun. He asked Ian to buy him out of the Sten project. Doyle, who had a more cavalier attitude about legalities, was happy to do so. He hid the guns and their accessories in a wall cache in his parents' basement. Eventually, Ian bought a spare barrel for the Sten that had a threaded muzzle. He and Fong then spent another 2 Saturdays in the Gray's shop, completing a 9mm suppressor that was almost identical to the can that they had built for the Ingram. The 2 guns and their accessories were stored for most of the next 15 years in the wall cache, sitting well-oiled in plastic bags, each of which also contained a large packet of silica gel desiccant. All this time, Ian's parents were oblivious to their presence. 3 years before the crunch, Ian had a permanent change of station, PCS, back to Luke Air Force Base. Just after that move, he took Blanca and their daughter Linda
on a 2-week driving trip to visit relatives in Wisconsin and Michigan. While in Plymouth, he retrieved the submachine guns, bringing them home in tape-sealed boxes marked books. Once back in Arizona, he more extensively test-fired the guns out on a section of BLM land north of the old copper mining town of Ajo. He put nearly 300 rounds through the guns, with just one jam on the sten, which he traced to a dented magazine feed lip. Not wanting to risk another jam, he buried that magazine at his impromptu shooting range. He spent the next day at home, cleaning and lubricating the guns and suppressors, and painting all of the magazines to match the guns. He stowed them in a pair of military surplus 20mm ammo cans and buried them under the crawl space of the rental house. Chapter 36. Emboscada. If you're not shooting, you should be loading. If you're not loading, you should be moving. If you're not moving, someone's going to cut your head off and put it on a stick. Clint Smith, director of the Thunder Ranch Shooting School. Marathon, Texas, September the 3rd year. Andy's journey through Texas and New Mexico went by in a blur. He often pushed Prieto 50 miles a day. His stops were predicated upon increasingly infrequent sources of feed and water as he progressed into desert country. When riding in open country near Marathon, Texas, Andy saw a group of 5 men who were standing around 2 pickup trucks parked on the shoulder of the highway. Since there were no houses nearby, it seemed an odd place for them to be stopped. He didn't like the feel of the situation. It smelled like an ambush. At a distance of 80 yards, he yanked the reins to the left and reinforced his intent by leaning leftward and applying pressure from his knee to urge Prieto into a tight turn, yelling, "Ándale!" His horse responded by breaking into a full gallop. Glancing over his shoulder, Andy could see one of the men raise a handgun, and 2 others shouldered M4 carbines. The situation didn't look good. There were just a few undulations in the ground, very little to provide good cover. Andy jabbed with his boot heels and alternated jerks on the reins, putting Prieto into some rapid serpentine turns. He could see a small rise about 60 yards ahead. It was no more than 3 or 4 feet high. There was no other cover in any direction. Andy grunted to himself, "This'll have to do." He heard the crack of a rifle, followed by the distinctive snap of a bullet going past his ear. As he topped the rise, there was a tug at his sleeve as a bullet passed through. Andy reined Prieto to a halt at the base of the hill, which was 30 yards wide. He did his best to pommel off the saddle even before Prieto came to a full halt in a cloud of dust. As he hit the ground, the AK jabbed painfully into his chest. There were several more rapid shots. As he had practiced several times before, Lane ordered the horse down with a shout of "Vaarse!" and a firm tug downward on the reins. Prieto obediently knelt and rolled to the ground. Andy was startled to see that one of the reins hung loose in his hand. It had been shot in half. He dropped to the ground, holding the remaining rein, and tugged Prieto's nose to the ground. The horse obligingly stayed on its side. The horse was still breathing hard, and its nostrils were flaring. He lost sight of the men on the other side of the rise, but he could still hear shots and bullets flying overhead. Andy extended the stock of the AK and flipped down its safety to the middle position. He crept slowly forward, low-crawling up the reverse slope of the rise. Once he could just see the tops of the men's heads and the roofs of the pickup trucks, he lay prone and shouldered the rifle. He could hear Prieto's heavy breaths behind him and hoped that the horse had the sense to remain prone. Lane took careful aim at a man armed with a rifle. He estimated the range was about 220 yards. He fought to control his breathing, paused, and slowly squeezed the trigger. The AK's wire stock bucked against his shoulder. The man that he had aimed at went down hard. Seconds later, the others also dropped to the ground,
out of sight. Andy cradled the AK in his arms and slithered backward down the hillock. He crawled over to Prieto and whispered assuring words. He took a moment to wrap the remaining rein twice around a large flat rock that was the size of a bread loaf. Rubbing the horse's chin consolingly, he said, "Stay down. Quédate abajo, Prieto." He high-crawled 5 yards to his left, and again crawled forward to near the crest of the hillock. He could see the pickups, but could not see his attackers, who were concealed by some low scrub brush. Andy fired 6 times, aiming at the side and rear windows of the pickup trucks, doing his best to put the fear of God into the bandits. The windows disintegrated in showers of tempered glass chunks. Andy again backed off the hillock and swapped magazines, inserting a full one. Then he crawled behind Prieto 10 yards to his right, before gradually working his way back to near the crest of the hillock. He again found that he couldn't see any of the bandits. There was no more shooting coming from them. He scanned intently. Then he spotted one of the men, armed with a pistol, crawling toward one of the pickups. Taking a deliberate aim, he shot the man twice through the chest. He could hear indistinct shouts from the men in the distance. Then, more clearly, he heard, "Ahora o nunca!" Andy echoed in a whisper, "That's right. It's now or never, and it's you or me. This, boys and girls, is where we divide the quick from the dead." Andy heard one of the pickup doors slam, on the far side. He caught a glimpse of someone dashing toward the other truck and fired 3 rounds rapidly before the man disappeared behind the pickup. He heard another truck door slam but couldn't be sure which one. He could hear the engines being started. Andy began firing in a rapid tempo, concentrating on the driver's side doors of the pickups. The 2 pickup trucks lurched forward, kicking up dust, and they drove away quickly. He fired 6 more shots in rapid fire at the back windows of the pickups. He stopped shooting when they were 400 yards away. In his excitement, he shouted, "Concealment is not cover, you dumb mothers!" Andy crept back down the hill to assess his situation. He again switched the AK's magazine, then checked himself and the horse for injuries. All that he found was a hole in the right sleeve of his shirt and the severed rein. He muttered, "Thank you, Lord." Andy again reassured the horse, patting his neck and repeating, "Super horse. Excelente caballo. Super horse." He decided it was best to wait, just in case the bandits hadn't all gotten away, or the one that he'd shot had not yet bled out. After 20 minutes, he pulled his binoculars out of his saddlebags, crept to the top of the hill once more, and spent a half-hour with the binoculars, scanning the area where the trucks had been parked. He could see 2 bodies, one face up and one face down. Andy rose to a crouch and walked back to Prieto. He unwrapped the rein from around the rock. Without any urging, the horse stood up and shook off some dust. He led the horse 50 yards farther away to a substantial mesquite bush and tied on the rein. Lane turned and walked in a wide semicircle, stopping frequently to look through the binoculars. He paused at 75 yards, knelt, and shot the 2 men once more each, both in the head. He then cautiously approached the bodies. He found that they were both black-haired Mexicans in their 20s. One of them wore a fancy black silk shirt and black jeans. The other was in faded blue jeans and a plaid shirt. A Browning high-power pistol lay on the ground next to the hand of the one in the black shirt. There was no gun near the other body, but there were at least 8 pieces of fired 5.56mm brass. It was obvious that one of his partners had taken the fallen man's M4. Andy carefully examined where the trucks had been parked. There was a lot of blood on the ground and chunks of broken glass. Then he walked back and more closely examined the 2 bodies, rolling them over and patting them down. All that he found in their pockets
were a loaded 30-round M16 magazine, 2 loaded high-power magazines, and a Chinese pocket knife with a broken tip. Andy pocketed the magazines and then picked up the high-power pistol. He found that there were only 3 cartridges left in the magazine. He reloaded the gun with one of the full magazines and thumbed up its safety lever. Returning to the horse, he put his binoculars, the captured pistol, and the extra magazines in his saddlebag. He took a minute to redistribute the ammunition and magazines, putting a full magazine in the AK and 3 full magazines back into his belt pouch. Before he left, he searched the ground behind the hillock and found the 3-foot length of horse rein that had been shot off. He tied it on, rejoining the brake with a square knot. "I'll have to stitch that," he said to himself. His throat felt parched, and he took a long draw of water from his canteen, taking down nearly half a quart. Finally, he eased himself up into the saddle. He turned to ride south on the pavement for a half-mile, then cut northeast across the desert. His plan was to take a wide roundabout, just in case the bandits were waiting in ambush farther north on the highway. This wide detour cost Andy a full day of riding. After the excitement near Marathon, the rest of Andy's ride seemed mundane. Many of the locals were wary. They talked a lot about recent Mexican gang attacks and desperate looters from El Paso. "Watch out for the narcotraficantes," they warned. Only a few people were willing to trade silver for food. One man even wanted to charge Andy just for letting his horse use his watering trough. Clearly, West Texas was not the land of plenty. But near Valentine, Texas, Andy was able to trade the captured full M16 magazine for nearly a week's worth of food that included some ground cornmeal fried into bread balls, called Dodgers. It was the first time that he'd ever seen or eaten them, but he had heard Kaylee talk about them. Lane pressed on, noticing that the summer weather was abating. The nights were getting chilly. Approaching the New Mexico state line, he made a wide arc to avoid El Paso. He was jubilant when he was able to turn due north. He paralleled Highway 25, staying away from cities as much as possible. Trees were infrequent, and even brushy patches became sparse, so he often had to camp more than a mile from the nearest road to avoid detection. He heard a lot of gunfire as he passed by Socorro. He cut west at Los Lunas to avoid the population in the vicinity of Albuquerque. Highway 550 would take him directly to Farmington. His next Tuesday night radio contact was unsuccessful. Andy concluded that he failed because he was inside of the HF skip zone. This is the zone that is beyond line of sight, which is limited to about 45 miles because of the curvature of the Earth, but inside the minimum distance for an ionospheric hop for a radio wave. He missed conversing with Kaylee, and he ached just thinking about her, but he took comfort knowing that he was so close to home. He camped next near Cuba, New Mexico, and ate heartily, knowing that he probably had just 2 more days of riding to make it to Bloomfield. As he passed through the town of Cuba, he heard that there was an operating hotel, restaurant, and laundry 55 miles to the northwest at the Blanco trading post. Hearing the words, "They got electricity there," was captivating to Andy. He envisioned a land of milk and honey, endlessly hot bathtubs, and clean sheets. The weather was getting uncomfortably cold, and Andy was increasingly anxious to get to the Bloomfield ranch. As he drifted off to sleep, he told Prieto, "One more hard day's ride, and you'll be sleeping in a stall and eating oats, boy." He awoke at dawn and brushed the frost off his bivvy bag before rolling it up. After a grueling all-day ride, Andy reached the Blanco trading post just after sunset. The trading post was just a wide spot in the road, 20 miles out of Bloomfield. In the years before the crunch, it had become more of an art gallery than a trading post, catering to tourists who were visiting nearby Chaco Canyon. But as the economy crumbled, the store quickly reverted to its roots. In addition to a trading post for food and horse tack, it was also a small hotel for travelers. Lane learned that the owners had been able to stay in business in part because they were one of the southernmost outposts on the Farmington Electric Utility System, FEUS, mini-grid. Many of the farmers and ranchers who lived even farther south came for miles for the chance to trade food and various goods, to get their grain milled, to wash their laundry, and to charge their batteries. The trading post was so successful that they had recently expanded and constructed a new barn and stable. Andy explained his situation to the owners, who were delighted and captivated by his story. He splurged on a bath, a shave, and a haircut, and then laundered most of his clothes. Along with his room and dinner, a horse stall, hay, and oats, his stay at the trading post cost him 2 5-peso silver coins. Andy felt thoroughly spoiled, sleeping in a real bed in a heated room. But he had trouble getting to sleep, worrying about his horse, and feeling anxious about getting back to his fiancée and his brother. Oddly, he missed the sound of Prieto's tail swishing. On the morning of Sunday, November 11th, 25 months after he had left Afghanistan, Anders Lane awoke early. He carried his AK, pack, and saddlebags down to the stable. Prieto greeted him with a couple of snorts. Andy said critically, "What, you getting noisy in your old age? Do I smell too darned civilized for you?" "Well, I missed you too, pal." He gave Prieto a quick brushdown and examined his hooves. The many miles of riding had not been kind to Prieto's hooves, which were worn down almost to the frog. Andy now wished that he had been able to get Prieto shod before their journey. As he saddled the horse, he promised, "Just a few hours, and you'll be in alfalfa hay up to your eyeballs, buddy." Too anxious to eat much breakfast, he munched on an apple and some Indian fry bread as he rode. For the first time in many months, he was self-conscious about dripping on his shirt. Andy declared, "Lord, let this be my last day traveling. Please, Lord, if you so will." The guards at the roadblock south of Farmington were satisfied when Andy showed them his surname stamped on his dog tags and explained that he was the brother of Lars Lane. They seemed impressed to hear that he had ridden his horse all the way from Belize. Andy was surprised to see that the guards at the roadblock had 3 swivel-mounted, muzzle-loading cannons. "Yeah, those are our engine block guns. They shoot standard 2 3/8-inch diameter pistons. They'll go clean through a car. There are thousands of them that are available used around here from the natural gas fields. Before the crunch, you could buy them at just scrap steel prices. They're made out of 4140 stainless steel." As he approached Bloomfield, Andy realized that it was Sunday morning, and that his brother, Beth, and Kaylee would likely be at church by the time he reached the refinery road. So he pressed on to town, turned right at Blanco Road, and urged Prieto from a trot to a canter. Lars and Beth, Grace, Kaylee, and Shadrach were at church, while Reuben and Matthew were at home, guarding the ranch. As Andy rode his horse up to Berea Baptist, he could hear the congregation singing inside. He tied up his horse, unstrapped his pack from his saddle, and set it inside the church foyer. With his AK slung muzzle down, he slipped into the sanctuary. His hands were shaking with excitement. The congregation was singing "Eternal Father, Strong to Save." Demonstrating his flair for drama, Andy slipped in on Lars's blind side and stood, unnoticed, behind him. Lars and Shadrach were in the second-to-last row of pews. Beth and Kaylee were 1 row farther forward.
They were standing beside Grace and two other 8-year-old girls holding hymnals for them, as they usually did. Just after the hymn ended, Andy tapped his brother on the shoulder and said, "Sorry that I was a little late." Lars gasped and grabbed Andy around his neck. Reaching into his shirt pocket and pulling out a plastic bag, Andy said, "Oh, I got those gas lamp mantles that you asked me to pick up for you on the way home." Kaylee nearly fainted. The church erupted into a huge commotion with lots of hugs and backslapping. Shouts of "Praise God" spread like a wave across the church sanctuary. Even the two ladies in the nursery came out to give Andy a hug. Grace ran up to hug Andy around the waist, exclaiming, "Uncle Andy, we really miss you. You got so brown." The sermon, to mark Veterans Day, was in praise of military service and its biblical context. Andy and Kaylee sat holding hands all through it, intently gazing at each other, not paying much attention to the pastor's words. After the closing hymn and benediction, Andy stood up and announced, "I've never been one to waste any time, so I'd like to ask everyone to stay for a brief ceremony." Kaylee put on a huge smile and gave him a hug. 20 minutes later, they were married. Moreland, Kentucky, December, the 3rd year. In parts of the territory controlled by the provisional government, the supply of gasoline preceded the restoration of grid power. This was the case in most of western Tennessee and western Kentucky. In what was later seen as a brilliant move, Greg Jarvis, the owner of Apogee Solar in Moreland, Kentucky, ran an AC power line over rooftops 2 doors down to the gas station that was owned by his second cousin, Alan Archer. The station was open 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, and did a booming business. Before the advent of the ProvGov currency, regular gas was 20 cents a gallon, and both diesel and premium gas were 25 cents a gallon. These prices were in silver coin. A prominent sign, hand-painted on a 4x8 sheet of plywood, warned, "Silver coin or ammo only. No paper dollars, checks, debit cards, or credit cards accepted." Archer and Jarvis worked out a credit arrangement with Catlettsburg Refinery. Under the terms of the agreement, they got gas and diesel in bulk at a 25% discount and got their first 2 tank truck deliveries on credit. After that, they were able to pay in silver from the proceeds of sales. Within a few months, Jarvis and Archer launched several other enterprises. The first of these was a store selling packaged petroleum products, nothing larger than 5-gallon cans, including kerosene, motor oil, and 2-cycle fuel-mixing oil. By agreement, they charged the same prices as offered at the Catlettsburg Refinery, but their profit came from buying in bulk at a discount. This store was located in one of the buildings that had the Big Dang extension cord draped over it, between the Apogee Solar and the gas station. The new Jarvis Lubricants store had previously housed a hardware store, but it had been stripped clean because the former owner had imprudently continued to accept payments in greenbacks. In the end, he was left with a pile of worthless paper. He sold Jarvis the empty building and the remaining shelving for just $200 in silver coin. The new store was lit by a pair of 60-watt compact fluorescent light bulbs. Nobody complained about the dim lighting. Just as the crash began, Greg Jarvis had used a small business loan to purchase 212 large REC brand photovoltaic panels at a closeout price. This served as his primary barter stock through much of the crunch. After the crunch set in, he bought up as many deep-cycle batteries as he could find. Most of these came from a forklift company in Frankfurt and from the golf cart fleets of 2 local golf courses. The shipment from Frankfurt came by truck, COD, payable in silver. The batteries from the golf course owners were both barter transactions, paid for with compact solar power systems. One of these systems was installed on a golf cart, making the cart into a mobile, self-charging system. Apogee also harnessed the excess power from their PV array that was not needed for their storefront by charging car and tractor batteries for a fee in their attached shop. This was a profitable business until the grid power was restored. Chapter 37. Assets. Hold on, my friends, to the Constitution and to the Republic for which it stands. Miracles do not cluster, and what has happened once in 6,000 years may not happen again. Hold on to the Constitution, for if the American Constitution should fail, there will be anarchy throughout the world. Daniel Webster. Anders Lane was thrilled to be at the ranch with his new bride. After the hardships of the trail, putting in 4-hour guard shifts 5 days per week seemed trivial. After dinner for several nights in succession, Andy described to Lars, Lisbeth, Grace, Kaylee, and the Phelps boys all of his experiences. He started with his time in Afghanistan, and then Germany, France, England, sailing on Douro Brabis, Belize, and his horseback ride through Mexico to Texas and New Mexico. They were captivated and asked him dozens of questions, and he felt comfortable in answering most of them, except for the details about his gunfights. Regarding those, he clammed up and only gave them sketchy descriptions. During the quiet winter months, he made a living by braiding custom rifle slings, belts, and bridles. Once supplies of parachute cord got scarce, he switched to braiding with horsehair. The coarse hair from horses' tails was more time-consuming to work with, but it was attractive, so he found that he could demand more for the finished product. In addition to the regular ranch chores, Andy also made a living the same way that the Phelps boys did, by hiring himself out during hay harvesting time. 5 months after his return, Andy and Kaylee bought a used Ford pickup truck. It was one of the almost countless white pickups that were seen in great numbers, driven by technicians who serviced natural gas wellhead compressors. These trucks were typically equipped with tall safety flags that looked much like those used on dune buggies. The flags came into use in the 1960s, following a couple of spectacular head-on collisions as pickups topped the rolling hills of the region on narrow gravel roads. The field reps were notorious for driving fast, and gravel roads are unforgiving. Hundreds of these ubiquitous white pickup trucks sat idle after the crunch set in. They were one of the key assets still held by the field service and field engineering companies. Only a small percentage of the field reps were still at work, so this left the majority of the trucks essentially surplus. Andy thought that a field service truck would be the best choice for reliable transportation, since spare parts and tires were abundant. He realized that as the crunch continued, gas and oil would be sporadically available, but that unless or until tire factories went back into production, tires would eventually become the key commodity. As he put it, just wait another 4 or 5 years. By then, a like-new set of tires will be worth as much as an entire vehicle. Mark my words. He practiced what he preached, and soon bought 8 spare tires, already on rims and balanced, which he stored in a dark back corner of the barn. He eventually bartered for another complete pickup with a blown engine that was the same model year as their own, just for use as a parts rig. From this, they could cannibalize parts and, of course, 5 more tires on rims. Their pickup cost $20 face value in pre-1965 silver coins. Ironically, the flat tan paint that they needed for camouflaging the truck cost almost as much as the truck itself. Trucks were common, but good camouflaging paint was scarce. Other than the tan paint, the only significant change that Andy made to the pickup was having it retrofitted with a traditional ignition system and carburetor. These came off a 1977 pickup that used the same Ford engine block. His father had once mentioned his survivalist friends doing this to vehicles for EMP protection, but an added benefit was that once thus equipped, a gasoline engine could run on drip oil, the condensate waste byproduct of natural gas wells. The light oil, or hydrocarbon liquids, condensed in a natural gas piping system when the gas is cooled. This was sometimes called natural gasoline, condensation gasoline, or simply drip. A mixture of gasoline and drip oil can be burned in most engines. To run better on pure drip oil, they learned that it was best to retard the timing. Chapter 38. Threat Spirals. Somewhere ahead, I expect to see a worldwide panic scramble for gold as it dawns on the world population that they have been hoodwinked by the central bank's creation of so-called paper wealth. No central bank has ever produced a single element of true, sustainable wealth. In their heart of hearts, men know this, which is why, in experiment after experiment with fiat money, gold has always turned out to be the last man standing. Richard Russell. Bradfordsville, Kentucky, December, the 3rd year. Sheila Randall was not happy with the advent of the new federal currency. It was produced in such great quantities that inflation set in very rapidly. Her solution was simple. She would continue to take pre-1965 silver coinage in payment, and she still marked all of her prices in silver coin. But on her whiteboard, she posted a conversion table for calculating payments in Fort Knox dollars. Initially, the multiplier was 10 to 1, but less than a year later, it grew to 19 to 1. Everyone knew that they were being robbed by the currency inflation, but there was nothing that they could do about it. The old Federal Reserve notes were completely repudiated, but for the sake of convenience, pre-crunch coinage was accepted at face value to serve as change for the new bills. It was explained that minting and issuing new coinage would be a logistical nightmare for the fledgling government. Thus, anyone who held large quantities of the old coinage had cause to celebrate. To strengthen the new Fort Knox dollars, the Hutchings government ordered the confiscation of all gold coins, all gold bullion, and any silver bullion bars 10 ounces or larger. The bullion ban was largely ignored or circumvented, despite a death penalty for disobedience. Countless 100-ounce Engelhard and Johnson Matthey's silver bars were bandsaw cut into 10 pieces to get around the 10-ounce limit. Meanwhile, the total ban on private gold holdings helped contribute to the market value of silver rising in relation to gold, to the point where it took just 12 ounces of silver to buy 1 ounce of gold. Much of the privately held gold bullion in the country was cast into rings. These were not intended to be worn, and in fact, they were too soft to be worn regularly, since they were 24 karat. These rings were simply a means of avoiding prosecution under the bullion gold ban. Some of these rings were even stamped or engraved with their exact weight. Another substantial quantity of gold bullion was acquired by dentists, who took advantage of an exemption for dental gold. Much of this gold was traded for dentistry services. The conversations that Sheila Randall had with her customers, and those that she overheard, began to take on an ominous tone. People began talking about the corruption, nepotism, and uneven justice dispensed by the provisional government. They soon spoke of putting up some sort of resistance to Maynard Hutchings and his cronies. Often, they couldn't articulate exactly how they might resist the government, but their voices became more and more strident as time went on. Gradually, it became clear that the Hutchings government would never restore the freedom and prosperity that they had been accustomed to before the crunch. Sheila wondered, if people were being this vocal and this strident in public, then what must they be saying in the privacy of their homes? In a conversation with Deputy Dustin Hodges, Sheila asked, "What you think will happen?" "Well, I think there's a civil war coming," he answered gravely. After a long pause, he added, "It's pretty clear there's no way that Hutchings and his camp followers are going to somehow magically reform themselves into an honest and law-abiding government all by themselves. They're going to need at least a push of some sort, and I have a feeling it'll be a stout shove. And as for the peacekeeping troops from the UN, there's just more and more of them every day, right? I don't see any solution except kicking them out of the country, because they're going to continue to throw their weight around and make our lives miserable. They're not here to restore order or to hand out charity. They're just here to take and take and take." "So, what are we going to do?" Sheila asked. Hodges sighed, and after another long pause he answered, "We just keep our heads down, and we pick our fights. If we come out slugging too soon, or fight them on their terms, then we're going to get creamed. But if we pick the time and the place, then we can do some considerable damage, and they won't know what hit them." Chapter 39. Whirlwind. You are as much serving God in looking after your own children, training them up in God's fear, minding the house, and making your household a church for God, as you would be if you had been called to lead an army to battle for the Lord of hosts. Charles Spurgeon. The hundreds of thousands of Americans who were abroad when the crunch began found themselves in a very difficult position. Those who were missionaries and tourists were largely forced to hunker down wherever they happened to be. With most airline and ship traffic halted, only a resourceful few like Anders Lane were able to return to the U.S. in the first few years. Most of those who were stranded in non-English-speaking nations were quickly impoverished, and many died. American servicemen deployed overseas didn't fare much better. Hotspots like Afghanistan and Bosnia, where there was renewed fighting between Christians and Muslims after the crunch, became untenable death traps for U.S. troops. Cut off from logistical support, they fought on bravely, but eventually their casualties mounted to the point where the units lost integrity. A few soldiers were able to extract themselves with escape and evasion tactics, or E&E, but most died from starvation, exposure, illness, wounds, or execution after being captured. Half of the entire U.S. Marine Corps, heavily deployed in Afghanistan, was written off in this manner. The Maynard Hutchings government gave lip service to repatriating its stranded soldiers, sailors, and airmen, but in actuality, they mostly did nothing. There were a few notable exceptions. A contingent of U.S. Air Force technicians working at the solid-state phased array radar system, SSPARS, at Clear Air Force Station, Alaska, survived 2 winters of isolation, eating mostly moose and bear meat. After a spring breakup, they loaded up in a mixture of military and civilian vehicles and convoyed to Fairbanks, Alaska. There they found that there was virtually no fuel available, and the local populace was starving. With no other alternative, and joined by 372 residents of the Tanana Valley, they marched more than 1,500 miles to Linden, Washington. What they dubbed Colonel Haskins' Hike for Health took 7 months. Humboldt, Arizona, May, the 4th year. La Fuerza ripped into Humboldt, Arizona like a can opener. They had been in the looting business for so long that they were experts. They knew just how to approach various sorts of houses and businesses. Over time, they had learned when to push hard and when to wait, and how to expertly threaten and intimidate. The size of their force and their warnings via vehicle-mounted bullhorns made most residents panic and flee. They had also gained enough experience through hard knocks to know that when there was a certain threshold of resistance, it was best just to torch a place and consider it a loss. But they never just bypassed a house when there was heavy resistance. That would be a sign of weakness. The contiguous towns of Humboldt and Dewey were easy targets. The houses were so spread out that they could be taken piecemeal. There was no pre-planned resistance, so individual houses could be taken down sequentially, with little fear of being sniped at from behind. The loot was decent, but in recent months it was getting more and more difficult to find fuel. There were rumors that there was fresh gasoline and diesel being made in the four corners. Ignacio Garcia planned to move his force in that direction. His plan was to just pick away at the periphery to get fresh fuel, but not take on the owners of the refinery yet. There would be plenty of time for that. Chapter 40. Movement to Contact. Of every 100 men, 10 shouldn't even be there. 80 are nothing but targets, 9 are real fighters. We are lucky to have them. They make the battle. But the one of them is a warrior, and he will bring the others back. Heraclitus, circa 500 B.C. A low rumbling sound came to Beth's ears. She looked up from her washboard. It was wash day, and as usual she was doing her laundry scrubbing on the front porch. That way, she could dump the gray water directly on her flower beds. The sound was coming from the west. A moment later, she identified it, a motorcycle engine. It sounded out of place on Road 4990, which for the past 2 years mainly had horse traffic. Even though the refinery was just a few miles down the road, gasoline was so precious that it was used very sparingly. Beth was surprised to see the motorcycle slow down and come to a stop at their front gate. She jumped up and grabbed her M2 carbine, which was leaning against the door frame behind her. She held the gun at low ready, the way Lars had taught her. The butt plate was tucked into the pocket of her shoulder, a pocket that hadn't existed just a few months before. Beth had lost nearly 20 pounds since the crunch began. The austere diet and vigorous outdoor work had quickly brought her weight down to 125 pounds. With a shout, Beth summoned Lars. He accompanied her to the gate. They approached the county road cautiously. Lars carried his Valmet M62, and Beth had her carbine, both at low ready. When they were 20 yards from the gate, the man shouted, "Mr. Martin would like to see you, sir, as soon as possible. He said it's important." Lars answered, "Understood." The man revved the bike's engine, turned in a tight circle, and drove back toward the refinery. Lisbeth and Lars gave each other curious looks. Lars arrived at Martin's refinery just 20 minutes later. He was impressed to see that their security had not slackened in the 3 years since the crunch began. Seated in his office, Elroy said, "Thanks for coming, Lars." Martin paused, looking a bit anxious, and said, "You once mentioned that you're Finnish, but your given name is Lars. That's Norwegian, right?" "Well, my dad was full-blooded Finnish, and my mom was mostly Swedish. Her maiden name was Bardgard, so that's why I ended up with a Swedish given name and a Finnish surname." Martin replied, "I see. I've heard that the Finnish language is something unique. Isn't that right?" "Yeah, the Finns are sort of the black sheep of Scandinavia. The language is completely different from Swedish, Norwegian, Icelandic, or Danish. It's what is called a Finno-Ugric language. The languages closest to it are Estonian and Hungarian. That's because, though they don't like to admit it, the Finns are actually the descendants of the Mongol hordes. So it's no wonder that the rest of Scandinavia doesn't know how to relate to the Finns. It's like you're living in the suburbs, and then the Genghis Khan family moves in next door. That was about 9 centuries back. Lane paused and then added, "Your man said you had something important to discuss?" Martin nodded. "Yes, I had a conversation on the 40-meter ham band with a gent in Prescott, Arizona. He said he had a crucial security concern to discuss. Then he made a very unusual request. He asked if we had anyone here that spoke Navajo. I said, yes, and just a few minutes later I put one of my Navajo employees on the radio. Then his man and my man started yammering back and forth. You know, like the code talkers that were used back in World War II? Lane nodded. Okay, so after the translation was done, here was their message in a nutshell. They said that the big La Fuerza looter gang we've been hearing all those rumors about is headed toward Prescott. It's supposedly now more than 200 men strong, and they have somewhere around 50 vehicles. Lane let out a whistle. Elroy continued. The folks in Prescott asked us to send help, to assist in whittling them down. There are some combat veterans from Tuba City and from Gallup, mostly Navajos, are already agreed to help, and they'll be heading to Prescott in a couple of days. They asked us to send at least 6 men. It's a bit risky, but I can see the wisdom of confronting La Fuerza now, before they are in our backyard. To my mind, this is sort of like Bush's war on terror strategy. Go beat them up somewhere else so that we don't have to face them on our own soil. I'm sure I don't have to tell you La Fuerza is a bunch of very bad dudes, lower than whale scum. Lars again nodded and said, Yeah, I've heard about their track record. Brutal, unrestrained, unrepentant. Martin leaned forward. I think that it is wise to go out there and do some attrition, and most importantly, to try to take out their armored vehicles. Without those, La Fuerza will lose a lot of their combat effectiveness. He sighed and then continued. So, through my code talker, I immediately promised to send 8 men, 300 gallons of gasoline, and at least 150 Molotov cocktails. Lars nodded, and Martin said, I need a man to be the team leader for the team representing Bloomfield and Farmington. I estimate that it'll be just a 10-day trip at most. You get in there, you kick some tail, and you get out. You'd need to get the team on the road within 3 days. Before Lars Lane could comment, Elroy continued. Here's the deal. If you take this job, I'll pay you 10 ounces of gold and a transferable, non-expiring credit for 5,000 gallons of any fuel we produce here, even kerosene. You'll get 5 ounces of gold up front and 5 upon completion, plus the fuel credit. Each of the other men I pick will get about 2/3 of what I'm offering you. Lars cocked his head and said, That's a lot of risk for that sort of pay. You've got to recognize that it is your own best interest just as much as mine to see this threat removed or reduced. I have no doubt that Bloomfield is pretty high up on their target list. As we've discussed before, my refinery is an obvious plum, an obvious target. You know their modus operandi. If they come here, everyone living inside a 30-mile radius will be at risk, maybe even much farther than that. And since we've got gas and oil wells, we face an even bigger risk, which is that they'll come and want to stay and make this their home base. Lane tipped his head and answered, I concur. But even if we do this, and we're successful, There will be a lot of lead flying in both directions, so I'll stand a good chance of assuming room temperature. That would leave my wife a widow with no means of support." Martin nodded and offered, "So then, let me add this. You have my word of honor that if you or any of our men don't come home from this, or if you're disabled, then I'll quadruple their compensation. You'll have that in writing." Lars let out his breath and said seriously, "Okay, but just one more thing. If I can help pick the team, and if I can have the veto on anyone that doesn't seem trustworthy, then I'm in." Chapter 41. The Team. Believe in your cause. The stronger your belief, the stronger your motivation and perseverance will be. You must know it in your heart that it is a worthwhile cause and that you are fighting the good fight, whether it is the need to contribute or the belief in a greater good, for your buddy, for the team, or for your country. Find a reason that keeps your fire burning. You will need this fire when the time gets tough. It will help you through when you are physically exhausted and mentally broken, and you can only see far enough to take the next step. Master Sergeant Paul R. Howe, U.S. Army, retired. Leadership and training for the fight. A few thoughts on leadership and training from a former Special Operations soldier. The next few days were hectic as Lars gathered his team and logistics. First on the list was borrowing a pair of crew cab pickup trucks, both with fifth-wheel type trailer hitches, a horse trailer for one of them, and a flatbed trailer for the other. The owners gladly loaned them, knowing that they'd be helping to keep a looter army from invading their region. For impromptu camouflage, the trucks and the trailers were all hastily painted flat tan, with a few large irregular blotches in flat brown. This was done at the Garza Auto Collision Shop in Aztec. Lars told Honoré Garza to rush the job, and specifically not to worry about overspray. "We don't want any sharp lines or any distinct contrast. These have to blend in." Garza took that literally, so there was paint on the edges of the windows, and even the tires, sidewalls, and license plates were painted tan. Lane picked 7 members, all military veterans, and most of them experienced horse riders. 6 of them were ex-Army, including a medic, and 1 was a former Marine. All had served at least 1 combat tour in Iraq or Afghanistan and had combat arms specialties. 4 of them, Brian Baugh, Pat Redmond, Chad Stenerson, and Dave Escobar, were refinery employees. The other 3 were Bob Potts, a friend of the Lanes from church, Joanna Visser, a South African-born former Army nurse who had more recently worked as an EMT, and Hector Ruiz, a friend of Elroy Martin who he had met through the local Rotary Club. With the exception of Lane, all of the men on the team were single or divorced, and most had been E4s or E5s when they left the military. Hector Ruiz had been a tank commander and had left the Army as an E7. Ruiz was about Lane's age. Lars had briefly toyed with the idea of including Shadrach Phelps in the team, but given his lack of combat experience, he decided against it. He also rejected the idea of his brother Andy going on the mission. In the event that Lars didn't return, someone would have to see after the ranch. 2 of the men had their own horses, and 2 were loners. All were geldings or mares picked for good temperaments and dark markings. As Lars put it, paint horses need not apply. Lars would ride Reuben's horse, Scrappy, a milk chocolate brown gelding that was particularly calm around the sound of gunfire. Aside from a small white blaze between his eyes, Scrappy blended in almost as well as a deer. Lars would have preferred complete uniformity of equipment, But the exigency of the situation didn't allow them enough time to become familiar with new weapons. Lars and Pat Redmond, also a horseman, both had carbines chambered for 7.62 by 39 millimeter, the AK-47 cartridge, while most of the others had .308 rifles, 3 M1As, a PTR HK-91 clone, a DSA FAL clone, and a Sega .308. The logistical mismatch was Joanna Visser, who carried a Galil 5.56. She had bought it because it was similar to the R4 rifle she had been issued by the SADF before she went to college. In a perfect world, Lars would have had the squad members all carry rifles with fully interchangeable ammunition and magazines. Instead, he put Hector Ruiz and the other 2 men with M1As together in the infantry team, along with Bob Potts, who had the Sega. At least 3 of them would have the chance to share magazines, and of course, Potts could at least use loose .308 ammunition stripped from M1A magazines. It took a bit of begging and bribing, but each man on the team soon had at least 8 spare loaded magazines. For his own fighting load, Lane decided to carry 11 spare magazines. The medic, Joanna, was part of Lane's cavalry team. They called themselves cavalry, but in actuality they'd operate as dragoons, fighting dismounted. Although Scrappy was accustomed to the sound of gunfire, they didn't have time to train the other horses. In essence, the horses were planned as little more than quick getaway vehicles. There was no way to predict how the horses would react to the sight of Molotovs exploding and fusillades of gunfire. All of the men wore ACU Desert Digital Pattern camouflage fatigues. The ACU pattern was generally disliked, since it looked like a gray blob from a distance. This was the main reason that they had been replaced by the U.S. Army with the multicam OCP uniform. But ACUs did blend in fairly well in sagebrush country, which predominated where they were heading. Also, by all wearing the same uniforms, they'd have the advantage of being able to quickly recognize each other from a distance. The day after the team was selected, they began training. They started with patrolling formations, carrying unloaded rifles. At the same time, the horsemen practiced moving both mounted and on foot. By the afternoon, the squad's movement and hand signals began to look professional, but not as smooth as Lane would have liked. They next practiced ambushes and immediate action drills such as reacting to an ambush, reacting to ground and aerial flares, and breaking contact. Their trigger time began the next day at Lane's ranch. Each rifle was meticulously zeroed for its owner. There was also time spent familiarizing each other with the peculiarities of handling all of the weapons in the event someone had to pick up and use someone else's rifle. Next, Lars passed on a few practical tips about night fighting. One of the most important of these was, you may not be able to see your sights well, so, if in doubt, hold low, since the natural tendency is to shoot high at night. Late in the afternoon, they were scheduled to drive to the refinery to get a briefing and demonstration of the Molotov cocktails little Ricky had been cooking up. Just after the team arrived, Lopez had them form a semicircle and explained, "If I had a few more days, I could have probably worked up some thermite grenades, but the clock is ticking, so these will have to do." He pulled out a mason jar filled with a honey-like substance. Ricardo Lopez had perfected a flameless design that was much safer to use than traditional lit rag Molotov cocktails. It was based on a design that had been described to him by his great-uncle, who had served as an advisor in Angola in the 1970s. Working in an open area for safety, wearing a respirator and static-grounded boots, Lopez first created a large batch of thickened gasoline. All through this process, an assistant with several fire extinguishers was standing by. Lopez did his thickening in an open-top 55-gallon drum that was half filled with gasoline. This gas had been decanted from the top of a larger drum that had been allowed to settle. The goal was to get pure gasoline with no water. Lopez and his assistants threw large quantities of foam pellets and scrap styrofoam from shipping boxes into the drum and then stirred it with a length of broomstick. A surprisingly large quantity of styrofoam was needed before the gas began to thicken. The stirring continued as more and more styrofoam was added and quickly dissolved. Gradually, the mixture thickened to the desired consistency, about that of molasses. Their end result was about 30 gallons of thickened fuel, which Ricardo dubbed the poor man's napalm. Lopez then brought several stacked cases of 1-quart Mason home canning jars to his open lab. Wearing gloves and a clear plastic face shield, he opened a carboy of automobile battery acid. He carefully decanted 1/2 cup of the concentrated sulfuric acid into each mason jar, and then filled the rest of each with thickened gasoline. They were then sealed with a standard mason jar lid and ring. In case any of the acid might have dripped onto the exterior of the jars, they were each rinsed thoroughly, twice, using one of the refinery's portable emergency eye wash fountains. After they had dried, 2 large rubber bands were slid onto the middle of each jar. Back at Building 3, wearing a fresh pair of rubber gloves, Lopez made a saturated solution of potassium chlorate and put it in a broiler pan. He then soaked 11-inch sheets of printer paper that had been cut into 4-inch wide strips. Then he laid out the strips on the pavement outside of the building to allow them to completely dry. These were then stored in Ziploc bags. He noted that for safety, it was very important to store the chlorinated paper and the bottles separately, only attaching them just before use. After successfully testing a couple of the Molotovs at the Bloomfield plant's back 40, Ricardo put on a demonstration. "When you are ready for ignition," he explained, "slip a sheet of the chlorate paper under the rubber band. Then you just shake it to mix the sulfuric acid into the gasoline. Since these are dissimilar liquids, the acid won't stay in suspension too long. Sort of like your oil and vinegar salad dressing, but it just takes un poquito droplet of the H2SO4 to touch the paper, and you get a flame." Hefting one of the paper-wrapped jars, he said, "Like so." He shook the jar briefly and then lobbed it 60 feet, smashing it on the ground, where it immediately burst into a huge ball of flame and sent a black mushroom cloud skyward. There were shouts, hoots, and applause. Next, using his Vector V93 clone, Lopez demonstrated how one of the Molotovs could easily be set off at a distance. He missed with his first shot, but the second one resulted in another gratifying ball of flame. Each of the men on Lane's team was given 3 dummy Molotovs filled with water and 1 live one for practice. All of them did well except for Bob Potts, who was below average height and had a weak throwing arm. He laughed at his inadequate throws and said, "Well, then I'll just have to get up close and personal, won't I?" Lane's plan was straightforward. "Okay, we'll plan on 2 Molotovs for each car or truck and, say, 5 or 6 for each armored vehicle. For commo gear, they used short-range tactical MURS handhelds. They were short on night vision equipment, but there was no way to round up any more on short notice. Starlight scopes were more precious than gold in the new economy. They carried 340 gallons of gasoline in 5-gallon Scepter cans. The cases of Molotovs were strapped down on the flatbed trailer and covered with a brown canvas tarp. Another 8 Scepter cans full of gasoline went into the beds of each pickup. As a prearranged signal, the out-of-town teams from New Mexico and northeastern Arizona had blue rags hung on their radio antennas and front bumpers for identification as friendlies. The drive west to Prescott was tense but relatively uneventful. It was eerie, seeing long stretches of road that were completely deserted. Passing through each town was particularly stressful. There were roadblocks in Shiprock and another at the Tuba City Junction, but in both instances, clearance had been arranged in advance via HF radio. They were waved through these roadblocks with shouts of, "Good luck!" and "Get some!" Chapter 42. A Prodigy. The necessity of procuring good intelligence is apparent and need not be further urged. General George Washington, while commanding the Continental Army, July 26, 1777. The local volunteers mostly came from Prescott. Alex was disappointed that there were only 2 men that came from the town of Prescott Valley, which lay north of the highway between Humboldt and Prescott. Everyone met at the Conley Ranch's clubhouse. Cliff Conley did the initial organizing and rabble-rousing, but he soon handed the project off to Dr. K. Cliff opened the meeting, and after some introductions, Dr. K gave the threat briefing. In just a few minutes, he outlined what they had learned about La Fuerza, their ruthless history, their current location, and their likely next moves. Then he transitioned by saying, "I'd like to turn the next part of the briefing over to a young man who has earned my respect in the past few days. Please meet Jamie Alstoba of the Navajo Nation." Dr. K gestured with a sweep of his arm to the back of the room. There were loud murmurs in the crowd as a broad-faced boy, just 13 years old, and standing less than 5 feet tall, strode to the front of the meeting room. He wore scruffy, stained blue jeans and a Pendleton shirt. Up until then, he had hardly been noticed. The boy spoke nervously, in a high, early adolescent voice. "Hey, my family, we live in Dewey on East Antelope Way. The La Fuerza gang locked down the town 24/7, but they are fools and let kids my age and younger walk and ride our bicycles around without hardly even noticing us. So I got to see exactly what houses they were in and where they had their pickups and armored cars parked. My dad sent me on my bike up here to get your help. I was sent to Mr. Conley, and he promised to help, and he sent me back to Dewey and Humboldt to draw maps the last 2 days. We transferred the Humboldt map onto this." Dr. K and Ian Doyle then carried in a large whiteboard from another room and set it on a pair of the meeting room chairs. It was marked Humboldt as of 1400 Wednesday. The boy pulled a laser pointer from the back pocket of his jeans and continued. "Okay, so here is what I saw. About 2/3 of their gang is in Dewey and about 1/3 in Humboldt. I counted 4 of the bank-type armored cars in Humboldt and 1 of the army tank-looking ones, except on wheels." Ian Doyle corrected. "Wheeled APC." Jamie nodded, and using the laser pointer said, "Right, APCs. I marked their positions. Here, 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 and a pair of them here. As you can see, most of those are on East Prescott Street. I'm pretty sure of those positions, but of course they could have moved them since I left. I marked the houses with the gang members in them in red. There were 2 houses on fire when I left. I marked those and the ones that had already burnt down in solid black. The ones that are just outlines, I think, are still either cleaned out by the gang, nobody home, or somebody at home but just waiting to see if the gang kicks them out. I marked some hills that you can use for cover to sneak up on the houses and the vehicles. It's what Dr. K says is called a defilade approach." There were murmurs of approval.
Lars Lane, sitting in the middle of the crowd, shouted, "We need to get him an appointment to West Point." Jamie Estolba went on, still quite nervous. "Well, sir, before you congratulate me, let me tell you about Dewey." Ian Doyle and Dr. K carried out a second whiteboard marked Dewey as of 1400 Wednesday, placing it on another pair of chairs to the right of the first whiteboard. The Navajo boy continued. "I don't have as many exact details for you about Dewey, since the town is so much more spread out than Humboldt. Okay, so I counted 7 of the Boxy Bank armored cars, mostly at the east end of town, parked on the road called Apache Knolls Trail, and 3 APCs, and those were on Apache Knolls Trail and South Tomahawk Trail, which is parallel to it, just to the west. They also had 20, maybe 30 P-cups, kind of scattered along Apache Knolls Trail and South Tomahawk Trail, Sugarleaf Lane and East Tanya Boulevard. I think they picked that part of town because it has what you call commanding high ground. There's also some nice big houses there where they can party and crash. There are some hills with juniper trees on them behind them, which I think make the La Fuerza guys feel secure. But I think that is the best way to hit them. You sneak in on foot coming down from those hills. And I noticed that their sentries spend all their time with their binoculars looking north and east toward the highways, not looking behind them at the hills. Using the laser pointer, Jamie said, "They have machine guns on tripods set up in this house here, and this one here. For some reason, they don't park the armored cars and APCs in driveways. They keep them in a zigzaggy pattern all along both sides of each road. Dr. K says that's for mutual supporting fire. And I gotta warn you, they sleep in some of their rigs. Some of their P-cups are in driveways and some along the roads. I didn't see any of their rigs parked in garages or barns or shop buildings, but I could be wrong. Bottom line is, there is a boatload of P-cups, armored cars, and APCs. So what you have in Dewey is what Mr. Doyle calls a target-rich environment." The room erupted with laughter. Jamie Estolba waited for the laughter to die down and then asked, "Any questions?" Now, since then they may have looted a few more houses, but mostly for the last 3 days they seem fat and happy. It's just party-hardy time. They were pretty deep into Bizii Holoni, beer and booze drinking, even in the daytime. So if we attacked them drunks in the middle of the night, we might catch them in a deep sleep. In all, 58 men and 3 women would be going to Dewey and Humboldt for the raid, and 100 more were involved in gathering the requisite gear and ammunition and upgrading defenses in Prescott. Lars Lane was asked to explain the plan to set fire to La Fuerza's vehicles. He rose and said, "If we get enough thickened gas burning in, on, or under most vehicles, it'll do the job. We can speed things along by puncturing fuel tanks with rifle fire. Assuming we have to destroy 50 vehicles, we anticipate needing about 200 Molotovs, and that's the number we brought." Ian Doyle observed that they had brought a motley assortment of rifles and shotguns. They included everything from World War I relic Mausers and Springfield 1903s to high-grade bolt-action deer rifles. He was glad to see that nearly half of the volunteers had semi-auto battle rifles, including M1As, FALs, HK91s, L1A1s, AK-47 clones, and AR-15s in various configurations. Other than his own Ingram M10, he learned that they had only a few full-auto guns. These included a registered Stenling submachine gun, a Sterling SMG built on a Sten receiver tube, an unregistered M2 carbine, and 2 unregistered AR-15 selective fire conversions. Ian considered handing out a couple of his M16s, but then thought better of it, realizing that in untrained hands, semi-auto rifles would actually be more effective in the assault. Based on their intelligence, 6 10-member squads would attack Dewey, and 2 10-member squads would attack Humboldt. The attacks would be coordinated to begin at 3:10 a.m., just before moonset. They wanted the skies to be as dark as possible to facilitate their escape following the raid. Lane realized that many of the people involved had no combat experience, so, for fear of ruining the element of surprise with a negligent discharge, everyone except for the 2 men designated with sentry removal responsibilities were instructed to travel with their gun chambers unloaded until 3:09 a.m. Ian's sentry removal counterpart in Dewey would be Doug Parker, an Iraq war vet who owned an HK-45 ACP SOCOM pistol with a registered Gemtech suppressor. Parker seemed a bit boisterous, bragging that he'd make one-stop shots to the ocular window. That worried Ian, especially when Parker admitted that he had no formal handgun training. Parker's small arms training in the Army had all been with M16s, M4s, and M240Bs. In Iraq, he had been on a 4.2-inch mortar crew. It was decided that the 2 team leaders for the coordinated attack would be Lars Lane for Dewey and Alex Doyle for Humboldt. They used a 60-power spotting scope. To reduce the risk of the sun glinting off the front lens of the scope, they made a foot-long extension tube from scrap cardboard and attached it with strips of olive drab duct tape. Their first vantage point was a long east-west ridge that lay between Humboldt and a mountain called the Anthill. Then they surreptitiously hiked to the military crest of a small hill on Eagle Drive, overlooking the sprawling ranchette developments of Dewey. Lying prone in the brush, they had a great view of the closest houses that were occupied by La Fuerza. Lars thought that the full-length fur coats worn by their women looked comical. He noted that both the men and women carried rifles, carbines, or submachine guns at all times. The scouting team's observations confirmed what Jamie Alstoba had described. He was also apparently correct about the time that guard shifts changed. 6 a.m., noon, 6 p.m., and midnight. Lars mentioned that it was good that they were 6-hour shifts. We want them to be exhausted and not very alert when we hit. They ran through several rehearsals. The most important one, he stressed, was the break contact under fire drill. He told them, "You'll need to do this, and do it right, so pay attention." There were 5 11-member squads, plus 2 platoon leaders and Blanca, who was designated as the vehicle guard. The Molotovs and ignition papers were distributed evenly among the assault team members. Nearly everyone except the medics carried 4 Molotov jars each. The jars were carried in backpacks and satchels, with sheets of bubble wrap for padding. Each team member carried enough food and water for 2 days. The goal is for you to be able to escape E&E, to get out of La Fuerza's way and safely home. This is a one-shot deal, so use your own best judgment about how and when you get home, Lars explained. Dr. K helped Lars conduct the inspections. They made sure that each team member carried a full canteen or hydration pack of water, and that each team had their rifles with loaded magazines, but empty chambers. To check for noisy gear, they had each team member jump up and down in place. 3 squads were assigned to hit Dewey, and the other 2 to hit Humboldt. Their approach was slow, circuitous, and cautious. The vehicles had all of their side and tail lights covered with duct tape. Their headlights were covered similarly, leaving just half-inch slits exposed. This provided such poor road visibility that they drove toward Dewey at just over a walking pace. The infantry teams parked their vehicles almost a mile north of Dewey. Since they were quieter, the dragoons' horses were tied up only a half-mile away east of Dewey, in a brushy draw. As per their instructions, the team members didn't wrap the special ignition paper around their Molotovs until after they had dismounted from their vehicles and horses. The two platoons split up just before midnight. They spent more than 2 hours approaching Humboldt and Dewey at a very slow pace. They sat spread out on line. The platoon leaders walked between their respective squads, pointing out particular vehicles to torch and whispering final instructions. At 2:45 a.m., both Ian Doyle and Doug Parker started their approaches to the two towns. Parker was able to spot the sentries easily, since they were both smoking cigarettes. Approaching the first sentry from behind, he shot the man in the head from a distance of 10 feet. The bullet went through both sides of the guard's cranium, and he dropped immediately, hardly making any noise other than the sounds of his arms and legs thrashing and a low gurgling. The pistol had made a sound that was much like a hardback book being dropped on a floor. Parker approached the downed sentry, who was still twitching. Wondering if he should use his knife to slit the man's throat, he instead simply stood on his throat until he lay still. Parker then walked toward the center of Dewey, to where he knew a second sentry was seated in the passenger seat of an open-top Jeep. The sentry turned toward him and asked, "Como?" Parker was 7 yards away. He raised his HK pistol and pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed the side of the man's head. Wounded, the sentry tumbled out of the Jeep and ran, stumbling. Parker fired twice more but missed. The sentry ran into the nearest house and the door banged shut. Because Parker did not have a radio, word of his botched shots did not reach Dr. K for 3 minutes. Even though they had lost the element of surprise, he decided to go ahead with the attack as scheduled just 2 minutes later. Meanwhile, in Dewey, Ian Doyle had approached the nearest sentry at a normal walking pace. He thought it was best to appear nonchalant. Ian said quietly, "Hola." At a distance of less than 3 paces, the guard realized that he didn't recognize Doyle, but by then it was too late. Ian raised the M10, which was loaded with subsonic ammo. The gun selector was set to semi-automatic. It coughed twice, and bullets hit the sentry in the cheek and forehead. The man's head snapped backward, and he dropped into a twitching heap. With the large psionics suppressor attached, the Ingram didn't make much more noise than a loud hand clap. It didn't even alarm nearby dogs. Ian soon repeated the process with the other 2 sentry positions that they had scouted out before. The first was sitting on a Chinese nylon-folding camp chair in front of a bank-armored car. He never made it out of his chair. The other one was standing on a driveway with his back to Doyle, sipping from a wine bottle. Only this last sentry made any significant noise when his wine bottle and Romanian AK clattered as they fell on the concrete slab driveway. Ian glanced at his watch. It was 3:10 a.m. He was pleased that La Fuerza was still oblivious to their presence. He knelt and twisted the M10's cocking handle 90 degrees, putting it in a safe position. Then he replaced the partially expended magazine with a full one from his satchel. Realizing that things would soon get very noisy, he flipped the gun selector switch to the full auto position. The 3 Humboldt squads crept forward, keeping roughly on line. Lars raised a clenched fist, and the signal was passed down the line, signaling a halt. He checked his watch. It was 3:11 a.m. Ian Doyle trotted up to Lane and whispered, "I got all 3 guards. I think the gang is still asleep and clueless." They shook hands, and Lars said, "Good job, Ian. You can get back to your squad." Lars waited,
watching the nearby houses and frequently glancing down at his wristwatch. At precisely 3:15 a.m., he shouted, "Now!" They all started throwing their Molotovs at the parked vehicles. The firebombs burst into flames, making surprisingly little noise but lots of light. But then the shooting started, and it soon rose in an ear-shattering crescendo. A few of the Molotov jars failed to break, but most of these were soon deliberately broken by rifle fire. Any vehicle that wasn't immediately set ablaze became the recipient of some of the remaining firebombs. There were so many Molotovs exploding that the street was lit up almost like daylight. After the firebombs were expended, most of the raiders dropped down prone and continued shooting. Lars fired half a magazine from his Valmet M62, aiming carefully at muzzle flashes or movement inside the house windows. The volume of rifle fire from the houses soon surpassed that coming from the raiders. Lane could hear bullets snapping by and felt one bullet catch the brim of his boonie hat, nearly tugging it off his head. Lane saw a man to his right go down hard. He was kicking and clutching his chest. Lars ran to him and saw that he had been hit twice in the upper abdomen and was gushing blood. The worst of the two wounds was next to his sternum. Lane had seen a wound like that, a heart hit, once before when he was in Iraq. He saw that the man was a member of the infantry team. 2 tracer bullets whizzed by, uncomfortably close. Realizing that the man would be dead in moments, Lars dashed away to get out of the line of fire. After running behind some brush, Lars stopped and knelt down. He leaned his Valmet up against a rock and pulled out a pop flare cylinder that he had earlier removed from its shipping tube. He fumbled with his prosthetic hand, slipping the flare's cap onto its base. He slammed it on the ground. After a bang and a whoosh, a red star cluster flare burst 200 feet above him. That was the pre-planned signal to withdraw. Lane snatched up his Valmet and bellowed above the gunfire, "Alphas, cover! Bravos, move!" He deliberately fired the rest of the magazine wherever he saw movement or muzzle flashes in the houses occupied by La Fuerza. A stream of tracer bullets from one of La Fuerza's machine guns went over his head. As he reached the bottom of his magazine, Pat Redmond ran by with his M1A at the high port position, shouting, "Let's get the flock out of here!" Now Lars shouted, "Bravos, cover! Alphas, move!" He jumped up and trotted to the rear, reloading his rifle as he ran. His rubber hand made reloading cumbersome. He dropped the empty magazine into the dump pouch on his belt, just as he had done in Iraq and Afghanistan. After traversing 50 feet, he stopped and turned to kneel and aim his rifle. He shouted, "Alphas, cover! Bravos, move!" He fired an entire magazine, shooting roughly once per second at any likely targets. Then he shouted, "Bravos, cover! Alphas, move!" He ran another bound, again reloading as he ran. In this leapfrogging motion, Lane's Dragoon team got over the hill in relative safety. Lars noticed that Hector Ruiz had his rifle slung, while all the others had theirs held at high port. They quickly counted off and formed a ranger file. They jogged 200 yards over a second hill to their horses. With so much running while carrying a heavy load, Lars was winded by the time he reached Scrappy. The horse was prancing in place, obviously nonplussed by the gunfire and explosions. To his right, he saw that Joanna was looping the sling of her galil over her saddle horn. Just as he was about to put a foot in the stirrup, Hector Ruiz ran up with his rifle still slung and clutching his left arm to his chest. He grunted, "I got a little problem here, Joanna." Hector pulled back the sodden sleeve of his ACU shirt to display a nasty grazing wound that ran up the back of his forearm. The deep gash was 8 inches long and spurting blood at the upper end. Pat Redmond
held a red lens penlight to provide Joanna enough light to see what she was doing as she positioned a combat application tourniquet on Hector's biceps. Then she strapped a large bandage over the wound. As she worked, Joanna told Ruiz, "Let's ride a couple of miles, and then we can stop and I'll staple this up. If we somehow get separated, loosen this cat tourniquet after 20 minutes. If it starts bleeding a lot, then retighten it as needed, but don't leave it on for more than 30 minutes at a time." She seemed concerned that the bullet had chipped a bone in Hector's elbow. "We'd better get moving," Lane urged. "I don't want to be here when those bad attitudes come over the hill. That may be in just a couple of minutes." "Yeah, we better go. I'll be okay," Hector agreed. Joanna nodded. "I'll keep my horse right behind you, Hector." Lane's team quickly mounted their horses and rode north. As they rode, they could see the majority of the infantry team streaming over the hills, heading east. Lars felt good, knowing they'd be back at their vehicles and out of the area before daylight. The two squads that attacked Humboldt didn't fare nearly as well as the Dewey teams. When they threw their Molotovs and started shooting, they were answered with withering return fire. The extent of their casualties did not become apparent until they returned to Prescott. Chapter 43. Escape and Evasion. The moment the idea is admitted into society that property is not as sacred as the law of God, and that there is not a force of law and public justice to protect it, anarchy and tyranny commence. If thou shalt not covet, and thou shalt not steal, were not commandments from heaven, they must be made inviolable precepts in every society before it can be civilized or made free. John Adams, A Defense of the Constitution of the United States Against the Attacks of M. Turgot, 1787. Blanca's instructions were simple. Stay with the vehicles. If our trucks get spotted by anyone from La Fuerza before the scheduled kickoff time for the raid, then radio the team leaders and let them know immediately. She waited, listened, and prayed, clutching her Mini-14 GB. Then she heard shooting and explosions in the distance, right on time. An hour later, she heard the team start to return, crashing through the brush. Ian was with them, but Alex was not. In accordance with their plans, all the vehicles departed at 5:30 a.m. Everyone had been warned that if they didn't make it to the parking area by then, they'd be on their own to E&E their way back to Prescott. Back at the Conley Ranch's clubhouse, they had an anxious day of waiting. Stragglers came in, only 2 of them wounded. At just after 5 p.m., Ian greeted a man in his 50s who had just arrived. He was carrying 2 rifles, an M1 Garand in his hands, and a Ruger Mini-14 slung across his back. Ian recognized a distinctive camouflage sling on the Mini-14. This rifle belonged to his brother, Alex. He asked the man, "Where's Alex?" Looking glum, the man shook his head slowly from side to side in response. "He got shot bad, through a lung. We couldn't stop the bleeding." "Did he say anything before he died?" "No. Sorry, he was just coughing, and then he died." Ian's eyes welled up. "Wow. Thanks for letting me know. You can keep that Ruger," he said. The man shook Ian's hand and thanked him, and then he turned to go check in formally with Dr. K. That evening, the 4 families began frantically packing up their gear, their clothing, and their meager supply of remaining stored food. 2 of the families decided to move to a fairly heavily defended compound in Prescott Valley. They'd take a circuitous route, looping around to avoid La Fuerza's suspected avenue of advance. The other two families, led by Dr. K, had decided to leave the region entirely. They would travel in 2 RVs and 4 SUVs. One of the SUVs was Alex's Ford Excursion. This vehicle, along with nearly all of Alex's gear, had been given to Dr. K by Ian. Ian explained that even if he had wanted it, the cramped space and weight limitations of the 2 Larons were unforgiving. All that Ian kept from Alex's room was some 5.56mm NATO ammunition and 9 Mini-14 magazines. Previously, Alex had explained to Blanca to beware of using anything except original Ruger factory-made magazines in her rifle. All of the other brands of magazines, the aftermarket ones, are jam-o-matic junk, he warned. Dr. K offered to have Ian and Blanca come with him in his Fleetwood diesel-pusher RV, but without trailers, there would be no way to take the Larons. Ian answered him quickly. "Thanks for the offer, but I'd rather stick with what we know best, and that's flying. Let's just wish each other Godspeed." Ian Doyle had already toyed with the idea of paralleling the route that they had planned to take the RVs, leapfrogging from airport to airport. But he concluded that his best chance of finding a truly safe refuge before either running out of fuel or running out of luck was to head to Todd Gray's retreat in north-central Idaho. Lars had an anxious morning, waiting for his infantry team to arrive. He penned an after-action report and asked to have it delivered to Dr. K. Bob Potts was the last one back, arriving at 11 a.m. He was dripping with sweat. By the time he arrived, the horses were already loaded in trailers, and the rest of the team was packed up and ready to go. After some handshakes and a long pull on a canteen, Potts and the others climbed aboard the pickups. There was no ceremony. There was no celebration. They had done what needed to be done, and they were just happy to be heading home. Lars was anxious to be well away from La Fuerza before they had the chance to regroup. Hector's arm was decorated with a new row of 37 surgical staples. He said the arm was painful, but regular doses of pain meds from Joanna Visser made it manageable. Other than Hector's wound, Lars' team got away unscathed. They drove beyond Flagstaff to Winona the first night and camped just off Twin Arrows Road east of town. They were all edgy and had difficulty sleeping. Shortly after they left the next morning, they were surprised to see a small herd of elk on a hillside just above the road. They braked to a halt, and Chad Stenerson rested his scoped M1A across the hood of the lead pickup. He dropped a cow and a bull in rapid succession. This took 6 shots. The other elk fled into the nearby timber. In less than an hour, the elk that had been shot were gutted and dragged down to the pickups. With all 8 members of the team working together, dragging the elk down to the trucks was relatively easy, but it took considerable effort to get them up on the fuel trailer. After that, the rest of the trip home was speedy and trouble-free. With 2 of the gold coins that he had earned from the Humboldt raid, Lars bought 2 9mm pistols, a Glock 17 and a Glock 19. These used magazines that were largely interchangeable, although the short magazines from the Model 19 would not work in the longer-gripped Model 17. Together, the 2 pistols came with just 5 magazines and 1 holster. He badly wanted some more magazines, but they were a scarce commodity. Few people were willing to part with any extra magazines. As one Navajo vendor explained it to Beth, "In bad times, when people are shooting at you, what exactly is a spare magazine? There's no such thing. You can never have too many. Same thing for ammo." The only magazines that the Lanes often saw regularly offered for sale at the flea market were military surplus M16 alloy 30-round magazines, which had been produced in huge numbers. But even those now had ridiculously high asking prices. Seeing the depleted shelves and such high prices on a visit to Zia's Sporting Goods in Farmington, Beth commented, "We really should have invested in magazines and ammunition. It would have been a better investment than silver." Lars sighed and replied, "Yeah, you're right. Ammo is practically worth its weight in silver these days, and magazines are a you-name-your-price kind of item." Lars would have actually preferred to have bought a couple of SIG P226 or P228 pistols to be compatible with Andy's first pistol, but those were much more scarce than Glocks. In the new age of deep Schumer, beggars couldn't be choosers. He also realized that his chances of eventually finding spare Glock magazines was much better than finding spare SIG magazines, since Glocks were made in much larger numbers. Chapter 44. Ignis. Vengeance has no foresight. Napoleon Bonaparte. Ignacio was furious. He spent the hours before sunrise running from house to house, assessing the damage. He radioed his cousin Simon in Humboldt. Adding Simon's tally, he concluded that every one of La Fuerza's armored vehicles had been destroyed by fire. So were more than half of the pickups and vans. Further, more than half of the gang's loot, ammo, and fuel were gone, destroyed in the fire and explosions. Some 26 of his men and 3 women had been killed. Another 15 men had been wounded, and of those, 3 were not likely to live. Only one of the men who had attacked them had been captured. He lived under torture only long enough to tell them that the raiders had originated from Prescott. Ignacio was whipped up into a genuine frenzy. He ran from truck to truck, screaming, "Bastardos! Venganza! Venganza! Matenlos a todos!" Bastards! Vengeance! Vengeance! Slaughtered them all. They spent the next day and a half salvaging what they could from the wrecked vehicles and requisitioning more pickups and vans from all over Humboldt and Dewey. They ended up with an odd assortment. Several were bright colors, but that didn't matter. They just needed enough to get all of his men to Prescott. He was going there soon, and going for blood. 2 days after the raid, they had stolen enough trucks and vans to have room for everyone to ride. Simon and Tony met with Ignacio Garcia over lunch. Simon asked, "What is the plan of operations?" Garcia grunted. "We drive to Prescott, and we burn it down." "That's the plan? The entire plan?" "Here is the entire plan. We go there, and we burn the city to the ground, and we kill everyone. I mean everyone. And their children, and their dogs, and their chickens, and their goats." Simon nodded gravely. He knew that Ignacio was still extremely angry, and that he wouldn't take any advice. So he merely echoed, "Okay, we go to Prescott tomorrow, and we kill them all." After a pause, Simon added, "I'll have everyone go look for more road flares." Chapter 45. Bug Out. It is an uphill struggle, but I wish that we could distinguish more carefully between freedom and liberty. These conditions are not the same, though they are certainly related. Freedom is the absence of restraint, a physical circumstance. Liberty, on the other hand, is a political situation denoting the lawful capability of the citizen to defend himself and his near and dear without interference from the state. Note that the Declaration of Independence forcibly and particularly establishes the blessings of liberty upon ourselves and our posterity. I like to carry a pocket copy of the Declaration plus the Constitution in my travels. It is a good thing to have in hand when discussions arise. The late Colonel Jeff Cooper. By Dr. K's count, only 31 members of the raiding party had returned to Prescott by the next evening, and of those, only 3 had been slightly wounded. Joanna said bluntly, "There's no in-between with high-velocity rifle bullets. It's usually either something minor or you bleed out, deader than disco." La Fuerza didn't arrive the next day, or even the day after. The towns of Prescott Valley and Prescott were in a state of alarm following the raid. Even though the raid was deemed a success, they had clearly stirred up a hornet's nest. Then they heard on the CB that Prescott Valley had been bypassed and that La Fuerza was heading directly toward Prescott. Blanca paced the bedroom. She asked Ian, "What do you think will happen? I mean, you burned up most of their vehicles, but you say that you maybe killed just a few of La Fuerza." "They're going to be out for blood, that's for sure. They have to know that we came from somewhere close by. Worst case is they captured one of our missing in action and they made them talk. That would mean that they'd head straight for Conley Ranches. It will be a total freaking bloodbath." Blanca half shouted, "Then we've got to go. At least be 100% ready to go. Muy pronto." Ian and Blanca soon assembled and fueled their planes. They packed everything aboard that they could, leaving very little room. They waited for an indication that the looter army was heading toward Prescott. "Maybe we can get up to Idaho. 2 of my old college buddies, Dan Fong and Todd Gray, are up there. They're survivalists. You remember me talking about them, right? Dan is a total gun nut. He must have 24 guns. Todd set up a real survival retreat up there. It's stocked with years' worth of stored food, gardening seeds, fuel tanks, the whole works. The Fong man is part of that retreat group. If anybody is still alive and kicking after the crunch, it's gotta be them. With our skills, they'll probably take us in."
"Probably? Maybe. But isn't a lot to go on."
"Our only other option is about to be overrun. Todd's place in Idaho is the only place I can think of that'll be safe." As they climbed, they could see below that almost half the buildings in downtown Prescott were ablaze. Blanca keyed her microphone and said simply, "Aye, aye, aye." Following a sectional aviation chart, Blanca navigated the pair of Larons to Cedar City, Utah. The airport was on the northwest side of town, just west of I-15. Upon landing there, they were surprised to find 100 LL avgas was being offered for sale at the airport. The FBO operator told Ian that he had recently taken the gas out of hiding because word had come that they'd soon get a fresh supply coming from Oklahoma. "I might as well sell off the last 110 gallons of my old gas, since the new stuff is coming in from the provisional government," he said. "What provisional government?" Ian asked. "Fort Knox. Haven't you heard?" The airport manager answered. "Nothing solid, just some rumors." "So that's for real?" "Sure it is. We're going to have some kind of UN regional administrator, but they promised us local autonomy." Ian cocked his head and asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, we don't know yet, but hey, any government is better than no government." Ian gave his wife a glance and then commented, "Well, in my book, there is only one rightful form of government, a constitutional republic, or I'd rather have no government. One of my college professors was a heavy-duty libertarian. He wore a lapel button that said, 'There's no government like no government.'" Blanca chimed in, "I second that motion." In the end, Ian traded an Olin 12-gauge flare gun kit, 100 rounds of 9mm ball ammunition, and $20 worth of junk silver for 43 gallons of gasoline. The FBO manager let them sleep in a mostly empty hangar next to their planes. The next day,
Grossly overweight, they took an extra-long roll and took off. They followed I-15 and occasional GPS fixes to the long paved strip north of Brigham City, Utah. Aside from some bumpy air, the flight was uneventful. They carried with them a brief letter of introduction from the FBO manager in Cedar City. This was handed to his cousin, who ran the airport at Brigham City. Their reception there was friendly, but it was obvious that food was in short supply. One of the men at the airport confided that Mormons from all over the country had descended on Utah just as the crunch set in. They all had relatives here, so it seemed safe. The problem is that Utah consumes more food than it produces locally, so even though a fair number of families had stocked up in accordance with the church guidelines, all that stored food is gone by now. People are gardening like crazy, but a lot of places have very limited water. So unless those big Albertsons and Safeway grocery trucks start rolling again soon, there's going to be starvation here. Plain and simple. That's why everyone's so anxious to see the provisional government. Ian and Blanca spent 2 days in Brigham City. In 3 separate transactions, they bought 41 gallons of gas. This cost Ian $11 in junk silver, 200 rounds of 9mm hollow point ammo, a hammer, a pair of snap ring pliers, and a Fluke brand volt-ohm meter. Ian was troubled by the quality of some of the gasoline, which had not been stabilized. There were paraffin streamers visible in it, so he laboriously took all the gasoline and filtered it through a chamois car polishing cloth into a large drum. He then added a bottle of Gold Eagle brand 104 Plus octane booster and part of a bottle of alcohol. The alcohol, as he explained to Blanca, would absorb any water in the gasoline. They let the gasoline settle overnight. The morning before they departed, Ian pumped it out of the barrel, again through a filter, and filled their various tanks, bladders, and bottles. They left the last 2 gallons of the gas behind in the bottom of the drum, just in case. The next day of flying brought them to Grangeville, Idaho. Seeing the patchwork of fields on the Camas Prairie reassured Ian. He toggled his mic switch and said, "Ay, mira Conchita, this is big-time agricultural country. I don't think anybody is starving up there." The airport sat at the north edge of town. After several inquiries, they were able to barter for just 23 gallons of gas. For this, Ian spent their last $10 in junk silver and traded another 120 of their 9mm ball cartridges. Again, they spent the night in a hangar. Blanca mentioned that their breakfast brought their food supply down to just a couple of days.
"You know, Ian, at the rate we are burning through our silver and ammo, we are cutting this little venture pretty close," she warned.
I know. We just have to pray hard and trust that the Fong man and Todd are still there. The next day there was foggy weather, but the fog looked thin. They climbed into brilliant sunlight, and they continued north over the Camas Prairie and then over the Clearwater River Valley to Beauville, Idaho, on the eastern fringe of the Palouse Hills. Approaching Beauville, they saw that the terrain was rolling and mostly wooded. Low on fuel, their planes were now considerably lighter. There was no airport at Beauville, but they were able to land on Highway 8, just west of town. The hamlet was so small that they just taxied up Highway 9 to the junction of Highway 3. Landing so close to town got everyone's attention. A swarm of children and teenagers ran up to the planes just after they shut down their engines. In answer to the Doyles' queries, a local woman said that she knew Todd and Mary Gray, said that they were safe and well, and explained how to find their ranch house. A few minutes later, she brought the Doyles a road map and a Clearwater National Forest map. On the latter, she pinpointed the ranch. The flight to the ranch took only 3 minutes.
Blanca spotted the Quonset-style barn that was opposite the Gray's property. As they circled, they could see a woman armed with a rifle in a large, fenced garden behind the house. Ian thumbed the mic switch for his ICOM transceiver and said delightedly, "There it is, Blanca! That's definitely Todd's house. It's just the way the Fong man described it." Eyeing the trees below, Ian judged that the breeze was light. They circled and sequentially touched down on the gravel county road, with Blanca taking one extra orbit. They taxied until Ian's Laron was opposite the Gray's lane and mailbox. As they shut down their engines, Blanca radioed, "I sure hope we'll be welcome here." Ian touched his mic switch and responded, "I trust that we will be. We just have to live by faith."